Log in. Welcome, guys. How's it going? I think it's time for a countdown. What do you guys have? Script. SCR underscore 90. Only 63 months left. Oh, thank you, SCR. Okay, so the Campfire is in 5.5 hours, right? So 333 minutes. Boom. Let me put that up here. Boom. Like this. Okay, does that interfere with the chat? Looks fine, right? Okay. Here we go. Log in. We have 28 minutes of health. Let's do the Necro first, I guess. Get started with this here. I might play more of the Sorc, honestly. It's a really fun build. I enjoy playing it. Even if it's not like super effective. Oh, we can turn this in him. Okay. Only 90 more Vashans so much today. Uh-huh. What are you trying to do with 90 Vashans? That sounds like a lot. Andy. Yes. Exactly that one. Apart from the rogues, they also look pretty nice, so why not? It was Yada, by the way. Good day for a campfire, I agree. Actually. Okay, where are we? Tortured gifts, cinders collected, so let's go there. Trying for Tyrius so it can be a cool barbarian like the rest of the Diablo community. Yeah, it's kind of funny how Tyrius might actually turn out to be such a good item after all, right? But I guess it, you know, rises and falls with gushing wounds. Getting most likely a huge nerf very soon. And then, yeah, that's it for the Tyrius action. What's Campfire Day? Campfire chat is what's called, and the 4 developers talk about the next updates, which is later today. Yeah, I mean, Gushing Wounds is massively overtuned, and that has to be adjusted at some point, so... I mean, the thing is that Barbarians still have like other ways of like scaling it, which is like, you know, unconstrained and berserking and stuff like that, so Barbarians still have some ways to actually do that. Warcry, whatever, right, so... Lots of strength. All these things also apply to Tyrials. But yeah, Gushing Wounds is like the biggest offender. And it's kind of like the case of like what happened with Rogues in Season 2, when we had Close Quarters Combat being like the key passive for like every single build. The difference is just that Close Quarters Combat was like a maybe ×3, and Gushing Wounds is more like a ×30. And they still nerf Close Quarters. So there's that. Even before Gushing Wounds buff Season 5. Just because. I mean, the thing is about Gushing Wounds, they kept buffing it season after season because no one was using it, you know, and they looked at the data and were like, huh, why are 0.02% of Barbarians running Gushing Wounds? Let's buff it. But what they kind of forgot was that it just wasn't working properly. So anyone who was using it was kind of just gimping themselves for no reason. Because they trusted the tooltip, which is a bad mistake to make. So the few free spirits, you know, that wanted to do something else that was not Hoda in Season 2, well, they played Gushing Wounds. To little success. And now it's actually working and, you know, it's fixed. But they still kept all of the buffs in place, you know, that they kept doing. Whoa. She bonked me, man. Maybe gonna sneak one heart in there. Do an event. Substantial spark bug fixed. If you didn't get your spark, then you already got it, probably. They fixed that a long time ago. Hello, Alexandra. Can you see the hotfixes? Top of the YouTube description, I put a link to it, actually. Game is saved. Yeah, it's in a pretty good spot already. Balmain should be here any second. Finishing 65-hour work week, holy. This is just like a busy project right now. Just getting blasted, man. I just realized I never made my updated Lilith guide I wanted to make for this season. It's a bit late now, probably. Unfortunate. Maybe I'm gonna make one for next season. Soul brand, huh? Two dead characters in one day. What happened there? Oh no. This is a PTR? No, it's not a PTR yet. This is live season 4 currently. But we got a new patch recently. So I'm just making... It's actually my first Necro of the season right now. Leveling it up. I've been farming a lot of materials so I can like roll my gear. Which was a bit of a struggle. Yeah, we're double ancestral. Guys, open some chests here. I did not see Xario's new Andy's video. Everyone's running away from the Blood Maiden, no one's doing it. Okay. Okay. I good luck, Alexandra, by the way. Do we actually get like some kind of chill time afterwards? No, Fisher Breed Stalkers takes into consideration a skill lucky hit. It should, yes. I remember in the past it used to work with all elements as well, but I think that has been fixed now. But I mean, it's just like a hit effect, so lucky hit effects usually are skill lucky hit, and then times the lucky hit bonus that you have on stats, and then times the lucky hit chance of the skill, or of the effect, or whatever, yeah. Or like, you know, the proc effects, basically. So if your chain lightning has 50% lucky hit, then you have like, you know, exactly half of the value that it says on the passive as a chance per hit. What builds are we cooking today? For now I'm still leveling with Blood Surge Necro. I mean, I have a lot of builds made already that I need to like work on right now. But I want to do Poison Rapid Fire soon. So you're probably gonna spec my Rogue at some point to Poison Mirage again. Do like, you know, maybe a few hours of blasting. And then we're gonna spec to Poison and Rapid Fire and see how that goes compared to the Barrage. I wanna see like, you know, how close are they. Maybe some tweaks I have to make. But Poison Rapid Fire is actually a real possibility now. Where before it was kind of like infeasible thanks to the minimum range of the Rapid Fire. Which Doombringer Suicide got a GA Max Life? GA Max Life Doombringer is insane actually. But it's not useless. In fact, it's best in slot for Thorn's Barb. But I mean, you can definitely like, try to squeeze out extra DPS instead of damage stats. Sorry, instead of the survival stats, for example, on rogues, and use a Doombringer. It's not the worst idea. Check if Enquiries Visage works minions? It doesn't. They don't have lucky hit. Oh shit, it's all full here. It's a double greater. It's a one greater. Oh my gosh. Too much loot here. Now we're getting our own Hellborn. Ooh, the Blood Surge. I already have two Korskas. Another two Korskas. Sell your body for a GM Max Life Doombringer. Let's go. Which developer can make it happen? Just need to find the right one. Hope they had a fire imbue or rogue or blood. I mean, blood, I don't know. But yeah, fire, like a fire line of skills would be really cool for rogues, I think. Fire imbue, maybe grenade thing. Maybe like some explosion device, or I don't know what, you know, some trap thing. There could be some options. I think I'm gonna make a video about like my ideas for like what could be new skills in the expansion and stuff. Because I actually have some. Whoa. That main actually does hurt, but I only have 22 k life, so I guess. One's wife is at 250 k HP, unbuffed with just a regular Doombringer. It's nutty. Okay, we might need something like this actually for Blight Necro, right? Oh, wait. I'm still in the same instance. Although it's still on the ground, I guess. Yeah, interesting. Poison Mouse is a favorite build, but you're having trouble with its damage. Well, I mean, I guess the main pitfall there is not having enough poison immune uptime, so try to work on getting more poison immune charges, maybe a bit more lucky hit to proc bursting venoms. Try to use the burning venoms procs when you see them to make sure you always have your poison immune. This is like the #1 thing. You know, if you don't have poison immune, you're not going to do damage. So, I mean, otherwise it's not the craziest build anyway, but it's good enough, so. I'm not sure what is the max gold, 100 billion I think. They raised the gold cap. It used to be 10 billion, but now it's more, so I don't know. Dude, I can go back already. It's insane. That's your entire save. You can't lose it. Just need to connect to the right account or something. It's all saved on Blizzard server. Figure shell damage with scale just like the poison, but not for some reason. You mean on Doombringer? Not really. Like dots and hit damage scales very differently. And I think the damage number on Doombringer is actually relatively high, right? It doubled it. But you basically have to see Doombringer as like a glorified Elemental Surge, right? It's just like a better version of Elemental Surge, basically. It has 20% chance instead of 40, but it has like way more damage than Elemental Surge. So you have to think about, okay, can I do something with Elemental Surge? And so far, I've not really seen anyone really produce a good build with Elemental Surge. Like, there used to be a thing on PTR, but then they nerfed Elemental Surge by like, I don't know, 85% or so. Which would still not make it a terrible build. But not really a top tier build. And I mean, there are some ways to do something similar. Like Doombringer. There's also the Blast Trapper aspect on Rogue that kind of works similar to something like that. So maybe you can do something like Elemental Surge, Doombringer, Blast Trapper. So kind of interesting stuff there. Legion in 5 minutes. And Doombringer also gives damage reduction. Yeah. Doombringer is a very strong defensive item.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I need to put some stuff in the stash here. This is 5 items.
The whale was on us for days.
And we also really need to spend some obols. Scales to the glyph. After using Imbued. You mean Eldritch Bounty? That's the legendary Paragon node? Yeah, that works. Doombringer does shadow damage, and if you have Shadow Imbue Eldritch Bounty buff, that buffs the Doombringer. You can do that. So yeah, you could try something like that, you know, on the Rogue. Just go Doombringer, go Elemental Surge, go Blast Trapper Aspect. It's something I have on my radar to try at some point. I'm not sure like how realistic it is, but it can actually repurpose a lot of the gear that you use for Andariels, I guess. Because you want, you know, close quarters combat, you want the damage versus crowd controlled, you want a lot of like attack speed and lucky hit. You want, you know, kind of the same stuff. But I guess what will happen is that it's just gonna be like a worse version of an Andariel Rogue, basically. Because you're basically playing exactly the same stuff, you have like most of the same multipliers, but then, you know, Andariel just scales better than the direct damage. So that's like what I would expect there, right now. Did you get so much loot from one Blood Maiden? That's actually insane, what? Splash rival without Shadow Step. I don't necessarily require Shadow Step. It depends on the setup you're playing. If you play like a typical precision barrage, then no worries. If you're playing with close quarters combat, like the poison barrage build, you will have to activate close quarters combat somehow. You can do that in various ways. But this might be a kind of like something to be aware of here. I have a lot of cinders, man. I have to turn them at some point. Lightning imbue. Lightning would also be cool. I think either fire or lightning would be like a nice new, you know, theme to add for rogues. Why not lightning? Some cool lightning arrow imbue, like, man, that would cool. Something like Jawason style, you know? Shoot like a pen shot into a pack and then it like jumps around or something, like a chain lightning. Imagine that. She got blasted, but I really shouldn't stay here, man. So much stuff. Legion also starts in 2. I have to start turning in some things here. Hi, is it alright? I guess I should like start saving some of these items. So I can temper them for like whatever. I think that's a kind of okay stats. Maybe some rings too. Because I want to do a few builds on the Necro.
The hammer sings on your return.
I should go to the other side as well. Event nearby. You don't lose the items in your stash on hardcore. Just what's on a character. So ranks the exploit or malice, or ranks frigid and malice better. Exploit and malice is like a very nice, consistent damage output basically. Frigid only works when your target is frozen, which is usually not the case when you're fighting like high level bosses. So that's like the main difference. Frigid is the strongest out of the passives, but only works when you stagger the boss. So this comes a bit down to, do you push a lot or do you do like a lot of tormented bosses? Ultimately all of the passes are pretty good, so. Once the goal of extending the duration of bone song, not dealing damage after 10 seconds of being active. Is that true? I mean, okay, not like the bone stone damage matters in any way, I guess. But I didn't realize that that happens. Any speculation what the repost skill will do? I mean, we know repost from like other games, or you know what it is basically, right? It's like some kind of like parry and counter attack thing. So I heard about this on like a data mine or something, but not sure if that's actually gonna make it into the game or what. But it sounds kind of cool as well. Sounds very fun for PvP as well. We have 4 minutes and 300 cinders. So what's the situation here? The most fun rogue build today. Well, let's say Twisting Blades or Poison Barrage. I'll proc my thing here. We have too many ovals. Shading Storm aspect still bugged after the hotfix. Yeah, I mean that was only just reported like a few days ago, right? So I wouldn't really expect that to be in the fix. But maybe you're gonna do it for season 5. The thing is, like, how did no one notice until now? Like, I'm pretty sure that has never changed, right? So this is probably how it always worked. Event complete. Okay. That's a pretty fast Legion, actually. This is only 2.5 minutes or something. What's up? Now you want. That's already.
Haven't you drunk a cup of it? It's like on sick here.
No.
No.
Okay, we have to gamble real quick and then... Nini is the best. Can confirm, yeah. Any PDR predictions? We'll see. What do you guys predict? I didn't actually gamble, right? Stupid. Fuck it, okay. Let's open a few chests and go. We have 1 minute. Armory. Prage. Oh my god, so many obels. Auction house. What's my idea for borrow power for season 5? I mean, honestly, I don't really like the system of borrow power anyway that much. Although it is a pretty efficient way of like revitalizing the game for a season, where you give like something to every single build, right? So that's kind of like the advantage of borrow power. But generally I don't like it too much. So, I don't know. I don't really care much about getting one, basically. Because I always find like fun builds to play and all that, so. Modest Embrace, man, wow. Okay. Have any world bosses coming or so? No. Oh, so far actually. Modest Embrace of greater affix. Hardsick build has minus 20% damage from Shaco and minus 20% from might on my legs. Why? Because I don't like dying. Mostly.
Your skin can't turn blades.
Six essence on kill, wow. I'm going to do a Colts Explosion build. Probably not really.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Oh, almost at next glyph. I don't have a planner for this build, Alibaba, but you can probably check the Blood Surge guide. I'm not sure if you're running it with minions or without on max roll, but it's basically just Blood Surge and a bunch of minion stuff. So nothing really crazy, I just logged in and started blasting. Minions are so powerful, you just invest a little bit and that's it. They kind of deal with all the big bosses and the single target damage I need, and then Blood Surge is like exploding everything. Now I do want to gamble a little bit on the Necro to try to get a glass cannon amulet. I need a glass cannon amulet. Exactly. Don't really want any other passive. I guess there's Hoarfrost, but really you want glass cannon to potentially make this a bit better. To 5 normal Duriel runs on average lead to better loot than 1 Tormentor Duriel. No, they're the same.
Hello, Shimhal. Hello, not a bad pull, that.
Cooldown armor. Cooldown attack speed, I'll save that one. Inner flames. Cooldown % damage.
Use it well.
Yeah, have a wee hello. Too bad, friend.
Made a 45-second pit 90 boss kill of ice shards. I'm very hyped. Okay, check this out. Tier 90. So an ice shard hits for like 500k pre-stagger. 2, 3, 4 million. Doesn't look bad. It looks very funny, man, with the double cast. So I guess I have like nearly 100% double cast, right? Actually, you can't get 100%, I believe. You can get like 70 or so, or 80, right? So you get like 7, 8, 9 shots per. Looks pretty funny. Yeah, it actually doesn't look that terrible for single target. Oh, this was the first 90 I've done, actually. Tier 93 unlocked. Okay, I would like to see your gear. This is kind of surprising that you arrived there after 4 minutes. Like, that seems kind of slow for an ice shards build, where I would expect you to just walk in, everything is frozen, ice shards fly everywhere, and you win. I would actually expect ice shards to be really fast to the boss. I guess we do this real quick. Very scared all the time. Oh, was that hardcore? Oh, that's hardcore. Okay, nice. Yeah, one good way to not feel so scared on Sorc on hardcore is to run with the ice armor that refreshes when you spend mana. Like this, you can basically have perma ice armor while still pressing other buttons, and you don't have to worry about constantly cycling cooldowns for protection. One way is to reroll Barb. I tried the Undying Sorc, yeah, we're gonna play more of it later. Ah. Oh, pretty good roll too. So is the equip it? Nice. I think it's gonna equip it actually. Maybe it's time to get some corpse stuff in there. We could remove Decrep. We could remove Blood Mist and go Corpse Tendrils, Corpse Explosion. Very convenient. Okay, there's a Blood Maiden, I think it's up there. And 14 minutes for this stuff. And a World Boss. Woody beating Ubisoft and viewers. Uh-oh. What do they have going right now? High Outlaw. What's my favorite class? Oak. What's my optimal? GA 6 frigid, 3 venom, 10 lucky hit, or 5 frigid, 3 exploit, 3 deadly venom for emerald. Oof. That's pretty close, I guess, either way. I'll probably go to lucky hit one, because it just makes it like more consistent. Lucky hit is nice, not just for DPS, but you know, you get more procs. So it's like, you know, you get procs more reliably when you walk into a pack. You get your first proc that kills the entire pack more, like, faster, for example, these kind of things. So I kind of like having a lot of lucky hits. And like, you know, other small stuff like ambush procs, CC procs, shared misery procs. Riders Republic, I've never heard of that. Is there anyone here? No, it's just my minions. Oh, here's a guy. I'm just gonna do a... Okay, what are the other objectives here? Doomsayers, ghosts... 22 minutes 0 and not a single Uber. Oh, by the way, I'm still looking for more data. So I want to like kind of collect a little bit and see if there's actually something going on with Lord Zir, because so far it seems like there's nothing really fishy going on. There's people saying that they get like an unusual amount of greater hotfixes, but I think this might also just be copium. But in terms of uniques, it seems like it's normal. Miss Kadala. I think you're the only one. That must hit 130 Lord Zirs. That's a lot of Lord Zirs, man. What the fuck? Uber drops are much higher? Yeah, I don't believe that. I think people are just coping. Check that mode stream. Okay, what will I see on the stream? I do not have a cat. Yeah, I think the only thing that's happening on Zir is that it just gives you a bit more legendaries. So the Zir might just drop a few more items than other bosses for some reason. Or, one thing I could believe is that maybe Zir drops times 6 and not times 5. So maybe instead of making times 5, they make it like plus 5 times the amount of loot. Or something like that. So this is something I could imagine. So you should have like at 12% Uber drop rate in that case. This would kind of check out with the amount of normal items you get. When you compare it to like a Duriel, for example. But it could also just be that Zio just generally has like one more item in his loot table, and then you get like 5 extra items because it's times 5. Hi, Blue Days. That one's got a 14% Uber drop rate. Okay. I mean, this is like... how many kills was it? Like 100 something, 130, someone said. So this is like... still very much in the normal realm, I guess. Like, we had a... 5.6% Uber drop rate yesterday in our group in 160 kills, basically. Like 160 among the 4 of us. So we were way below the expectation. So going up to like 14% is also still in like the typical distribution, I'd say. Alright, Alexis. Anything particular I hope to hear from the Campfire? Oh, I mean, I'm obviously excited for like what's the new stuff in Season 5. They're making a PTR, so it's gonna be something big that they actually want to have a PTR for. And then I'm also excited to hear about all the nerfs they're gonna do. So, stuff has been going kind of out of control. Also excited to see like what kind of builds coming next season. You know, there's a lot of builds that kind of like really down bad right now. That need a lot of help. There's a lot of buffs needed as well for a lot of stuff. TB Rogue's pretty good. Nerves? Why nerves? Because I think a key passive that gives you like a 3000% damage multiplier or more is a bit too much, you know? If I want that, I can play Diablo 3.
There's that.
And the bash temper, yeah. That's definitely another pretty big offender there. Expectable buff Barb in another department. Who knows, maybe. Season 5 theme will be a new gear slot. I strongly doubt that. I don't think they're gonna make new gear slots or something. I mean, it could maybe make something that doesn't have like a transmog impact. But I think belt would be too close to that. So, you know, belts would only work if they also make transmogs for them, and they're not gonna make transmogs for that, especially for a season theme. And, you know, they have already like, you know, dozens or I don't know, hundreds of outfits, you know, that doesn't have any belt slot or something, so that's not happening. Shit. Legendary potions. We already had rare potions, who knows? Why are they so afraid to make us overwhelmingly powerful? Do you not already feel overwhelmingly powerful when you walk in and you two-shot a 4-man tormented Druid? Like, how much more powerful do you want to try to feel? Maybe he's playing Sorc. I don't know, even on Sorc I feel pretty powerful. You know, you have stuff like Worldly Fortune Temperers, you have stuff like the Frozen Alt build right now. Like, these things are pretty crazy. Okay, what do we do here? Can we do Dex? 1, 2, 3. This can be a Dex glyph. Okay, so what do we do? 10% non-physical. And it's kind of interesting that on this class, control is actually a main stat glyph. And for example, on the rogues, it's also an int glyph, which is one of the off stats. I guess it's territorial. And Sorc is also an offstat. Actually, which one is the offensive, which one is the defensive offstat? So the offensive offstat is Dex. The defensive one is Will. Same here, right? No, there's actually Dex as well, and this is Will. Interesting. So here's reverse on this board. Why is it reverse? Yeah. There's like a damage stat. There's always like one damage stat and one defensive stat on the glyph. But I thought they would also have the same stat, but it's actually not the case. Here, the defensive one is dex. And here, the offensive one is dex. And here the offensive one is dex, and the defensive is will. Here the defensive one is dex. It's kind of strange. Made a bone spear necro, was having difficulty, so I changed the bone stone, bone spear. You figure out which key passive. I mean, for bones, for bone skills, there's the bone key passive, specifically. That is extremely powerful. You want to use that. Also fight essence. That's very strong for a bone spear. Yeah, I mean, bone storm is a pretty natural inclusion in a bone spear build anyway. You get the extra crit, which is very helpful for bone builds. You can reset it while just casting your skills, which is nice. With rapid ossification or decurpify. Yo. 21 resource cost reduction. Do we need that? I think I would put like resource cost reduction on Scythe, right? Is that a thing? Little uniques, good uniques transmogs. I wonder if they're gonna do that at some point. I guess the big advantages of not making transmogs for uniques is that they can just easily make new uniques all the time. And don't have to worry about the transmogs, right? Because usually, as far as I know, like art is kind of like the biggest bottleneck when it comes to developing games. You know, it's easy to make a new item and code some stuff and go. Compared to actually like, you know, having the artist design it and then, you know, hold back the development basically. But I agree, it would be nice. Should we switch bone key passive to shadow passive? If you're playing a bone spear build, I would not run the shadow passive. As I explained, the bone passive is very powerful. And you don't want to use that for... Oh my god. How do I do this? Okay, plan B. Do it ourselves. Game production has increased so much over the years. Yeah, I mean, it's true. You know, some games are being developed for like a decade at this point, you know. And Diablo 4 was probably the better part of a decade. PoE 2 is like reaching a decade soon. Like, yeah. It's crazy how long these games are being developed. Compared to like, you know, in the old times where people were pumping out like a game every year or something. But I mean, we also have like better tools now to actually accommodate such development, right? Like thanks to the internet, you can just like, you know, do patches, updates, whatever. You don't have to distribute like CDs or something. And there's people that don't even know what a CD is anymore, probably, at this point. So... Diablo is not massively multiplayer. More like massively single player. I want to endgame Necro build I'm looking to play. I want to play Blight, Bone Spear, Minions, and Bone Spirits. Kids are having trouble using mouse and keyboard and even controllers due to touchscreen games. Holy shit, man. Ugh. Imagine being limited to playing Diablo Immortal your entire life. People sad swipe. I'm just playing with some Bloodsurge Necro or some minions right now. Don't have a planner though. I'm gonna play Elden Ring. Yeah, I'm planning to. But we have the Campfire today, so today I'm just gonna do like D4. I guess tomorrow we're gonna do some Elden Ring after D4. Still have many projects here, but I mean, how long can Elden Ring take? It's gonna be probably like a few days of like, you know, blasting a bit here and there. The most time efficient way to farm exquisite blood is spam Blood Maiden. Which always drops 1. I've not Necro Bone Spear in the pit. I've played a bit of Necro Bone Spear on the PTR, but you know, not with the new patch and the new pit scaling and all that, so we're gonna get there soon. I'll probably make my first build actually Bone Spear. This is the internet, people say everything is bad. True. I mean, Diablo Immortal was actually not really such a bad game, I think. It just didn't really suit my style because it was like, you know, basically an MMO. And then the pay-to-wins kind of killed it for me. But it was actually kind of a good game, I think, for like how they made it. And I don't know, like these days I think the pay-to-win has become much smaller as well. And they have added a lot of stuff, so not that I'm really gonna go check it out again, but I could imagine it's actually pretty decent at this point. For a fun game at least. I really enjoyed the PvP actually in Immortal, despite the pay to win. It was actually kind of an interesting like uphill battle, you know, to make it like exciting. I will play last epoch, yeah. I want to try to get world firsts on the new Pinnacle bosses. So we definitely have to like invest a bit of time in preparation. to do some last epoch preparations. Oh, I just realized that the whispers disappeared. There has to be a more efficient way to farm excessive blood than to farm Bloodbane who drops 1 per kill. Sounds like you don't know what farming blood is like, man. Back in my day, we killed 1 world boss every 3.5 hours for free blood. So he killed 3 world bosses in a day to get 1 Lord Zir spawn. And you complaining about 1 blood per minute? Are you serious? Kids these days, man. Uphill both ways, man. Yes. Get Angel Breaths, the best from events. So usually my recommendation is just farm a lot of events in Helltide. Let's go like from event place to event place to event place, basically. That's what I do most of the time. Although sometimes I get stuck not doing events and forget I should be doing events like this. Like. Also the Harbingers are pretty good. Harbingers also drop like 2 to 3 Angel Breath pretty frequently. Here's 2 Harbingers, for example. Boom, 3 Angel Breath. Golem is bonking. Two to sever. Wudijo or double T, good luck. Okay, my stash is filling up very rapidly. Just start making some gear at some point. Which means I have to make some planners at some point. I don't even have a planner right now for Blight. I'm not sure if I made a Bone Spear planner actually. I think I did. I'm not sure. I guess I got there. Bassett, thank you, man. How's it going, man? Any information about release date of the Diablo 3 season? No, I haven't heard anything, but I guess you'll hear about it soon. I guess for now they're gonna do the season 5 stuff, and then in like 1 or 2 weeks you're probably gonna hear about the next season. I mean, they're not gonna do PTRs, not gonna do any patches anymore, so I guess at some point it's gonna say, hey, boom, next season in a week or 2, and that's it. So that season with like season 5 starts on the 6th of August. So this means that the next Diablo 3 season should be middle of July or something, I guess. Probably like right after Last Epoch or something, I would guess. Actually, at Last Epoch is like 9th of July, right? So yeah, maybe like a week or 2 after that, I imagine. actually. What actually happens when you walk into town while your Helltide meter is going off? Does it spawn demons in town? That'd be cool. Leave tomorrow for the beach. Enjoy, Bassett. How's Holy Bolt for general farming? Yeah, I mean, Holy Bolt definitely seems like, you know, way worse for, like, hit stuff. But I guess Barbs still have enough ways to scale it. So I guess Barbs are really the main users of Holy Bolt at this point. The other classes probably not very much outside of, like, a pit. Or, like, rather, inside a pit, you don't really use it much, I guess. Unless you really have no elixir and you don't want to use Fortitude. A lot of builds, you know, profit from even precision elixir or advantage elixir is very powerful for some builds. So for something like Andy Rogue, I would never consider Holy Bolts, for example. I would just go advantage elixir. The Holy Barbarian. Season 5 is only 2 months, that's correct. But there will probably not be a mid-season patch. So usually do a mid-season patch after like 6 weeks. I guess they're not gonna skip that, and then I mean 2 months is okay. You know, without a patch or something. It's gonna release the season, give us something to do, and then boom, expansion. I mean, it's amazing, no? How long do you wanna wait? Can Heartseeker scale it? No, Heartseeker has like nothing for Holy Bolt scaling. Almost nothing. Like, I mean, you don't even have close quarters or something, you know? You just victimize. As a key passive that does nothing for it. And then you have like a bunch of like, you know, skill-specific multipliers like Moonrise, Adaptability, Rapid, like all this stuff does nothing for Holy Bolt. So, yeah, what are you trying to do there? And, you know, Heartseeker is like one of those builds that actually really wants advantage elixir. So you don't want to wait, you want expansion now. Give us all of the bugs. Dude, we're gonna have so many bugs in the expansion anyway. Like, if they don't do a beta, like, holy man. And we see what happened to the main launch with a beta. With multiple betas, in fact. So, you know, some of the bugs that are being reported today and that haunt us are bugs from, like, you know, closed beta or something. From like 1.5 years ago. 2 years almost. So yeah. Fun. Incoming. They have learned it will be different, Copium. Yeah, you see, they're really on a good path, man. They only needed 3 updates to fix the rapid firing this season, after the PTR. Seems like they've really figured it out now. It wasn't 30. Okay. Gushing Wounds is triple dipping on expansion. Let's go. Of course, no nerf. Broke this thing right at this event. It's a bad time, but maybe I can do it. Okay, I got this one. Yoink. Three is less than 5. Nice. I also have the hotfix link in the description, by the way, on YouTube. I put it there at the top for those people that are interested. Here's Skeletal Warrior Mastery. Did anyone ever care about this? The Skeletal Warriors don't really do damage, right? If you either play mages or you play golem. But the warriors are kinda whatever, right? They're just like fodder and shadow activator. If I'm not mistaken. BJ int damn wand. Ah, that's useful for a bunch of builds, I guess. Sort of hellborn here, what the fuck's going on? Oh guys, you hurt. Why do these hellborns hurt so much? Trying to k alive. Is my rest capped? Almost. I mean, they're almost level 100. Actually, they are level 100. $5.5 billion offer for a wand. Holy. Yeah, okay, I guess Firebolt Sorcs might want exactly those stats, right? Woolen is probably the best. No, actually percent damage is the best instead of Woolen. So who wants that wand and pay 5.5 billion for it? It must be not a Firebolt Sorc. So it must be something on Necro, I suppose. How many Necro builds actually want Woolen damage over something like crit damage, for example? Like a lot of Necro builds probably want percent damage and not Woolen. Or crit. So that leaves us with maybe some other Sorc builds that run a wand with one. Like Frozen Orb would want that, I guess. But Frozen Orb is like not meta enough for anyone to pay 5.5 billion, I guess. But who knows? Int damn one. Ah, it's int damn one. It's not even live. Wait a minute. So it's actually not even a 3 GA basically. It's just a 2 GA. I guess some people might not want to roll live. Okay, so in that case, okay, maybe for like a Firebolt Sorc actually, it's gonna be the bet to play then, because you don't actually roll live on the Firebolt Sorc. Usually live goes on every weapon, but not for Firebolt Sorc. Okay, so in that case, I can kind of understand. So crazy though, 5 from 5 bill. Yeah, on Immortal Sorc you don't go for live, so that makes sense. Yeah, it's just that, you know, it's like so standard, like, okay, weapon equals main stat plus life plus one thing, right? But it's not the case for Immortal Sorcs. So... we got 10 DR, poggers. I wonder who in the world is running the most efficient bot farm for Diablo 4 and how much gold in total they make per day. I'll be kinda curious. Like, you know, thousands of bots. Like, how much can a bot farm per hour? What is the most efficient bot gold farm? I guess you program to do some whispers and then what? You know, when the whispers are done. What after the whispers? I guess just run around and hell title them shit and just winter everything or so. But even so, I mean, how much gold do you make per day, right? So like per hour, it's like, okay, 50 million maybe? Per day, 1 billion per bot? With a bit of downtime and whatever. It's not such a crazy amount, you know? You have to fuel, you know, thousands and thousands of people with billions and billions of gold. So, needs to be a lot of bots out there. Would you like a season about PvP? I mean, it would be interesting, but very, very unpopular, I imagine. Yeah, okay, I mean, there is definitely a possibility that, you know, the bots also find, like, some juicy stuff that you can actually sell for billions to other people as well, right? You can literally find items with your bots that you sell to your customers that buy the gold from you. Easy clap, man. Right? So yeah, I mean, obviously not gonna vendor everything. You're gonna only vendor the shit, and then, you know, you program it to, like, save all of the 2GA items or something. And then you just sort them out manually, right? And you put them on trade. So you need, like, you know, some people that are, like, full-time traders, basically, just like sorting out all that shit. And you can get, you know, a lot of gold from that. And you kind of fuel the whole thing from, like, by yourself. Where does the gold come from? Yeah, I mean, you just have bots running whispers and farming random shit in Hellblade or so, and Leech and whatever. And I think a good bot can probably make like 1 billion gold a day, just from vendoring items and whispers. So if you have, let's say, 1,000 bot accounts, that's 1 trillion gold per day. That's quite a lot. Now the question is, how much does that go for? Shit, how does this like come on now? So how much does 1 billion gold cost? $5 USD. Yeah, I mean that's actually very lucrative, I guess. Okay, how much do you have to spend in like energy to keep a bot running for a day? If you have like some really like kind of like, you know, lowest settings, like, you know, a config hacked kind of lowest settings game where you could run, I don't know, let's say 10 Diablo 4s at the same time or something. Maybe more, I don't know how many people, how many Diablo 4 clients people can fit onto a single PC. How do you want? I can do one PC with multiple accounts. Yeah, I can do virtual machines basically. So the PC just thinks that it's a real PC, but it's not. And you just run another Diablo 4 client and like basically, you know, a Windows run as a window on your main operating system, so to say. But the question is like, how many Diablo 4s can you fit before it starts kind of coming down, right? I don't know what you can do with, like, you know, changing settings in the config and whatnot. You know, people can do some really weird shit to try to, you know, min-max the consumption, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. How much does it cost to run a good PC for a day straight? I should know that, but I have no idea. Every time you get banned, an account is $70. Yeah, I mean, outside of energy consumption and like the initial setup for the hardware and whatever, right? You need to pay $70, which is probably roughly 2 weeks of farming with your bot if you get banned. Now, do you get banned every 2 weeks? Very unlikely, I guess. You will probably catch some bans here and there, but I don't think you're gonna get a ban on average every 2 weeks, else you wouldn't have like this crazy bot economy, right? So the bot ban waves are probably way, way smaller, or like way less frequently than that. Some Game Pass. I guess you can do Game Pass botting, true, but... what happens if you get banned on Game Pass? So, I have no idea. Good question, I guess.
It's very nice, but could be better.
Came apart nicely.
They use stolen cards on Game Pass to get it for free. Yeah, okay, stolen cards, but I mean, you need like hundreds of thousands of these. And then replenish them frequently from the ban waves. Season 5 is for everyone, but the PTR most likely just for Battle.net. The notes for the hotfix are in the description, by the way, on YouTube. That's the link. Why am I talking about botting? Yeah, we were talking about the softcore economy. Someone said they got an offer for 5.5 billion for a wand. And you know, every day people come in my chat and they tell me, you know, how many billions they sold this and that item for, and the numbers keep rising, you know, every day because the inflation is increasing, right? People get, like, the season's getting older, people have more gold, the bots keep running. So I was just trying to like estimate, like, you know, how many bots are there, or how many bots can there be? How many bots do you need to actually supply this economy? You know, to like how many people are RMTing and so on. So it's kind of hard to really have any insight without any real data, but you can definitely tell that it's a very large economy, right? So I was just wondering, like, okay, like, how many bots can you run on one machine? How many machines does the biggest bot farm have? And how much gold do they produce per day, right? To fuel this RMT economy. So it was just an interesting question to muse about. Can your family share D4 on Steam? I think everything on Steam can be family shared now. I think it's just like a general thing, you share your entire library with people. He's a polarized enjoyer, man. %100% will buy the wudijo to farm gold. Yeah, wudijo is only for the subscribers. Liziosh with the raid. Привет. How are you? Nice to see you. What is that? Funny emote. What are you playing these years? Are you playing Diablo 4 too? Oh, thanks for the sub. Spasiba. Guys, if you like to see a Russian streamer, Lizyush, go follow her. Yes. Nice. What are you playing? What class? She is shocked and upset at the tempering system. Oh no, man, I can lose my item. Gasp. Lysias, which class are you playing? It's better to use a bow, always looking slightly better. Las Boynik. What is that?
Father bless. What do you need? Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Pew pew. Rogue. Okay. Very good. I like that. 5 minutes for the hell tide. I guess we're just gonna go for some more stuff here. Pew pew. That's so funny. I've never seen it written that way.
So dark and cold.
Let us do a night quest.
Grandfather was supposed to walk me home.
Uniques shall be salvageable for their aspects. Well, then they're not uniques anymore, then they are just aspects, right? So what makes uniques different than if you just salvage them and have aspects? That's just legendaries, right? Why do you even have the unique system in the game? Are these events good for leveling? Hell no. But they are good for Angel Breath. A sword with 3 stars. Nice. Why is the unique system in a game for gold? True that, I guess. I mean, they're gonna do something about that, I guess. Speaking of what they may do, what are the expectations and hopes for the Campfire? I can't really give mine, to be honest. Because it may or may not be quite biased. Based on things I've seen and heard, and many other people have seen and heard. How far am I with the Iron Wolves guys, actually? I need to check that after this. I should be pretty close to done. Probably at the last step now. And we are almost level 90, that kind of checks out. Let's go up there. 1.5 minutes. What does bias mean? That means I do not have an objective opinion. New patch out. Yes, yesterday the hotfix went live.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Elmore, no joke, man. This level. It's like becoming kind of dangerous. Need better gear. I haven't really updated my gear much. I don't know what's Royce. How's my angel breath looking? Almost 2k, man. I think I had almost 1k, and learning this entire character I got to almost 2k. Holy shit. It was slow. It also means I've done like, I don't know, nearly 100 events, I guess. Could be more, to be fair. Strongest pit build for Necromancer now after all the updates. Nothing has really changed about that. Like nothing on Necromancer really changed in terms of like relative power levels, so it's just minions. There's like a few variations. Alright, let's turn it in and see. Accuracy range is utterly bugged, tested for 1 hour, doesn't get the damage increase. Are you sure, Izila? God, I've seen like a pretty powerful Grizzly Rage Lightning Storm build. Okay, we had 2.6k out of 10. So I need like probably 1.5 hours of Helltide to finish this. That's my thought on Skyrim's letters. I would really appreciate if to make it like somewhat usable with mouse and keyboard, and not just with controller. Because right now it looks like an item designed exclusively for console. Because you need to have a target to actually spawn any traps. Which makes it, at the very minimum, extremely clunky to use on mouse and keyboard. And on top of that, it just doesn't seem very strong. Could need a bit of a revamp. I think it's cooldown. The main trainers are stronger than Golem now, but not sure. I mean, there's like mage variations, there's Golem variations. I don't think there's like a huge difference between them anyway. World Boss in 3, let's go. The Grizzly Rage with aspects for wolves, so it gives entirely different stats. And you still get the base Grizzly Rage bonus though, right? You still get the 20% bonus and 20% damage reduction and 3% damage per second. That's the same for Grizzly Rage and for the Diablo Wolf, no? Unless it's specifically bugged for the bear form and not bugged for the wolf form. I mean, that might happen, I don't know. Yeah, you can send it to me, yeah. I mean, I have not really seen anyone consider Grizzly Rage for Pulverize. But it, at least based on numbers, it would look like it might be usable if you want it. Hi, Datham. Is overpower 1.5 multi or 2.5? 1.5. Banishor's Talisman for Bone Spirit is nice because you get the guaranteed overpower every single time. Which is kind of big. And it's not just the 1.5 multiplier, it's also that then all of your fortified life and your normal life that you have above base life is like a huge additive damage boost. So usually overpower does like 50% multiplicative more damage, but then you also increase your additive category by like ×2 or ×3 or something like that. Thanks to all of the fortified life. Alright, let's check out some people. Here's Fire. He's playing a Frenzy build with 4 out of 5 ranks. Interesting. And Leap with 4 out of 5. He's not really decided. And Steelgrass with Ancient's Oath. What is this? Earthquake? Needle Flare. Okay, that looks like a Fawn's guy. But for some reason he really likes his Frenzy. With plus 3 extra ranks that do nothing. Razor Plate. Okay. Cool stuff. I guess the Ancient's Oath is okay. Who else is here? A Druid. Check this guy out. Here's Maul. Oh, is this a Hurricane Enjoyer? Heck yeah, man. It's a Hurricane Blaster. Look at that. Gaming. I love it. Okay.
Greetings.
Very nice. What else do we have? Here's another guy with wings. Battle Hold. Moonrise. Okay, there's a Vinci Enjoyer. Calm Breeze. Pretty good neck. Very fast Druid. And he has Yen's Blessing. I guess for random Bloodhouse and debilitating Roars. Okay, that looks like a pretty standard setup. What we got here? Maxith. Sacrilegious Soul. Minions, more minions. Neither a basic skill nor a core skill on the bar. Man, it looks so weird. I really cannot wait to stop playing this build once I try it, I think. Okay, so this was our World Boss party, guys. Turn this in.
I'll be seeing you.
Yo, Ice Tea Slushy, thanks for this up, by the way. Excited to see Season 5 details, yeah? Gonna be fun. Season 5, Season of In-Game Trade Market, Tormented World Bosses, and Empowered Uniques and announcements today. Rage. I mean, all this stuff sounds amazing, actually. I wonder if they're actually gonna do something like an in-game trading system of some sort. Dude, I'm saving way too many items on my Necro. I have to start tempering stuff. Get rid of these items again. Been filling up my stash very fast. This ran 22 sigils. Okay, this. And he's a new health tide. 30 minutes. Let's go. Yo, L Coops. Thanks for the 7 months. Got a 4 GA Razor Plate. Congrats. 110 power is kind of sad story, but I think it should still be somewhat valuable because people really love the greater hotfixes. And they really love ignoring the unique power, as far as I understand. So you might still get quite something for that. I mean, it's used by one of the strongest builds in the entire game, which is Spawn Spark. It's a pretty meta item. $6 billion, holy. For 110 razor blade, man, imagine. No gems doing hardcore. Oh, was there like a guy that we inspected without gems? I didn't actually pay attention to that. Hope they make it that you get it attacked while you have the map open, it instantly closes your map. Yeah, in Helltide you gotta be careful with that for sure. I mean, you have the red flashing screen when that happens. But the thing is that in Helltide you can get surprised, you know, like it might be like, you know, fallen nether spawning all around you and they all explode at the same time. So if that kills you, then you can't really react to it, because it's like all at the same moment. But yeah, it shouldn't open the map, you know. Should never do something like this here during the Helltide on hardcore. Like, really bad idea, you know. Don't do this, guys. Heartseeker, swords or daggers? Yeah, generally I would say swords. There's no way to avoid doing that sometimes? Damn it. Well, I guess you have to accept that you die at some point, you know? Like if you keep the map open for too long, you know, in hardcore. Uh-oh. Don't do that, man. Look, you're gonna get blown up. They have not said that in the PDRs, but I heard it's gonna be news in 4 hours. You were standing at a town border doing Helltide and mob spawned and you died. Wait, are you saying you were in town with your skills disabled and you died? I think a party find doesn't hit like the Outer Immortal. No. And there's not really much in the game that you really want to do in party to be more efficient outside of the permanent bosses. And I mean, I'd like for them to like make something like communities, but I guess the problem with that is that this is, you know, not really console friendly, because you need a lot of typing. So if they ever do something like a group finder tool, it has to be console friendly, so it has to be like, you know, tag based and, you know, kind of like streamlined, I guess. You know, you have to be able to like kind of like use a wheel like this or something to search for console purposes. We're at a town border. Yeah, I'm asking simply, Ralph, if you died in the town. Like what border? Are we at the border from outside or at the border from inside? Both? That's only either inside of town or outside of town. Patches should come up before the campfire chat. Yeah, I think it's fine for patches to be after, you know, like you do like the big hype, the announcement, and, you know, explain stuff. And then you put out the patch notes and then people can see it and discuss. I think that's okay. Hi Tom. Season of the Construct MK2. And we already have the kitty now and the doggy. Waltz or Gold Fire, Prage, and Tormented Malphas, Prage. Yeah, I feel like if they wanted to bring this stuff back, they would have done it now in the mid-season patch, right? But I mean, they could still do it later. I really hope they're gonna bring back Malphas, man. Malphas would be cool. Even the Waltz would be, you know, some nice addition. Who knows? What about simultaneously? To have a better understanding of what's being said. I mean, they sometimes literally show some of the patch notes while they explain stuff, right? But I mean, releasing patch notes at the same time as the Campfire sounds like the worst idea imaginable. Like, who's gonna listen to them while also reading the patch notes? Like, separately somewhere. What was Malphas? Malphas was a boss in Season 3. Was a pretty cool fight, I think. Having a tormented version of him would be pretty badass. Wait, where did my Hellborn go? I just realized I somehow procced this thing somewhere and I completely ignored it. Oops. How about the Son of Malphas dropping down from the ceiling? Yeah, they need to give Malphas like half the HP and double the damage. The Son of Malphas, I mean. And then bring him back as well, why not? In the ults, at least. Can I make an actual infinite bloodness build now? Well, until they nerf infinite invulnerability effects. Well, yeah, that should be relatively easy, I guess. There's like blood mist duration, blood mist cooldown, and... Okay, wait a minute, there's no way to chain blood mist without a gap, right? No, so no matter how much cooldown and duration you have, there will always be a gap because you need to activate it. Like you cannot activate it while it's active, because you can only deactivate it while it's active. So I guess not. Technically. We get pretty close, but I mean it was already possible before tempering existed, so with the exploding mist aspect. It's a so-called Infinimist build. It was a thing for a while for Necros. Malphas stand danger, see many people die there. Yeah, I also ripped to Malphas actually last season. Although, to be fair, he was already dead. And then I died to some very faint ground effect that one-tapped me. That I did not expect would be coming.
This must have been...
Oh, guy.
Good salvage.
Those builds had more than 10 seconds or more of blood mist downtime. I mean, under bad circumstances, yeah, but under, you know, normal circumstances, we have very much had perma bloodness. This is why the build was called Infinimist. You know, this is like the whole reason for that term. Because you're always in bloodness, basically, you know? If you explode enough corpses, and a bunch of cooldown reduction on your amulet and helm and offhand, you can get to like 40-50% cooldown reduction, making the base cooldown for like 12-13 seconds or something, and then you explode a bunch of corpses. I mean, I've never played Infinimus myself, but it seemed like not that hard to actually get to the point where you are basically just always resetting it in time. Oh yeah, right, we did a 13-hour speedrun, right? When I ripped Malphas, I remember. I did the big run after that. Out of spite. I was like, fuck that. I'm gonna get to 100 again. Today. And there we were, 13 hours, boom. Now we're like 13 hours, laughable. I can do 3 classes in that time. Okay. 3 classes is a bit optimistic. 2, I guess. You want to hear more about Mephisto's relevance in the X-Pack? Well, I guess there's an expansion for that. Hello, Shrimp Squad, thanks man. Why do I always sound like I don't like Andy Rock when I'm talking about it? I do like it, I'm not sure why I think I don't. What do you mean? I've been playing Andy Rock for like a week straight, basically, farming with it and whatever. Made a guide on it, made another guide on it. I mean... What do you mean? Do 100 trains give more than 64 Nephirin? I guess they should give 70, right? Apparently it's around 2 per tier, 2 tiers per Nephirin after 101. But I'm not sure if that's like entirely accurate. It didn't feel accurate to me, but I haven't really tried too much to go beyond 100 to see like every single tier and how much it gives. I did clear 119 though. With to be or Verbal Fire, with Verbal Fire I believe. In other builds or Verbal Fire I sound like it isn't up to snuff. I'm not sure what I said exactly, but I have talked about Andariel's multiple times. I made multiple videos on it. I explained that it's very strong. We have it in S tier, ranked on max roll. I mean, I don't know. Not sure what you're referring to. Maybe I was explaining that Andariel's rogue is probably not the best, because Heartseeker exists. But I guess post Heartseeker nerf, Andariel's is gonna be at least close to the best. Rapid Fire might be number 1, Andariel's number 2, or vice versa. So this is kind of like what I expect currently in the Season 5 post Victimized fix. You know, and whatever else comes like new, I guess, so there's always like, you know, potential for new builds and season theme having an impact on the build balance, of course, and so on. Crit damage. Do we care about crit damage on any Necro build? I guess it's not terrible to have. Oh, Patrick, thanks so much for the sub. Welcome. Heartseeker never been Heartseeker or Victimize? No, I'm talking about Victimize, yeah, so it will affect Penshot and Heartseeker. Those are the two Victimize builds currently. I'll probably go Frigid Malice, Gotham. Did someone give you a massive amount of XP? I mean, I'm level 89. Farming Helltide, which is not great, but... I mean, the expectation at this point would be... something like 10, 12 to 15 minutes, maybe, per level. Or so. In Nightmare Dungeons, and I guess in Helltides... I don't know, maybe double that. So 20 minutes per level. I don't know, actually, I have not really paid attention. But, I mean, XP is just really fast these days. I guess I had a Whisper turn in and stuff like that. I made a MD Heartseeker version in the Andariel planner, you can check that if you want. You don't want to use Andariels in a Heartseeker build, but you can use Heartseeker in an Andariels build. Which is yeah, a little bit weaker than Puncture, but doable. Yeah, check the Andy planner. There's a setup in the bottom left. Good build to play with Andarius is just the Andy Rogue. I just talked about it. It's also linked in the YouTube description. Can I help you with an Echo of Andariel? Are you on hardcore? Is it a tormented? If yes, then yes, I will kill it. Although Echo of Andariel is gonna be kinda scuffed for a Flay Barb, I guess. With her disappearing in the different phases all the time. Although I can probably just bleed her up and one-shot her, right? Is she forced to do the phases? I think she does one phase forced, right? And the others you can skip. Exhaust Ring cannot work on Andariel build.
Forge awaits your return.
You know, I have to remember where's my Shaco. Maybe it's in the stash actually. The event is nearby, apparently. So I heard at least. No anti-stock testing? I'll do more anti-stock later. I was just like logged in to kind of get some stuff done here on a Necro slowly. It's kind of fun to farm with the anti-stock. Golden Pit push is terrible now. You're probably relying on the bugged Holy Bolts. Now you actually have to do the work yourself. Okay, what do you do here? Is it time for Flesh Eater? Is there like any good nodes anywhere? Hell no, holy shit. Guess you do this. I mean, if I go for the Flesh Eater, probably want to pop in from one of these sides. I don't know. For Frozen Orb, for Sorc I'll go Frozen Orb. Blizzard is really good for like leveling as well and stuff. And then I guess you can easily transition to a Frozen Orb from there, but they're both pretty powerful builds for Sorc standards. I think they're relatively close in the pit. Did you add me? MTZ? You should add me. I typed exclamation B tag. Else I can't join your party. Actually, I realized I never used this Blood Surge. I guess I can just equip them. I only have Edge Masters on my... Wonder how this looks like. Ah, actually this would be a way to use all the corpses nearby, which activates Flesh Eater, I just realized. Wait a minute. So we have 5 corpses. That's a lot of like extra explosions there. Look at this. And it seems like that it happens on the Echo, actually. And not the original cast. Which is very strange. What if I take this off? What if I take this? Ah, now it happens on the first cast. Interesting. But otherwise it's on the second cast. Look. How much damage does that do? 1,250. Wow. Nuts. I'd have to try this and see how much damage they actually do. Okay, I can type this again if you want. I'm gonna add me and see. We need to run Dial to be good. Lots of attack speed and lucky hits basically, and generic damage multipliers. Does anyone know if Edgemaster's aspect actually applies on minions? Industrial grade brick. Let's go. Hi Mippy, by the way. Get ready, guys. Probably Mippy preparing his final push setup. It's a whole YouTube video. Okay, let's check it out. I can chill in town for a sec. With 30 billion gold. 30 billion, what is this? Attack speed, crit lucky hit. That's a pretty juicy glove. That thing costs you 30 billion. Oh my god, what is that? Dude, you did not stack up the pity mechanic. Are you serious? Before an item like this. Oh no. Cut for a crit, 1 temper left. No cat patting. 55 cutthroat damage. And this was a perfect roll. Oh, good item. And at least you got 3 red crystals and 2... Wait, they actually consolidated this, right? What are they called? Baleful. Abstruse sigil. No, coding ward. 2 coding ward? How much do you get from one? It's a very expensive brick. Do we have like a gallery? Oh, nice. Abstruse sigil. 3 coding ward. 3 red crystal. Nuts. Okay.
Make the devils pay.
I need a brick wall gallery on Maxwell. I have like an item showcase channel on my Discord. Maybe I should make there like a brick channel. So that could be cool. We used to have the prime porks and the prime nulls in Diablo 3. Maybe we should make a brick channel. How does that sound? You can just scroll all day and laugh at people's misfortune. You guys know the word Schadenfreude? It's a very German thing. I love it.
My skill is unmatched.
It's the enjoyment in the misfortune and pain of other people. You have to add the price they paid for the items. Yeah. Perfect. Rob is saving his bricks, so when they fix it. When they fix what exactly? What? What is he saving them for? What does he know? I mean, Rob is doing a lot of strange things, but that is definitely one of the stranger ones I've heard. Speaking of Rob, is Seer still bugged? Was it ever? My belief currently is no and no. I don't think there's really something going on with Seer. We've done a relatively big session yesterday, and we got way below average outcomes. And I mean, that's not really a significant enough value to really determine this with 100% accuracy, but it definitely seems like there's nothing fishy going on to me. Besides the fact that it, like, Seer seems to just have one more item in the normal drop table. So you get, like, you know, slightly more legendaries and stuff. But outside of that, it doesn't really seem like there's anything going on with Seer. And it has like more Ubo drop rates or anything like that. So, at least from what I can sample so far. Hello, Nakolorib. Nakolorib. What's this here? Yeah, I know English also use Schadenfreude, but I guess it's not necessarily commonly known. I'm sure like how widespread that word is.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
I would agree it could be the reduction in Uber boss HP that makes it feel like he's dropping more. The reduction in Uber HP doesn't really have anything to do with that. You know, people go in and kill him in 10 seconds or in 8. I mean, who really cares at that point? You have access to more attempts per hour than before. I mean, the access to attempts was not necessarily locked to how fast you kill the boss, you know? The problem with doing bosses is the materials and not killing the boss. You know, getting the materials is the hard part. Killing the boss, you know, doesn't matter if it takes 10 seconds or 20 or 30. I mean, who cares? You know? Yeah, sure, if you go in and one-shot it, you can do it slightly faster, but you still need, like, you know, at least a minute per run just to, like, walk out, reset, sell your shit every time, whatever, right? So, I don't think the boss HP really plays a role there. I mean, apparently there's also a pity system that the Chinese have found that people use for tempering. It's just, like, the most ridiculous bullshit I've heard. And then apparently Lord Zia drops more mats. I mean, there could be, as I said, there could be something to it. Because he drops more legendaries than other bosses. But if there is anything to it, it will be a pretty small effect. And nothing really major. And I guess only really Blizzard knows if they look into the data or like look into the code or something. Unless we somehow assemble like a massive data set, which is feasible but unlikely to happen, I think. Because, I mean, who's gonna do, like, you know, hundreds of Zia runs or something at this point in the season anyway? When everyone already has done, like, hundreds of tormented bosses and has their Ubers and whatever. So... I don't have meow luck. Okay. This one flopping up a lot, yeah. Yeah, I think Zia drops like more items, but not more uniques and not more Ubers. So that's what I think is happening. I can actually just go and try it, you know, we can go and kill a normal Zia. Let's do it like 3 times, let's say. Let's just go and kill a normal Zia 3 times. And then I'll try and kill, I don't know, Varshan 3 times and Guigar 3 times, and we can just see how many items I drop. And then the map probably checks out. But then again, like, why do we really care about getting, like, you know, 3 or 4 or something like extra legendaries from tormented boss, right? Like, this is not a thing that you actually want to farm from tormented bosses. Yeah, sure, you get a bunch of legendaries, but you can get those way faster and easier without spending any materials, just running around on Helltide, like I had this chicken. So what's the point of getting, like, those 3 or 4 extra items from Zia? Like, that is not actual data, Cripsis. Sorry to say. Because no one knows how many bosses you have killed in those 1.5 hours. If you want to assemble a data set, we need How many kills? How many Ubers? That's what I need to know. I don't care how long it took you. Or when you got it. Or how many items you've gotten since release. Or anything like that. What we need is how many kills, how many Ubers. Big Thorn Shield. Where's my glove? Did I actually stash it? Old glove? Yeah, okay. I can come right now, MTZ, but you have not added me on the friend list, so I cannot join your party. And I already used the exclamation mark B tag command twice. I think I need to go up there, I guess. Where's my portal? I guess I disappeared. Tempering is not a gacha mechanic. Tempering is an RNG mechanic that has nothing to do with gacha. Gacha usually has, you know, good outcomes, bad outcomes, rare outcomes, legendary outcomes, you know. Tempering does not have that. There is no temper outcome that is like qualitatively better than any other temper outcome. There is no jackpot temper. Like, what kind of pity mechanic are you talking about? You know, everything is equal, you know. There is no legendary roll. There's no, you know, it just rolls one of the 4 options. That's it. This is it. This is it. Like, what kind of pity mechanic exists in tempering? How would that work? How does the game know? How do the developers know what stats we want? You know, they just put a bunch of random bullshit in all of those tempers and decided, yo, go. That's it. No one has thought about, is this actually a good stat or is this a bad stat that people actually want? You think there's a pity mechanic and Aerostorm is the best build. S+. Way above the rest. They can tweak the numbers whenever they want when the meta forms. Yeah, it's like, all these guys, man, they're playing Victimize, Heartseeker Rogue. Yeah, let's lower the chance to get vulnerable temper, man. Just to mess with them, you know? Fuck those guys. Playing meta builds. Yeah, okay. And they're just sitting there. Look at that mippy guy. Yeah, he bought a free GA glove for 30 billion. I'm gonna get my popcorn real quick. Because it has AI patterns. Even better. So it's not even just the crazy dev sitting there with his popcorn. They literally programmed an AI just to fuck with you, right? So that's what he's saying. Like, they went one step further. You know, they wanted to make sure that they never miss, you know, screwing over anyone. So they programmed an AI that adjusted temper outcomes on the fly based on what people are playing. It understands the meta. It knows we want vulnerable damage and we want crit damage for our barbs. Yeah. So we better treat that down. And the more people play Barb, the lower the chances are to get a crit damage temper, man. I knew it. It's genius. I will do the same, of course.
Arms for the light.
This is why Blizzard is ahead of the game, man. Top company.
Until next time.
Like, who else would think of that, you know? There's like a degree of creativity and foresight that no one else in the industry has, you know? Everyone is just lagging behind. You think Riot would think of this? Or Bethesda? Or Valve? They can't even buff unique damage by 50% correctly. Oof. Oh, that's true, actually. I need to get some ovals. The AI Fun Police, yeah, that's the one. Thanks, cat fat. You don't think it's not genius? It's common sense. For you, it's like mundane that they created this AI.
Well, there's
Because everyone is doing it.
hello. Not a bad pull, that. Too bad, friend.
So you're saying that they're actually not ahead of the game. They're just like playing the game as everyone else. This is how it works. Maybe the temper AI is checking adding your temper and check it has good stats for Barb and switches the Barb mode and gives the worst outcomes. Smile. Yeah, sure. You know what? I'm gonna straight up just ask Adam Fletcher about the temper AI and see what they say. How about that? But yeah, maybe it's like industry secret, trade secret, so they're probably not gonna give it away. The ingenious design. Six spawns, kappa. Can't break the NDA. The AI is picking the stats, it thinks it's the best, it's trained on what the devs think are the best stats in the game for your character. Yeah, so last time I checked, I was able to temper damage while fortified and blood damage, and both of these have lower values than damage to close enemies. That applies to all of my damage, including my minions. Now, if the devs really believe that these are the stats that I want for a Blood Surge build, then I think we are fine, actually. You know, I should be getting all the stuff I ever need, actually. So, nothing to worry about. I think Blizzard breaks the game on purpose with not having proper balance. No. I think they're just bad at balancing. You know. If I had to give an explanation, I would say they're just bad at balancing. That's the end of the story. And to be honest, there was a time when the balance in the game was actually relatively solid. You know, outside of the fact that a lot of stuff was bugged. If there were like no bugs in the game, let's say Season 0, Season 1, even Season 2, I'd say the balance of the game would have been relatively decent. It's just that, you know, especially with Season 2, they started introducing all these crazy uniques, made overpower ridiculous, blah 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 blah. And then came Season 3, kind of same story as Season 2. And now comes Season 4, where, you know, it implemented a lot of like really asymmetrical benefits for all the builds and all the classes, right? Like some builds get a chance to cast twice temper and many builds don't, right? And every build that does not get a chance to cast twice temper is just going to be weaker in comparison compared to before without any other changes. And since most other things didn't get any changes outside of like the generic, okay, everyone gets tempers now, blah blah blah, you know, every build that cannot cast twice is weaker than, you know, basically any melee build is weaker than range builds compared to the past, you know. But it's like, this is like painfully obvious, right? Like it makes perfect sense. If you look at what tempers you can get, and the temper is like literally doubling your damage for range builds, but doing nothing for melee builds, yeah, of course, range builds are suddenly twice as good. So that's not rocket science, right? They just didn't make any good options for all these builds. Barb has 4 weapons, how do you want to balance that? But I mean, if you carefully stack them on top of each other, I mean, there are some big pros of balance that can actually do that with like any object in the game. I've seen some guy who was balancing like a table and then an object on the table and then all of it on like one leg of the table. And it looked pretty badass actually. But, I mean, if you're talking about barbs, like, people always focus on the weapons that barbs have. And I absolutely disagree that this is the reason why barbs are imbalanced. I mean, it is part of how it happens, but it's not barbs have 4 weapons, ergo they are imbalanced. It's easy to balance around the 4 weapons, Blizzard is just not doing it. I think that's the bigger problem, just ignoring that barbs have 4 weapons. You know, and they're giving them the same tempers, they're giving them the same power legendary aspects, you know, the same key passives, the same whatever, you know, as other classes. And that does make sense, you know. It's not that Barbs has 4 weapons, this makes them imbalanced. It's that they have 4 weapons and they're not balancing around that. That's the problem, you know. You can balance around it, it wouldn't be that hard. You just lower the glyphs, you lower the key passives, you lower, you know, whatever you want. You know, legendary Paragon nodes, you lower the class-specific aspects. Like, you know, for example, there is the Hoda legendary aspect, right? That gives Hoda like the quake and makes it larger. Why does this aspect also have a damage buff? Or why could that damage buff not just be smaller? Right? Why could unconstrained passive not just give you 50% berserking bonus instead of 100%? Why could, you know, gushing wounds not give you, you know, 10 times more, sorry, 100 times more damage than other key passes? You know, why is it not just, I don't know, the same as other key passes, for example, right? This is why Barb is imbalanced. This is not because they have 4 weapons. It's just because they put the same numbers on everything, and then Barbs have 4 weapons, and of course, then they will be imbalanced. Because they get the same benefit with more options. Yeah, exactly. They're treating the Barbs as if they didn't have 4 weapons, and they're just ignoring the fact they have 4 weapons. That's the problem. It's not that Barbs have 4 weapons that makes them imbalanced. It's just that they consequently ignore that fact. And just don't do anything about it. There's nothing inherently imbalanced about having 4 weapons and access to more stats and more aspects. If you change, I mean, they have like 1,000 little turns, you know, 1,000 little knobs they can turn to balance out the classes, and they don't do it. That's the problem. It's not the 4 weapons. The character has 2 hands and 2 feet, 1 weapon for each. Yeah, if they introduce Monk, they're gonna have feet weapon slots, watch out. Oh shit, 2 minutes left, I need to start doing stuff. Rather than nerf barbs, boost the other classes' capabilities. Yeah, sure, I really love the idea that whenever I reach level 25 on any build, I will suddenly be like 20 times stronger. Because I select a key passive. I think this is what we should do. Just like take 20 key passes in the game from all the classes and just like give them 2 extra zeros. And then we're all on the Barb level. Sounds reasonable. Shit, if I actually opened all this stuff here. There's nothing to open. Yeah, I mean, I just hear the same stuff every day, like, oh, buff all our classes to be on the level of the Barbs. No, this is, I mean, look at what has become of the game already, right? Look at how we are, like, one-shotting. Like, they literally just made tormented bosses, and we're already at the point where we are one-shotting these tormented bosses. Again, you know? Like, this was the solution to one-shotting bosses all day, right? Tormented bosses. Hey, they have a challenge, they have more HP, and they, you know, actually do stuff. Well, it turns out we just one-shot them anyway, and now people are saying, oh, just buff everything to Barb level. Like, what? Why? You know? Are they gonna make the ultra tormented bosses after that? Or what? Like, what's the point? Nice, I dodged. He did not interrupt me. Make them level 500 bosses. Let's go. How far are we? The ultra mega giga tormented with extra spice bosses. Just add more zeros to everything. If I want to add more zeros to everything, I can play Diablo 3. In fact, I think with the pace that we're going right now, I mean, this is season 4, right? At the pace that we're going right now, we're probably gonna surpass Diablo 3 numbers in the first expansion if they don't do like any kind of like, you know, hitting the brakes a little bit. I mean, realistically, I think it's not too bad that power creep is kind of running rampant currently. Because the expansion is coming. But it is bad if the expansion comes out and they do not mega nerf everything into the ground. Like, you know, they have to like just lower the numbers in general on a lot of stuff. And the good thing is when the expansion comes, then no one will be bothered by that, right? No one will cry, oh, I'm nerfed, I'm doing less damage than this and whatever, right? Because the expansion is like a brave new world. And there's always a time where you can just like readjust the entire game to like a new baseline. Because currently everyone is just like, okay, like, you know, I am feeling stronger than last season and I'm feeling weaker than last season, or I'm feeling weaker than this class or whatever, right? But when the expansion comes out, we don't have any expectation of what the power level is, right? Because no one has played the expansion. No one knows how strong we're going to be, how fast and how slow we're going to be and whatever, right? What is the baseline of difficulty? Because no one knows anything about it. So there's no expectation of anything. We don't know if 10 million damage is going to be good or 100 million damage or 1 billion damage, right? So you can just put the baseline of balance to whatever you want when the expansion comes out. And no one will cry about it. So that's the big advantage of releasing an expansion instead of releasing a season. Because if you take the season 5, and let's say you make everything like I don't know, divided by 10, let's say, right? Or everything divided by 100 even, right? So like our billion damage goes down to 10 million, our 10 million goes down to 100k. Yeah, people would be crying, right? But in expansion you can do that, no problem, and no one would cry about it. So this is like really what they should be doing, I think. Like for now, okay, season 5, sure, if stuff gets a bit out of control, it's like last season before the expansion, who cares? You know, just nerf the biggest outliers, you know, fix the bugs, nerf gushing wounds, fix shatter, fix victimize, and you know, make some cool new stuff, and there you go, boom, good season. But when season 6 comes out with the expansion, then this is where, you know, they really have to do something, I believe, to like rebalance the overall, you know, meta, I guess, and the overall like numbers. 2,000 left, almost there. Okay, let's do it. Let's get ready. Yeah, stat squish would definitely be a good idea, I think, in the expansion. Like, all these, like, it's also, like, it's just kind of, like, annoying. Like, I'm looking at these items here, right? And it says, you know, 102% golden. It's not even masterwork, right? It's, like, a shitty number. You can have, like, items that say, like, plus 300% this or that, plus 200% this or that, you know? And you have those on, like, 7 different items. Like, why do we need, like, plus 200% damage on an item? Like, who even does the math behind this, right? Who even understands the math behind this to see that, hey, does this 200% damage actually give me anything close to 200% damage? No, of course it does not, right? It's like all of additive damage. And you have to calculate together like thousands and thousands of additive damage to even understand how much does this item add to your build, right? And even though it's all about relative increases and relative decreases and relative power, like it's still, like, it kind of sucks to have these large numbers. It's like way nicer when, you know, we have way smaller numbers on these items. So I get like, you know, like maybe my additive total is like 200% and not 2000% in the expansion, let's say, right? And I get an item that says like, you know, plus 10% damage, and I will actually feel that 10% damage because my additive damage is not blown up to infinity, right? I would appreciate that a lot more than what we have currently. Oh, whoops. Okay. Where's the outside? Druids don't need adjustments for Season 5. I generally agree with that, actually. I think Druids are okay. I think the biggest problem that is right now for Druids is the Shepherd's aspect. And if they just kind of like nerf everything to Druid level, that would be excellent, I think. Druid is kind of like the best balanced class right now, both inside the class and across the entire game, I think. Like, this is where the classes would feel good, I think. If they just get everything on Druid level. Thanks, LEL. Appreciate us up. Non-expansion players, 7 trillion DPS. Expansion players, 7,000 DPS. Lol. I mean, of course, you know, the expansion rebalance will affect the entire game, not just the people that play the expansion, right? So there's not going to be like a separate version of the game where people are going to be ridiculously OP when they play Eternal, and then the expansion where people are going to be nerfed, right? So they're going to, like, you know, rebalance the numbers on aspects, on glyphs, on the skills themselves, right? Like the skills also have damage values on their tooltip, right? So this can also be lowered, for example, or whatever, right? So there's like many avenues to just like bring down numbers and whatever. I was talking about the internet. Oh, we have been enjoying Season 4 quite a lot, yeah. We're just talking about how amazing everything is. Yeah, the damage inflation in D4 is going at a ridiculous pace. And I actually had faith in them that they would not do what they did in Diablo 3. But little did I know that this is 2024, and here we go faster than Diablo 3. The march of progress, some call it. Number go big. Dopamine gets released. He's still running out of a petting zoo playing Pulverize. Yeah, I mean, Shepherd's aspect is definitely something that needs to change. Like Barb pre-shouts without the shouts. Yeah, the thing is that the 3 Barb shouts actually do something, right? And they're actual choices. You don't need to have 3 shouts to make a functional Barb, right? And to like have good DPS as a Barb or something. You know, shouts are pretty effective, and they do a lot of nice stuff for you. But no build really requires shouts necessarily, outside of like Twister Barb, let's say, right? If you play with the double swing stuff or whatever. So. For like druids to really deal good damage, you need to run shepherds, because it's just like a really powerful aspect. And it even goes so far that people run shepherds aspect without stampede, because they can't fit stampede, and they run shepherds anyway, because it's just like the next best damage increase. And then like the random, I don't know, hurricane and I don't know, cyclone armor that they could have put on a bar is just not really doing enough to be worth the slot. There's also like a problem with just like druid ults being kind of shit. Like Petrify literally doesn't even work for Windshear, for example. And the other 2 ultimates are just like, down in the gutter. Actually 3 ultimates, right? But Druid has a lot of ultimates and they're all kind of shit right now. So if those were better balanced, then there would be maybe some other meta as well, where you could maybe run some other skills on your bar. And all of the basic attacks don't really do much for Druids, so people just go without the basic attacks most of the time. Unless it's like maybe for like high pits, where you can like proc might aspect and quick shift all the time. And it's like a general lack of like synergistic spells you can put into Druid builds. And it's not like a Sorc where you just run like 3 or 4 defensive skills and you're chilling. And then you just press buttons. Like Druid doesn't need to press those buttons, because they don't really have any buttons that do anything. There's no ice armor, and there's no flame shield, and there's no teleport. Like, what do you want to press on Druid, right? It's like all these like hurricanes and cyclone armor. Like, you literally do not even want to press cyclone armor, right? You can put it on your bar, and you're actively, making your life harder when you press the button. So, why is that a thing? It's the same when you accidentally misclick on the wolf when you play a shepherd's build. Like, you're just wasting, your DPS. It's great. Because there's no effect attached to any of those skills, right? Wolves is literally just like a damage skill. And if you don't invest into the wolf, I mean, there is actually a wolf build, right? But a lot of builds just run the wolves anyway, it's because of shepherds. And you accidentally press wolf and it's gonna feel bad. Like, at least they could give these skills a bit of an effect that actually does something, but none of it does anything. I guess the closest here is Poison Creeper, that actually applies poison, which is helpful for some builds. I guess the only build that comes to mind right now is actually Pulverize here, because all the other builds just poison anyway, kind of by default. All the wolf builds and stuff, so... Second skill bar would be amazing. I mean, if the game was built differently, I could agree with that. But with the way that the game works, with like, paragons, legendary aspects, the tempers now, like, we are hyper specializing into certain setups. And if anything, maybe they can give you something like a weapon swap or like a, one skill swap or something. But realistically, we have way too few skills in the game for like a second skill bar to function, and like, it's not like we have like 17 different lightning spells to choose from when we play a Sorc. We have 2. right? Maybe 3 if you include ball lightning. So it's not like you can do like a large, you know, array of like different combinations to actually make something like a second skill bar work with like somewhat synergistic passives where you have lightning damage here and lightning damage there, and then you just choose 2 of the skills and you have fun. Like, that's not how the game works. And I mean, I've actually brought this topic up with Adam Jackson at some point, and I was like, hey, you just killed all of the double core skill builds, and even killed stuff like Fireball, Meteor, and whatever in this patch with like Tempers, because you just like hyper specialize into one thing now, and there's no option to specialize into multiple things. So, you know, fix please. And I mean, let's see what they will do. I guess at some point you're gonna get, you know, I mean, there would be ways to fix that, right? They could do stuff like chance to cast your ranged core skills twice instead of just barrage and pen shot and you know, whatever, right? So there could be like this jackpot temper, like we were talking about pity system earlier, right? There could be a jackpot temper that actually does everything, or maybe it does everything but maybe slightly lower value, right? Maybe rapid fire goes to 35 and all core skills goes only to 32 or something, right? But at least it would give people the option to kind of like scale both at the same time and do something like a pen RF again or something like that, which right now is like unthinkable. You have uniques that work for only specific slots or for specific skills. We have tempers, we have legendary nodes, we have to invest those skill points. Like there's just way too many obstacles now to make something like a Flurry RF or a Pen RF or a Fireball Meteor build even work at all. And we're kind of just moving further and further away with every patch from doing that, because they introduce more uniques that only buff one skill and don't buff multiple skills. And they're introducing more tempers that only buff one skill and not multiple skills. And in the current meta, it's like unthinkable to play Flurry RF, because they keep hyper specializing everything. Like, look at Sorcs, man. It's 1 year after release and we still have no key passive that would allow you to combine 2 different elements. That's insane. That definitely goes into a list of this should be in the expansion at the very minimum. I guess the closest to that is Shatter, or well, we can talk about Veers and Isus, but that's both just because they're bugged. It's just by accident. Get them, boys! Okay. I need a bit more single target damage at this point. These Hellborn live too long. Should open some chests. You can change the temper that the masterwork hit, yes. As long as there's tempers, you don't lose anything either, you can just change it. And it will keep the upgrades and stuff. I mean, usually temper before your masterwork, but I guess there may be cases where you might want to try your luck and swap something. Or try your luck and try to temper a higher number or something. I do that occasionally when I find an upgrade and I already have a backup item. I just go back to something I already had and try to get it higher. Ah, we're done. Guess, run stuff in here. I guess I go on Sorc now, guys. Andy, Sorc time. Let's open a few boxes. Actually, I can do this one. After I buffed Shatter and Flay 8 times in the mid-season patch. I mean, Shatter is just bugged to shit. This is why it's actually so powerful. So maybe they were just not aware that Shatter is so bugged. I mean, Shatter is not a crazy good key passer, right? It was not really used much in the past. It was only used for AOZ, and now again, because it has like this insane high roll potential. So if you go for like something like a push against like very tanky monsters, and you pile up like, you know, 10 elites together and then go kaboom, yeah, it's pretty busted. And then, you know, combine this with like the double dip and voila, you have like some pretty serious damage output. I think it's fine buffing Shatter. Realistically, I would like to rework Shatter to like something that is not absolutely useless on the boss, which is where you need damage the most, especially as a Sorc. And then fix that bug. That would be kind of nice as well, I think. Killbot. I like that name. Thanks, what's up? Can Dooming and working on Darius. You could do it if you want to be more tanky, but it's not really an optimal choice. Silent Sorc have really good builds due to bugs. Yeah, Sorcs in general are just kind of like slightly undertuned, I guess, compared to the other classes right now. I mean, I think the main problem that Sorcs have is like similar to the Rogues, they just don't have boss damage. Because they rely so much on staggering bosses. And then you go to the pit and you just like can't deal damage until you stagger. So that's like really the main issue, I think. This bit is 190. How about I do this? Does that 90 elements actually drop when they hit you while you have a barrier up? I'd be kind of curious about this. I want to test this real quick. Oh, Skylan, thanks for the prime. Hi, Dord. If you're being real here, PoE is a better game when it comes to skills and customization. You can be anything in PoE, where D4 is a meta game. I wouldn't really say that. The thing is that people... I mean, okay, the PoE 1 is like a very developed game, right? It's like a decade old and, you know, content creators have been established and, you know, everything. So if you look at like what people are actually playing in PoE, it's actually a lot of the same builds, right? Like the meta is actually way more narrow on PoE if you look at the good builds than it is in D4, funny enough. The thing is, in D4 you can be successful with like any random trash build. And in PoE you cannot. You can play a lot of random trash builds, but you cannot really be successful with a lot of random trash builds in PoE, I think, compared to Diablo 4. Like if you compare like the actual, like, you know, farming efficiency or, you know, the outcomes or like, you know, taking down bosses and stuff like that. So that is not really happening. And a lot of people actually do play the same builds in PoE, despite it being like a much more sandboxy game, which is kind of ironic. Okay, good to know. What about with flame shield? Okay. They didn't say when the PDR is coming yet. Same problem with Druid, except Druid does no damage in general. I don't know, I've seen Boiler carry 4-man Tormented Duriel parties and taking down Duriel in like 10 seconds with Wind Shear. That doesn't seem like no damage to me. I don't think that anyone who clears 130 has to be sad about the build being underwhelming. I think so far we have like 2 or 3 Druid builds that have already cleared like beyond 130. And a bunch of others that are really close to that. We'll play Yuna's Epoch Cycle, yeah. Going for world first pinnacle bosses. Yeah, 133 on wind. That's pretty good. I think I might do a pull push or end of season push. That'd be fun. Actually, like almost full clearing in the first floor, man. This map. Andy's is fixed, yeah? This is Andy's Sorc. Beautiful. Oh. What happened here? Wait a minute. How did that happen? I was just wondering, like, what? Respec? Did I respec and I never put any enchant? Wait, did I never put any enchantments in there? Like, the entire time? I don't think I had a Shaco on this for a long time. It was maybe since the respec. I had some. I was testing on a dummy. I don't think I would have removed this here. I was testing on a dummy with Frozen. This was the other character, man. I had my Frozen Orb Sorc, but I tested on a dummy. Well, let's see what happens. Okay. Because my Unstable Currents cooldown always felt pretty long. I was kind of surprised about it. Thanks, Rolls. Didn't get a controller. Might be nice for Elden Ring DLC. Now we're gonna play Elden Ring with mouse and keyboard. It's fun. I do have a controller, but I don't want to buy another one. And the other one I have is in Athens right now, so we're gonna play it with mouse and keyboard. I mean, there's like no chance in hell that I would be better with a controller anyway, so yeah, it would be cool and convenient and, you know, whatever. So we are playing Elden Ring with mouse and keyboard. I guess we could check my VOD and see where I'm at with my Conjuration Mastery procs. Dude, we're gonna run out of monsters so hard in this map because I skipped a lot, I think, in Floor 1. But let's see. Spends 3 hours on Dark Dying with multiple calculators. Yeah, I wonder what happened. Because I don't remember respecing this character after I spec Chain Lightning. So I might have just played this the entire time without selecting enchants. I guess we can go to a higher tier and see. I was just doing the same tier again. Let's see, first of all, if you notice any difference on the boss. Should be a bit noticeable with the faster cooldowns and everything. The more Conjuration Mastery procs. Seven Conjuration Mastery, by the way. Shroud is a mod that makes mouse and keyboard better. I didn't have any issues playing with mouse and keyboard on Elden Ring anyway. Like, a lot of people told me, like, yeah, it's Elden Ring on mouse and keyboard, lol, are you insane, this is hard mode. But I never really understood what they meant exactly. I guess maybe because I didn't try it with controller. But I cannot possibly fathom how I would be better off playing with a controller compared to mouse and keyboard. So maybe I'm just gonna enjoy my ignorance. Ignorance is bliss, they say. You know, it's the same as you just play a Heartseeker rogue, you don't know, Victimize is bugged, you know. You just enjoy. You don't have to know. Oh, very nice. We actually keep our Tarasha stacks through the zone transition because of the poison ticking, I just noticed. So I don't actually really have to activate Flame Shield when I don't want to. Just kind of a nice perk. Norpa's gonna write a guide on this. I doubt I can convince him for that. I mean, I already told him he should write an incinerate guide. I mean, if I could do like hundreds at this pace, then this would be cool. But we can't do that currently. And I mean, once I min-max this more, maybe we're gonna get kinda there. Okay. Almost a single stagger kill, actually. Actually, it is. Look. He's gonna dot to death from the rest. Kind of. But was kind of squishy boss though. He sold 1000 blood and 700 Stygian stones on trade for nearly gold cap. Why do I have 700 Stygian stones? First of all. Not botting, that's for sure. And certainly not looping. Would let melee rogues opt for shield or polearm in place of bow at the cost of not being able to use marksman skills. That would be kind of funny if you could actually equip like two-handed melee weapons as a rogue. That's actually a fantasy I had for the longest time in WoW. Like, you know, a two-handed rogue. You know, ever since I saw that Longfogger video, like the exploration video. Oh, what was the name of it? Where he modded his two-handed sword on his back and as a rogue with a Bloodfang set. Man, I always dreamt of the idea of having a two-handed sword or like two-handed rogue in WoW. Maybe it's gonna come true here. I guess it's gonna be called Spiritborn, but you know. Oh, incarnation. All your friends in the clan quit and they have 700 stones, man. That's a lot of people giving you stones, holy shit. Especially since you say you took a break. So this was pre-buff, basically. Because the buff has been out for like, what, 1.5 weeks now? Hello. How's it going? And she's gone. I mean, I like that Lightning Spear can proc the Enquiries as well. Like, you know, like 3 screens ahead around the corner somewhere, Lightning Spear hits something, and stuff just starts melting from the proc. That's kind of cool. Actually doing pretty consistent 2 minutes right now to the boss. So we're just gonna go to whatever tier we can do with with 2 staggers, maybe 3 staggers. Maybe I'm gonna go for 3 stagger kill. It's already looking like a kinda slow one though. Yeah, but my cooldown is way faster now. I'm pretty sure I had no enchants the entire time. Like my unstable currents cooldown and stuff from the ice blaze. I can actually check, because we played this yesterday night. Let me see. So we can compare. Was it this? This was like frozen testing. Here's like Andarius testing. So let's see a boss fight. Actually 9 dungeons. Okay, it's an 80. I do not see my stacks, unfortunately. Of Conservation Mastery. It's unfortunate. Let's try this one. Is this Conservation Mastery? No, this is something else. It's Protection or something. Or I don't know what. Or is this, I think this is Mana Shield. Right? Yeah, it looks like Mana Shield. You don't see the Conservation Mastery stacks. Because I had the Helltide buff, man. Helltide buff is ruining it. Here's 2 stacks I saw. But it disappeared again. Okay, so I can't really tell. I guess I can tell from the damage. You had some 85 bosses there. So let's see that 80. 1 stagger, 2 staggers for Scourge in the Land, which is a kind of squishy boss. Slither's a pretty tanky boss, that's 85. I think he did 3 staggers already. This was 1, this was 2, this was 3 basically, so. And then we did a 90, that was pretty long. And now we're easily going up. I'm pretty sure I had no enchantments the entire time.
My hammer sings on your return.
2 elemental dominance. That's not really what I need. Don't need any staffs. Necros can't use staffs, and I'm not gonna play any other Sorc build anymore, besides Ball Lightning at some point. So we're gonna vendor these, I guess.
Fine indeed.
Currently farming 101s, completed 110 with Andys and Esadoras. And what? Like this build or what?
Hello? Hello? Well. Hello, shame that.
What is an Esadoras doing here? The Iceblade enchant timer. True, we have like a buff on the bar, right? When you press. Okay. Right, I do want Ice Blades, right? This is probably what I want. Let me just double check that from the planner, but I think I did Ice Blades. Darius Sorc. Okay. Well, that's a lot of free damage detected, guys. That's kind of cool. Let's go 88. Chain lightning, lots of crackling, very similar build, okay. If you're distant and can miss a target and just waste it? Really? I didn't know that. Now comes an interesting question. What if you just put... Wait a minute. Okay, so what if you play the same build, but instead of a chain lightning enchant, we put a frozen orb enchant, and then we equip the winter orb. You're gonna get a lot of conjurations. Get the hydras as well, and get a conjuration master. It might actually be better. And I just like randomly cast these extra conjurations all the time and the frozen orbs. Should try that. It could be funny. So I was like trying to explore some kind of like hybrid between the two yesterday. Or just like how would we play frozen orb with Andariels, which is probably an option as well. Because we don't need vulnerable, right? We make everything vulnerable. If you have this frozen up stuff, there's not really a point in that. Now another question is, do we need to cast frozen orb to actually proc conjurations? We might have to cast them to actually proc them, I'm not sure about that. I'm still doing 2 minutes to the boss, yeah, it's kinda nice. Oh, Daniel, holy shit. I think that extends season 4. Oh. You need to come in here for some food. Honey. Yes. Looks like a very nice pizza that he cooked there. We just got a really big donation from Daniel. I was just about to read that. Can you say thank you, Daniel? Yeah, he just sponsored our.
Thank you, Daniel, for the pizza.
Thank you, man. Okay, so will they extend season 4? No, they have already given us the end date for season 4, which is the 6th of August. And what will happen later? Well, I cannot really objectively talk about that.
Try to chat.
Okay. Here you go. Thank you.
It's from La Casa,
Mm-hmm.
the restaurant we usually go with the swimming pool.
Yeah, I know. Nice. I just realized that yesterday when I was trying out this fancy new Andariel's sorcerer build with chain lightning, I just opened my skill window and I saw that these two things were completely empty.
Ah, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it has happened to me too.
Yeah. It's so nice when you just find like
Such a
5.
unique move.
Yes. It's very nice when you just find like 5 tiers of extra power for free.
Now you have unlimited power.
Unlimited power, yeah. Look at all these chain
Oh,
lightnings.
look at all these gifts. Thank you.
Oh, I'll dream. 10 subgifts, yes. And
So
Sorb.
many pizzas.
How did I say that? Thanks for the prime. How would you pronounce this? Sorb 9 I don't know. Is this lead speak, but I'm not sure which letter.
Zauberer.
Zauberer?
Zauberer.
Is it like an E? It could be like an E.
Yeah. Zauberer.
She plays too, but not right now. Are you gonna continue when you're back?
Yeah.
You're gonna take down Lilith and Andariel?
Hopefully.
Are you gonna make an alt? Are you gonna make an alt?
I have another 2 alts.
Alright, you started a Sorc and a Rogue, yes. You're gonna play one of those?
I think one is level 70 and the other is like 35.
I actually just found a pretty good neck for this build.
Is the bonus over now from the goblin thingy they buffed?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, look at this. He just fucking donated 200 bucks.
What?
Yes. Daniel,
Wow.
get
thank
more
you.
pizza.
Yeah. We're gonna have the whole pizza house.
What the fuck, man? Thank you, dude.
Thank you. Have a slice.
How fat do you want us to be? Yes. Yeah.
Woody doesn't have such issues.
We are all coming. Yeah, we can do a WoodyCon pizza for everyone. Okay, let me try it. I might need some paper actually. I think I have to get some water actually as well. Because I had... Ah, you brought some, okay.
Bye, dude. Okay. Thank you. That's nice.
Still very hot.
It's a very nice sauce. More cheese.
Pizza party is the best team building event. Yeah, when can we get cucumber pizza?
Can I have that beef? By the way, you want to try mine too?
You got another one. What is
A
that?
small one for me as well.
With what?
Yeah. Am I not allowed to?
Of course. WoodyCon in Köln. Oh, and Robert joined as a member. Thank you, man.
Look, mine has an egg too. Okay, guys. Who do you think has the best pizza? Me or Woody?
She's asking after she ordered for both of us.
Yeah. Need some fresh pepper.
What kind do you live in to eat that early? Well, it's 6:42 p.m. here. It's a good time to eat.
Yeah. And we had breakfast like 9 hours ago.
Yeah. I went out for breakfast earlier. Thank you, Daniel. Pizza guy guilted me into it. Anytime is pizza time.
Wanna try?
Okay. What is this? Egg and mushroom?
And sour cream.
Sour cream.
Bacon. Some more.
Not bad.
Black pepper.
I think I have to try to roll this neck here. Seems pretty nice. If I hit glass cannon on this, it's gonna be GG. Doesn't have movement speed. I'm gonna miss the movement speed, but that's a lot of damage. Yeah, maximum resource is not anything that any build really wants, right? Maybe Bone Spirit, right? Would you want to run this on Bone Spirit? Bone Spear? Yeah, but Bone Spear doesn't need a lucky hit. And neither does Bone Spirit, I guess. So in both cases you would roll off. Like here I would roll off the resource, and for Bone Spirit and stuff I would probably roll off the lucky hit. I guess it's not terrible to have some lucky hit, but not really what you want. Barb Hoda with int. The monetary difference is really if Daniel were to give memberships instead of straight cash. I'm not sure about YouTube actually. If YouTube takes a cut from the subs. I think they also take a cut from the subs, but it's like less than on Twitch, I think. Although on Twitch I do have the, it's called Partner Plus. So if you're like a large enough streamer with enough subs, then you have Partner Plus and you get 70% instead of 50. And I think I also get 70 on YouTube. And for the donors, I think that is like straight 1-to-1 basically, minus maybe some fee. And it's the same on Twitch as well. If you donate on Twitch, that's like 1-to-1 minus a fee maybe. Or the bits as well. Like Twitch doesn't take from those, I think. I think when you buy bits on Twitch, you're already paying like some extra to Twitch basically. So they don't take it again from the streamer. $95.5 on cake. That's pretty nice. You donate memberships on Twitch. Yeah, as I said, like, if you want to gift memberships on YouTube versus subs on Twitch, I think it should be pretty much the same for me right now. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, for subs and for memberships, I think both platforms take a cut. For donations, usually they don't take a cut. Or like the super chat on YouTube. And bits are also basically a 1-to-1. You have to get a partner to do 70-30 on Twitch. No, it's not just partner. Like, you have to be partner plus. It's like some extra special thing where I think you need to have 3 months consecutive of 350 plus subs that are not gifted to become a partner plus member. And then you get like 1 year of partner plus where you get a 70-30. I think that's how it works. So we have reached that. I have a lot of subs on Twitch. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to get in there actually. like the stream if you enjoy pizza content. Yeah, I'll continue shortly, guys. Just gonna have like one more slice or so. Just chilling. The dear Watson. Okay. Thank you, Daniel, man. Appreciate that. Am I living well up the stream? Yeah, I mean, streamer of my size, you know, you don't have really anything to worry about. Outside of like Twitch just exploding someday, maybe. You know, that might happen. And then it's kind of like, okay, I would like to have a bit of like backup, let's say. Because I never know what will happen. But, yeah. At this size that I am, I'm doing pretty well, I'd say. Like, you know, I don't have to like worry right now about the future. If you're like a stronger streamer, let's say you have like a quarter of my size or a third, and it's always like, you know, kind of on the edge, like, okay, it's working out, but it's not going to be like comfortable, I'd say, to the point where you know that this can fuel the rest of your career or something like that. Oh, holy shit, man. 50 subgroups. Okay, this is the same guy who just donated us 200. Actually, 300. He did 99 and then 199 on YouTube. He's Daniel. And now the dear Watson on Twitch. Thank you, dude. 50 subgroups. Holy shit. And some bits from Marex. Appreciate that too. But yeah, to finish that thought about streaming, I think if you have like a pretty consistent viewer base of like 500-ish viewers, you can start thinking about living off Twitch. Now, the thing is that 500 viewers is not the same 500 viewers for everyone, you know? Like, some people get a lot of donations, a lot of sub gifts, some, you know, certain people, like, some people are just like much more liked by, you know, certain whales and these kind of things, so at 500 viewers, you are small enough for like, you know, 1 or 2 really big donators to make a huge difference. I guess this also applies a lot to like female streamers especially. But yeah, it really depends down on like you know, how much does the fan base really support you. Also, like, for example, how long have you been on the platform already? Like in my case, I've been on Twitch for like a decade, right? So I have a large following and not necessarily many viewers for my following compared to other people. You know, if you look at Barricade, for example, Barricade has like, I don't know, 1/10 of my followers. And, I don't know, a quarter, a third or so of my live viewers. So he has a relatively large live audience for a relatively small viewer base. Fan base, basically, or like a follower base. Yeah. So the ratio between followers and viewers is also different for every streamer. And if you have like 500 viewers with like a really large following like me, then it probably means that a lot of people have kind of like stopped having interest in you, you know, because I've been here for a decade, of course, you know. I've been playing Diablo 3, now I'm playing Diablo 4, and, you know, people kind of like drop in and out all the time and stuff like that. So that's also kind of like, is something to consider here. But yeah, I would say like 500 plus consistent viewers is kind of like a point where you have an income that it can work with, let's say. Then it depends on like, of course, like how much are the living expenses, like, you know, how many subs do you get, how many donations do you get, what do you do with that money? Like, I'm someone who's like very resourceful. I don't really spend money, for example, you know, I'm just trying to save up right now, you know, maybe to buy a house at some point and these kind of things. So, you know, I'm not really living a big life, so to say, with money I earn currently. You know, it's like all kind of just like saving up and stuff like that. And just having like a backup as well. If something goes wrong, you know, I might get sick. I might, you know, lose my mojo when it comes to Diablo. Who knows, right? You know, maybe at some point I'm gonna be a dad of 27 children with 7 wives. Let's see what Nini says about that. But, you know, who knows, right? Old, exactly. So and the thing is also for me that I have relatively high income, I guess, for my viewers, because I stream a lot as well, right? I do a lot. I have a very high Twitch uptime. you know, every day right now, like season start months at least, I stream like at least 10 hours a day, I guess. There was like one exception maybe. My average is probably more like 11 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours even in like the first 3 weeks or so. So I take no holidays basically, outside of like sometimes, you know, a few days with Nini or something. But I have no weekends. You know, every day I'm here. So there's also like other streamers, you know, they have like their 3 days a week and they're there at a certain schedule. Or, you know, they take a weekends off or whatever, right? So there's also plays a role into like how much you earn. And you can't just say, okay, this guy has 500 viewers and he's earning enough, or this guy has 1,000 viewers, he's going to be rich, or something like that. The uptime also is really important for that. Also, how many ads are you running? Yeah, I'm saying it as I'm playing an ad break right now. I mean, this is automatic, but ads obviously matters. So, you know, some people play, you know, 5 minutes an hour. Some people play 7 minutes an hour. Some people play 10 minutes an hour, right? Like, some people have ridiculous amount of ads. And the ads are really the big moneymaker, I guess. So, it's very tempting to just go for a lot of ads when you have large viewer base, because, well, you can get a lot of money. At least from my perspective, the ads are the main source, actually. Like, I do get a lot of subs, I get donations and stuff, and I'm very thankful for that. But most of the money still comes from the ads, after all. So that's kind of like where it's at least with my stream uptime. As I said, you know, I have a very high stream uptime, and the more longer you stream, the more ads you run, and then the more money you gain from those ads, of course. So how much time do I put into my job that's not live? Well, I mean, the other two main things I do, I guess, outside of streaming is YouTube. So I have like a pretty consistent schedule of roughly 2 videos a day, which is quite a lot for most channels, I guess. Most people don't have anything close to that kind of upload frequency. I have the advantage that my YouTube videos are somewhat like low effort, I guess. You know, mostly just me and a cam and a planner or something like that, right? Because I have a lot of like just knowledge that I transfer into words in a video, and I have like some recording that I show, and you know, the kind of stuff that I kind of just accumulate on the fly from playing the game. So it kind of makes it easy for me to make YouTube videos based on, you know, just like the other stuff I already do with streaming. So that makes it not so problematic as some other YouTubers that, you know, literally spend like video or something. Oh my god, what's going on? Wait, did we just DC? Me connection successful. Okay. Hello guys. We are so back. Yeah, it's kind of funny about those disconnects. Like, this happens sometimes, that just the internet kind of like has a problem here. But like, I see the chat almost without interruption. There's like maybe a few seconds that's gone, but then it takes like a minute or two for Twitch to reconnect. It's kind of weird. Like my pizza with pineapple or barbecue sauce. So if I have to choose between those two, absolutely pineapple. Like barbecue on pizza, nah. Okay, one more slice, guys. Good pizza. What's my backup plan if the streaming stops working out? And for now, it's basically streaming as much as possible, enjoying life. And then I hope I'm just gonna have like savings to the point where I don't have to worry, at least, you know, to land on a street or something. So that would be nice. And I mean, you know, max roll is growing. I'm sure I could find some other, you know, solution inside the company, for example, or, you know, I don't know. There's like many things I could explore, I guess, if I like try to re-navigate a little bit and maybe do some studying or whatever again. I mean, I don't have an issue like just, you know, going and doing some courses again or something, and then maybe have another job or something, but am I not worried about burning out? I mean, I really enjoy what I do, and I don't feel like it's like, you know, stressing me too much or something, like to the point where like, okay, I know that I should probably be doing a bit more for my health, like a bit more fitness or whatever, you know, these kind of things. And I do try to like balance it a little bit. For example, earlier today I had like a, you know, 2-hour walk with Nini or something. So here and there we try to do a little bit of stuff. Also, when we move to Greece, we want to maybe do some more exercise and stuff like that. So let's see. That's really what I'm worried about, is my health. Not so much that I'm burning out. Like, I do stuff that I want to do. I enjoy what I'm doing. You know, I'm not trying to like follow a strict schedule that I don't want to follow. I don't try to do content I don't want to make, you know. I play the builds I want to play, you know. Like, all the stuff contributes to me just like enjoying what I do. And I don't feel like I'm actually getting to the point where I'm burning out. Despite, you know, a lot of grind. I'm just trying to have fun, you know, basically in everything. You can power level carry the noobs for real money if streaming dies. That sounds like a very thankless job to do, to be honest. I think I'd rather sit somewhere at a desk, if you ask me. Oh dear, Watson. Thanks again, man. For the biddies. We actually have some other stuff as well I need to catch up on that. Kinda hard to do when my entire right hand is full of grease. Need to go wash my hand after this. Dylan with a sub gift. Hello Lux. Dylan again. Thanks guys. Trust me, you can't stream 10 hours a day for long if you don't like what you're doing or getting stressed. Really? I mean, if you don't like this game that you're playing, and you feel like you're kind of stuck playing that game because this is why you have your audience, but you don't want to play that game because you already played it for 10,000 hours, yeah, I can kind of understand, right? That is a bit of a problem. I guess it depends a bit on your mental. Like, can you actually sit through this? Or are you just hating your life too much, right? And some people try to go like variety streamer and it massively fails because it almost always fails. Like, there's very few people that can really be variety streamers and get away with it. I can do that, I guess, at some point. Watson? Dude, 11,500 bits? What the fuck, man? Thank you. That's a lot of bits, man. First to 50 subs and now this. That's like one of the biggest bits I've gotten in one go, I think. I've seen 10k like a few times. You do any weight or resistance training? No, I do not. Like currently I'm not really working out or anything, so this is a bit of a problem. I definitely want to do something. Like step 1 is definitely finally starting to use a standing desk that I've had for like 2 years, but I couldn't use because of the arrangement in our room. So it's not exactly working out, but it's one thing. But yeah, Nini and me definitely want to try to be a bit more fit. 11,000 bits is 130 bucks. Isn't it like $1 is 100 bits, I thought exactly? 170, damn. That's actually more than I thought. Bits counting as donos. Yeah, they're basically same as donos, I think. So donos usually like there's no cut, and bits I think there's also no cut. Because I think you already pay a bit of extra for the bits, like a fee when you buy the bits, and then you just like distribute them whenever. And 1 bit is 1 cent, I think, basically. Maybe it's more now, I don't know, maybe they have raised it. At least that's what I remember. £11,500 bits is 9. Okay, they certainly raised it. £192. Damn. Dr. Disrespect and Nick Merckx are example of streamers who can stream anything and get more than a few thousand dozen viewers. Yeah, I mean there are people that can do that because of who they are and how they entertain their audience, right? But a lot of people don't have the luxury. I mean, it's also kind of nice being a multimillionaire, I guess, like Dr. Disrespect, right? So, even if he didn't have multiple thousands of viewers every time he plays anything, it wouldn't matter because he's already rich and he can do whatever he wants in his life, right? But most people are not really in that position. So, we talked earlier about, like, for example, you know, the people that have like maybe 500 viewers that may decide to go full-time streaming and try it. You know, 500 viewers is a solid amount. You know, it's a lot of viewers. This means you have probably like thousands and thousands, like dozens of thousands of followers, people that know you, people that like you, that come back and like check your stream regularly. And then if you decide to go full-time, and then, you know, maybe it kind of works out, but you don't really grow, and like 1 or 2 years later, you know, nothing really happens. And then you're like, should I continue this now? Now I have this 2-year gap where I was just streaming full-time, and I kind of like lost the connection to my old job, or, you know, my studies or whatever. And you're like, where will I go from here? And then you're like, yeah, I kind of have to keep playing this game, because if I play something else, my viewership is only 1/5. And then you're back to the 100 viewers, and then you're suddenly a variety streamer, and there's like, you know, thousands of variety streamers that people watch, and those will not be you. And yeah, I can definitely see how people just kind of get stuck in this situation where they felt like they're trying to do the leap to like full-time streaming, and then it didn't really work out, but it kind of is enough to sustain them. But they're kind of like stuck in like this little niche of a game that they have to stream in order to get anywhere. Yeah, that can definitely lead to pretty bad outcomes, I think. The niche game issue is pretty bad on Twitch and Steam. I mean, to be fair, being like hyper specialized in one game that you really enjoy is not a bad thing, you know? Like, that's what I've done, right? I played Diablo 3 for, like, I streamed Diablo 3 for a decade, basically. And not really much else. A bit of PoE, okay. A bit of PoE, like 2,500 hours of PoE. So, those were like 2 main games. And I mean, I was okay successful, I guess, with that, but it was not like enough to live from that or something like that, right? I only decided because of D4, now we're gonna try full-time. Because I knew D4 was coming and it was on the horizon, it's gonna be big, you know, I'm gonna prepare for this. I'm gonna go all in. And, I mean, look at me compared to, for example, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, right? Now we're chilling here every day, like 1,000 or 2,000 or something in between kind of viewers. And I have the YouTube stream as well by a few hundred. And this is obviously a pretty comfortable scenario. But like 2 or 3 years ago, when did I go full time? That was 2.5 years ago, I think. This was still in the free times, right? This was ahead of the 4 launch and everything. And I decided to just, you know, quit the job and do it. And I was not really at the point where I could sustain, really. Unless I lived like a very, very, very modest life and I would have no savings, basically. So this is kind of like where I was. And now we're definitely at a spot where I'm like, okay, like, you know, I don't have to constantly, you know, feel worried, you know, about not streaming a day, about how is it gonna go, is the next season start gonna be good, is the next season gonna be good, is there gonna be competition from other streamers, are people gonna stop liking me because they like this guy more, right? So, in Diablo 3, it was basically Rax and me, and then there was no one else, right? So there was like not really real competition when it came to streaming on like the top end. Yeah, maybe the occasional like mod stream on a season start or something like that, right? But he was not really like a competition for me because he was busy playing Lost Ark and whatever. So yeah, well, thanks again, Daniel, by the way. Just saw that. I'll check them out. Okay, I really have to clean my hands and we're gonna blast more, guys. Thanks, Rival. What did I stream? What was my job? No, the job I was doing before I went full-time was actually kind of like some small job I took. I was a translator for the Indian embassy. Not because of my Hindi, because of German English. So I was doing that. But it was not really something I studied or something. It was just some kind of like... I was working in the political sphere and I studied economics and politics. So that was kind of like an okay start, I guess, for like a little job. But not something I would like to stay in for a long time anyway, you know. The big plus is the fact that you're your own boss and you get to choose your schedule and stuff. I mean, that is a plus, but it's also not always easy. Like, you have to have the right mindset for something like that to work well, I think. Like, I think not everyone can actually handle this on their own, you know. Having like a kind of schedule. I mean, my schedule is actually pretty shitty, right? Like, I just try to go online at around a certain time and I try to go offline at around a certain time. But, you know, whenever I go online and offline, it's kind of like RNG in the end, right? So there is a lot of like random stuff that pops up every day. Messages I have to reply to, Maxwell stuff I have to fix. You know, YouTube stuff that takes longer or short. Or, you know, I have to do something IRL, I have to go, I don't know, I go out of Nini, whatever, right? So there's like pluses and minuses here. For example, other streamers, there's a lot of other streamers that have like a very strict schedule. They go online on this hour, they go offline at that hour. And they stream 3 days a week, you know, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Like, I could never do that. That is like, that doesn't work, you know. What about Bloodshed and Big Daddy then? Are you talking about the Diablo 3 streamers? Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of Diablo 3 streamers, but at least when it came to, like, you know, me and, like, you know, growing the stream and grinding Diablo 3 and trying to build my stream and stuff and my community, like, I never really considered, like, Bloodshed or Big Daddy then, like, let's say, a threat in that sense, you know? Not that I really consider streamers a threat right now. It's like, you know, I have my own community and people like me and they don't like a certain other streamer. And it kind of works out, right? But it's like, I don't know, Big Daddy then, I've never really seen him around that much. Maybe he just has different times compared to me. And he streams like in the morning when I'm offline and stuff like that. But I never really found him like being online even at the same time as me, for example. And same with Bloodshed. Bloodshed has been out for like years now, right? He has not been streaming. And he was also just not really around that much, you know? Like the people that were around every single day, that was basically Rax and me for the longest like time. For like the last 10 seasons or something, it was basically Rax and me who were there every day in D3. And then, of course, there were other people, you know, there was Anna Cake, you know, Rob was streaming D3, Oogie Boogie, you know, lots of other people. But no one was like really there as kind of like the big names every single day like that, basically. Some people were there at the season start for the first week or something, and then they left, or, you know, these kind of things. Big day dinners 5 hours a day, Monday to Friday. Okay, if you had successes, because I didn't actually know. I'm not really close to Big Daddy then. You know, I like him, I checked him out, I've rated him a few times even, but yeah. Yeah, so Insane was also grinding, yeah. Campfire chat in 2 hours, guys. Will we ever make a hardcore tier list on Maxor? Unlikely. The thing is that, you know, good builds are good builds and bad builds are bad builds, and I wouldn't really know where to rank stuff differently. Okay, some builds are a bit more squishy or some classes are a bit more squishy, but it doesn't really make enough of a difference, I think. Rob grew fast this year. Yeah, for sure. Rob is currently like the big winner in the Diablo 4 scene, I guess, in terms of size, at least. I mean, the thing is, with streaming, there's like, you know, there's like a saying, you reap what you sow, right? And I know streamers that kind of like get upset about what kind of audience they have, you know, what kind of chatters they attract, and what kind of things people say to them. But ultimately, it's always like you reap what you sow. And for example, we have like grown like a really nice, great community that I just enjoy having and enjoy interacting with, and you know, I try to help people out, and you know, I answer DMs and whatever. And other people have a different mindset, and they put out different content, and they treat their fans differently. And there's like, you know, a certain like, you know, fan base that is, you know, like this, and there's a certain fan base like that. And I think that there's actually not very much overlap between mine and Rob's communities. And I'm sure there's certainly like a bunch of people that, you know, kind of like want to see what's up on like the top end of the streams, and, you know, keep an eye on both and see what he's doing, and you know, see what I'm doing or something. But I mean, ultimately, there's not much overlap. So he just has different viewers and different fan base, and I guess this is it. And there was just like a demand for the content that Rob is making that I am not making, or that Rex is not making, or, you know, anyone else really. Okay. We have to blast. So, BRB. Ja. Ah, okay. Morning. Okay, do I try to make this neck now? It's pretty good for what I'm trying to do here. I do like my movement speed though. Oh, is it when I equip this? Ooh, painful, that's what it is. We have like almost 60% movement speed on this neck. You could get a greater movement speed pair of boots, for example, to kind of make up for it a little bit. Maybe I have that. So maybe, okay. That's how I temper it.
Greetings. How shall I guide
Want to
my
get percent damage? And movement. Okay. Okay.
Keep my forge hot. Return
That
soon.
works. Now can we get glass cannon? Guys. Oh, we rolled move speed. Is that actually an upgrade? It could be an upgrade, actually, just like that already, right? I mean, I get all the ints. Instead of the attack speed, and I think I kind of like this more. Yo, SVMT, thanks man. Yeah, I'm doing very good today. Let's try some rolls and see if we get glass cannon. I really like to have glass cannon to really boost this. Yes, cooldown. Cooldown could also be kind of helpful. I want to go cooldown over move speed. Maybe actually. Maybe go with this for now.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Maybe the move speed. Not sure if I want to hit that.
There's a good one.
Hit the ends. Hit the lucky hit. Ah, fuck it.
Some solid bits here.
And the move speed again. Okay. We have some boots that have a lot of move speed. Life. Yes, dex, life. Movement speed. I could actually roll off the dex for int. Also have chance to freeze on us. You have freeze, immobilize, stun. So you kind of want to hit a freeze, which is low. Okay, let's see if we can do something with this. Okay. Let's see if we can hit a freeze, come on. 40% chance to freeze, okay. Maybe take this way.
Your return.
And then we master this movement speed up a bit more. And we don't have to feel bad about this. That's gonna be kinda nice. So we're still gonna miss Glass Cannon. Glass Cannon would be a pretty big improvement for this. We have only 3 ranks. We can get up to like, you know, 20, 30, 40% damage boost or so if we have Glass Cannon. And masterwork it up. Maybe instead of going to 12 masterwork, I should have tried a little bit more on the rolling. Not even getting a single passive. Got a better cooldown though. Almost perfect cooldown. That's not terrible. That will be a much smaller gap now.
See some steel you need.
That's my speed. 156. I guess we're gonna try to hit the move speed once or twice. What's that kind of move speed, I guess? Let's try to hit a real one.
There's a good one. Some solid bits here.
That was costly. I hit a big one and a small one. Ah, fuck it. Oh. Okay, 181 again. Without the move speed on the neck. That's kinda big. Let's go with that. And we can't even keep this around for the Necro or something. Let's put it here. So not one last thing to gamble would be like once now. Once and focuses, I guess. Well, focuses could also be used for the Necro.
Shame alone.
Not a bad pull, that. Greetings. What's left? Use it well.
I'm missing 20 armor. No rest whatsoever, man.
There's power. Follow the stars, friend.
Perfect. I love it. Okay. Doing Blade Shift Victimize actually working alright. That's funny. I mean, Blade Shift also has 50% lucky hit, right? So that should kind of work. It's 0.13 damage reduction. I'm not sure if like there is partial damage reduction from armor. I think you can just go from 84 to 85. I'm not sure if you can have like, you know, 84.97 or something. I don't think so. Let me help with speed fast Sorc build. How can I help you? Okay, I kind of like my improvement here. So we have plus 16% intelligence, and we have more lucky hit chance, and we have cooldown, and we lost a little bit of movement speed and some attack speed. So that's kind of big. I'm not sure about the breakpoints. I guess the attack speed might be noticeable or might not be noticeable. I still need to get about Tarasha, man. This Tarasha is horrible. Cooldown roll is low. It's not master to 12. Ah, I remember we wanted to do something actually. We wanted to kill a few bosses and see the drops. I'm gonna do this right now actually, before I forget about this. Maybe gonna get a Tarasha. So let's do 3 Zir kills. And then 3... Wait, let's do 4 I guess. Let's do 4 Zir. 4 Varshan. You can also do like 4 beasts. And 4 Grigars. So let's do 4 of these and see what happens. I want to see how many items I drop. Because people are saying there's something going on with Zir. Question is it really? Let's see 2 blood for some reason. World boss in 58 minutes. Oh, the aspect of the necklace, you're right. Don't you want to test Tormented? No, I specifically do not want to test Tormented. I specifically want to test the normal version, because my hypothesis is that people that think that Zir drops more items might just be on copium. And the reason for that is that he drops more normal items, filling up your inventory slightly faster than the other bosses. But he doesn't actually drop more Ubers or more uniques or anything like that. So I want to see how many items do I get from 4 normal kills of each of the bosses. Am I playing in 4K? No. I've really explained breakpoints for all stats overall. I mean, many stats don't really have breakpoints. Usually that applies to attack speed and in some cases cooldown, where maybe with enough cooldown you can reach like perma uptime of certain effects or something like that. But that's basically about it. I'm gonna take a screenshot after every kill. Two, 4, 6. Rob and that ones have already communicated the largest sample size, and it's definitely a 10% Uber rate. Then why is Lord Zir the new meta when you trust YouTube? I got 5 Ubers on 44 Zirs today. 25 kills, 5 Ubers. 25 kills, 5 Ubers is pretty insane. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 7 items. So it's 6.5 average. All the bosses drop Ubers, even non-tormented. So the supposed drop rate for the normal bosses is 0.5. And then 2 for Duriel and Dario, and then 10 for every Tormentor boss. Now it's eating for a long time. I didn't actually try more than 89, but we're gonna go up. 2, 4, 6 again. Well, the 10% Uber drop rate is actually not exactly 10%, it's 5 times 2%. You can get multiple Ubers on one kill. And the Ubers are always an extra item. Like, if you kill normal Duriel and you get a double drop, you can only get Uber uniques when it's a double drop. You cannot get an Uber unique and not a normal unique. They're always an extra. Yeah, it's 9.4% if you like do the math on like, you know, how likely is it to get an Uber or not. But if you look at the statistical average of X many kills, you get X many Ubers, it will be 10%. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I get 3, 6, 6, 6, and 7 items. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. That's 33 slots, 7 are empty, so it's 26 items. 2, 4, 6. So this means we got 6, 6, 7, 7 actually. Super Sean. You can get double normal unique as well, yes. I also got 4 uniques.
How can I help?
You can find the Zia blood from Blood Maiden. Bank start. Anything good now in late game? Hell nah. Okay, 2, 4, 6. Elden Ring refugee. I guess a lot of people are streaming Elden Ring right now, huh? I also wanna try it. I had a good time when I played it when it came out. You're 100 for 2 weeks, you can't get adaptability aspects. I think at that point you should probably just try to buy one from trade. Some people are actually just selling, you know, a good rolled aspect. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 6 and 6 so far. The DLC is no joke. Yeah, I mean, of course they're gonna make it very hard, I guess. Because it's gonna be for people that already have played the original, right? That are both experienced and also willing to go through the pain. Chain Knighting is at least an aspect for AoE on Chain Knighting. If you get Chain Knighting AoE, then it's gonna make it like even weaker against bosses though. So that's not really a great idea, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it goes same as in Gregor earlier. I've not tried charge bolts. Could do charge bolts as well, kind of like a similar setup. It should produce like a similar amount of Novas and maybe more in AoE actually. I mean, I could just try to make a new weapon and focus and see what happens. There's not much else I have to change. Costs less mana too. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 6, 6, 6, and 7 that we got for the 4 kills. Repeat Tarasha ring. And you got a better Tarasha ring. 1, 2, 3. Only 3 uniques. Is a build you can follow, that is what I'm playing right now. You try exclamation mark builds. Okay, we can try to say some ones and some focuses. I might have some actually. Maybe I'll try to charge bolt stuff and see the difference. Okay, it's the beast. It's worth attempting to master like a +3 Dark Shroud, non-GA, on an item. Yes. I still wanna try to... Like, I actually have that. I have like a chest that has normal Dark Shroud ranks, or even subterfuge skills, I think. And then like greater dex, greater life. And I just went with that. I just masterworked it up. Doesn't have to be greater. You get exactly the same ranks at the end. Two, 4, 6 items. No, 7 actually. Surprised to see chain knighting in late game. It's not exactly a chain knighting build, it's an Andarius build that runs chain knighting. It's the same as, you know, Heartseeker build playing with Flurry, or I don't know, Andarius Rogue playing with Flurry. It's not a Flurry build. Same as this is not a chain knighting build. Although, to be fair, I do spam chain knighting all the time. It's just not a chain knighting doing the damage. It's just a carry for the Andarius proc. The carrier, rather. But I think I will try to charge bolt stuff. I was thinking about this when I made the build originally, but then I was like, I really want to use that long-range chain lightning stuff. But why not? Let's give it a shot and see if charge bolts actually somehow outperforms this. We make a separate version. Yeah, I played charge balls in season 2 actually. In AOZ, I pushed AOZ with it. I think my entry is still on leaderboard somewhere. Okay, here we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a lot of items. Flurry is hopeless. Yeah, right now for sure. Speed farm pit 80, but you have 15k HP. 15! You have to try to only have, yeah, for sure, man. Like, how do you happen to have only 15? Dude, you have 8,000 baseline. Like, how do you have 15 at level 100? Dude, my random yellow gear character at level 70 has more than 15, man. Cooking up a rabies shred undies build. Let's go. Definitely very flavorful. Yo, the best. Thanks for 100 bits. Frozen artwork of Anti-Sound. I actually tested it a little bit yesterday. I guess if you rearrange some stats and a bit of tweaks on Paragons with like different glyphs and stuff, you could throw in Darius. I'm not sure if it's better than a Shaco, but there are some advantages to it. It might be more DPS actually, it's just squishier. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again. So he also seems to drop more loot than the other two. Seems to have +1 item. Is T3 dead now? Yes, actually. The answer is yes. Although, we should get a new season in like the next 3-4 weeks. So we're gonna blast a bit. Okay, do not loot this. I did not pick up anything on the way here, right? I didn't loot anything. So we had 7, 8, 8 so far. We should have 23 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. You have 25 items right now. Wait, you have 25. Wait, I can check the screenshots again. I made screenshots for everyone. 6, 8, 8. So I think I picked up a random item somewhere, right? So I need to leave this on the ground. This is 11 in one line, this is 22, and this is 25. So we should be at 20... Should be at 22 actually, I have 6 8. So let's drop 3 things. Now did I pick up legendaries? I'm gonna check again on the screenshots. This is the Andariel Sorc I'm playing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 6, 8, 8, 7. And there were 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 to 3 legendaries. So 12 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I have to drop one of these. Like this. And I picked up 2 yellows apparently. That I shouldn't have. So that's the entire inventory here. Right. 8, 8 is 16, 22, 29. This is 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, yes. Screenshot. Okay, so this is more loot than before. Look at our... This was after Varshan. I didn't do a final with all the items, but we had 11, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This was 25 on Varshan. And this was 22, 3, 4, 5, 6. 26 here. And this is 29. So it might just be like the variants, you know, maybe they all have like 6 to 8, for example, and they just never got 8 on Varshan and Grigor. Or maybe we just have a high chance to get an extra item.
Something for the cold and dark.
Well, 2 new aspects. Okay, what is my offhand right now? Cooldown, life, and... Also, realized I still have decks on my boots, I never rolled this. I get the charge bolts cast twice. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's okay. Okay, so I have 2 weapons we can try to do charge bolts with. Put them here. I have uploaded my build plan for Andariel Rogue build, yes. GitHub exclamation mark build. Maybe unique is its own drop. I didn't pay attention actually. How many uniques do we have from this? One, 2, 3, 4. You usually expect 1 unique drop per kill, but it doesn't always happen. At least not on Varshan and Grigor. I'm not sure about Zir and Beast if they always drop 1. What does the charge bolts enchant do? When you stun an enemy, it's a 40% chance to release 3 charged bolts. It's kind of powerful because we stun. Could be pretty big for clear actually. When you have a system like Paragon bots, how long does it take for me to feel like I've taken a mostly optimal path through them? I mean, I can make, with this experience I have these days, I can make like Paragon boards that are like, you know, let's say 90 to 95% optimized, probably in like 3 minutes or something. But then it always comes down to like the min-maxing of like the last few things. And this can take a lot of time, you know, per build. Let's say half to 1 hour. Sometimes faster actually. It just comes down sometimes. Sometimes you just happen to have exactly all the stuff that you want, and then you have like, you know, those 2 leftover points, you throw them somewhere and you're done. Or something. But other times there's like, oh man, I really need to squeeze out 7 more points to get this thing, and then you like start really like min-maxing and, you know, doing a lot of stuff to try to make it work. So it depends a bit. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I got 8 uniques on 1 tormented Syria. 7 normal, 1 ogre, which is out, 1 and a 5+1 from Andy Doria. 8 is a bit wild. But were all of them from the Lord Zia loot table, or were some of them random drops? Because it is possible that he also got a random unique that is not actually part of the loot table. Or potentially is even part of the loot table, but it's still dropped randomly. Although that's a really rare occurrence, so it doesn't really explain it. But I think none of us got 8 or even 7 drops yesterday. We got a bunch of like 5, and like 5 was pretty common, 6 was a bit more uncommon. I don't think anyone got 7 uniques yesterday when we did our big torment session. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we had 14 now, 2 times 7. We got 7 last night on 1 run of tournaments here, none of them were Ubers. Yeah, 7 is definitely weird. Even 6 is kinda weird. I also got, we got an unique here. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7, 7, and 8. Seems like very similar to Beast. So I wonder if we do Beast in the Ice and we're gonna get similar results. Where you just get like extra uniques. That must hit 160 runs, got 20 Ubers. Okay, what about the other 3 people that he did the 160 runs with though? Do we have info on that? Current bonus 900%. It's actually 50,000 base damage Nova. But he did not collect a lot of Crackle. In case you really wanted to collect more Crackle, now we can with Isadora's overflowing cameo. Oh shit, I'm gonna pick this up here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Yeah, it seems like both Beast and Zia drop a lot of items. What you see here, how much my inventory is filled up. Let's compare this again. So this is after 4 kills. We have 3 slots. This one because I have 4 slots from Beast, so that seems very similar. So I wonder if like Beast has the same thing, which is like get more loot. And here I forgot to loot this, but this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this will be here. This is 25 items. So it'll be 8 empty slots on Varshan on 4 kills. And here we have 7 empty slots. This is 26 items. So it seems like just Varshan and Grigard just drop less loot, and they drop like 1 less item or so on average. If I had to guess.
I carry the best. Bless may the light keep you.
So if you do Tormented Beast, maybe you're gonna get the same result. I think next time we're gonna do Tormented Beast and see how that goes. Non-biased Sorc here, Kappa. Yeah, the problem is Varshan and Grigard, they're actually too low level to drop 925 loot most of the time. So especially like, for example, last season I was trying to farm a Ramalani some Grimoire, and I killed him like 300 times or something with my Barb. And the best Ramalanis I had at the end was 888 with 0.4 affix. Like I did found a few that were like 920-ish or so, but it never had 0.4. So I ended up using an 888 Ramalanis. When is Elden Ring? Not today. I guess we might start tomorrow a little bit. Okay, let's just see if this charged bolt stuff has any merit. So what do? We have Shredding Blades and Retribution. I guess we kind of want to do this both same. But we can change our neck to something else.
Splendid result.
Do we have a better Storm Spell now? No.
Another happy
I'm just gonna enchant him once or twice. Not too much. Yeah, this useless cost reduction should not be necessary. Charge bolts actually cost less anyway. Okay, let's just go for this. I'm not gonna roll in too much.
Wear the stars around your neck.
Let's get into 4 at least. It doesn't cost much.
Never seen something finer. Don't ruin all that work.
So, do we still go Chain Lightning Enchant? Maybe, actually. Although we have like less jumps now, so it's not that effective on the boss anymore. You can do the charged bolts thing, and we're gonna have like a lot of charged bolts like flying around, so it's gonna feel really good. And we have to put something else here. We could do accelerating, or maybe some other like damage multiplier. Yeah. Charge bolts pierce, but it forces less damage to targets hit after the first. I guess I want that actually. We put it here and we put Retribution there. So we have a bigger multiplier and we also have a bigger stagger nuke. And we keep the rest the same. Glass Cannon works, yeah. Glass Cannon is the one passive you want for this build. If you have that, that's GG. Didn't actually use my new amulet yet in bits, but okay, let's just go into an 85 and see if we can do the same or better. We got charged bolts and shine. So my boss damage, I think, should be weaker. We have another downside, which is we have to be in melee range all the time. But we have 5 bolts with 37%. So previously, on a single target, we had 60% chance for 5 extra jumps, right? So we had 40% of the time 3 hits. And then 60% of the time 5 hits. So oops. So our average is 4.2 hits. With 46 lucky hits. So 193 lucky hit, and then a channeling enchants. Channeling out many forms after spending 83 mana. So if my resource cost reduction, let's say Star Sky is always up. You need 4.7 casts to get a Chain Lightning. Basically this. So per Chain Lightning cast on average, let's say, assuming that the Chain Lightning enchant actually hits the target and doesn't miss, I get 233% lucky hit. And now for Charged Bolts, I get 5. 37% lucky hit. It's 185. So the difference is 26%. However, that's not a true difference, because now we have Retribution on the neck instead of on a normal slot, which is kind of big. So this gives me 24% extra DPS on a stagger burst. So it basically makes up for this difference that we had here. Exactly.
Greetings.
And we have the Charged Bolt stuff that might just be better for clear. Because Charged Bolt enchant is pretty big. We stun stuff all the time with like random lightning spears floating around. And also random stun chance. Do we have stun chance? We do a little bit. So we should actually proc this all the time and have kind of similar damage output on the boss, with the downside that we have to be close to the boss at all times and shotgun them. Which is somewhat inconvenient for a push, but not really bad in farming. So we can try it and see.
Welcome.
We need more than 100% lucky hits. I'm gonna get all the lucky hit I can on this build. And my force. I then find one problem, which is that my ice armor actually doesn't come back fast enough. Kinda interesting because I have more cooldown than before. But I spend less resources, so it comes back slower. It seems. Oh, Moon Clan. Oh, who has the bigger lightning? Mine is blue. Protection. Oh, we have cool glasses with him. Sorry about that. I missed that. Can do it in a second. To be honest, I do like my ranged chain lightning a lot more than this. Ah, wait a minute, we don't actually have more cooldown, right? I have the cooldown neck now, but I also gave up the cooldown on the offhand. So we're kind of back to where we started. It does look kind of cool though, with the charged bolts coming out everywhere. see. To be honest, it does feel worse on the boss. Despite supposedly similar stagger to burst. Because this does nothing. Let's go up. Why not use the sparks? They can shock enemies 4 times. Yeah, for a whole 8% lucky hit each, right? Well, 17 in my case. With some buffs. That's actually a bit more than 8, maybe 12. Okay, we did 87 earlier, right? Let's try 87. We have 2 offensive max CDR roll. That sounds pretty juicy, actually. What else did I have, Ezra? And sometimes it feels kind of cool with like the insane, like, you know, stun nuke that you have here. Like everything gets stunned and it has like charged bolts flying around everywhere. So that's kind of nice. But, you know, boss damage is really the only thing that matters. Because I can clear just fine with chain lightning. It might lead to bigger AoE burst though. Much. It's crazy how much less resources I spent to get my ice armor back. Do I have the wrong ice armor upgrade? Okay, ice armor is not coming back in time, it's crazy. I do have the right thing though. The boss. "45 minutes. And I still need to do the cool glasses redeem. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it's better, to be honest. Feels like I have a lot less stagger right now as well. Okay, so I need to see SRS. Status makes it difficult. You have the same issue if I shot build. Yeah. But if you have like cooldown, no, we don't have cooldown here, I guess. And then cooldown here, which currently I don't have rolled, but I should have. I'll be fine. Also, I just realized I forgot to roll my boots still, right? They're still on decks. Let me change that. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like charge bolts is really like better. Like neither in clear nor in the boss. It seems pretty similar though. Like if I really want to play charge bolts, I'd say you can. It might be some case of like, okay, do you want to play puncture or heartseeker with undies, right? You can do both. Heartseeker is a bit worse. It might be the same here. Oh. Nice. Okay, so Azarai, I'd like to see those. Do I have it on the friend list? I'd actually like to invest a little bit into this. Oh, we have it already. Nice. Okay, let's see what we got. So I have... I mean, it wasn't as masterwork as any other setup and stuff. But I just like the Chain Lightning more because I can play it ranged. It's like very enjoyable to play it ranged, and I like Chain Lightning, so I think I'll go with that anyway. Okay, see him. Number 35 of a Shaco equipment, look at this guy. Oh, he's an Alarion and a Tyrius Mightycut as well. That's sort of Ubers. What's the song? Shred Racer. Okay, this is a live cooldown. Lucky hit cooldown, also not bad. And cooldown, okay. I mean, I also have to temper them, which is kind of a problem. Okay, how much do you want for these? And maybe I just take them all and try my luck, honestly. So. Your skill for Anisan, Sorc, Frozen Orb. I'm playing with Chain Lightning. Since hotfixes are noticing any stealth nerfs to Sorc? No. It might be that they're killing stuff too fast in T99 and you're relying too much on, for example, Ice Plates procs to reset your Flame Shield cooldown if you're playing like a Blast Cannon Flame Shield build. And now you don't have enemies that your Ice Plates can hit. Or maybe you change something else and your Ice Plates are not actually hitting vulnerable targets. Or something like that. Or maybe you rely on Flame Shield from Hectic with Firebolt. And maybe you're teleporting too much. 50 mil for all three. Okay, I'm doing it. Andes as Adoras. Yeah, I'll link it later if you want. Okay, I think Charge Balls is definitely an option, but I don't want to do it, so I'm gonna salvage these two. So what do we have currently? Let's check my items again. I need to improve my wand as well. This thing has distant damage instead of percent damage, which is kind of sad. Also has a really low lucky, it had double chance for the Chain Lightning. So this thing has perfect cooldown, high life, and I can roll into what I want. I could also roll lucky hit if I wanted. So it's similar to this, or this. Yeah, 42k life. How much is it if I don't have any life? 39k, it's not terrible. We are relatively tanky. And he has a big life roll. If I use this one, maybe I'll try this one first. If I use this one, then I could get away with like a small life roll on the wand more easily, for example, if I try to improve this. Let's do it. My Tarasha is really bad. Let's try Ice Shards. Yeah, ice shards is not terrible, but I think we'll have less lucky hits.
Things on your return.
I guess the advantage on ice shards is you don't actually need an aspect for it necessarily. Although you probably want to go for the pierce aspect for the AoE. Maybe not. Maybe yes. The thing is that the pierce aspect for AoE should be relatively powerful. Because compared to like typical fights where you walk in, you press Nova, and then like, you know, everything just kind of dies instantly. Now stuff will actually not die instantly because your ice shots will just pierce stuff and then pierce again, and it will not actually kill anything until the Andarius procs. So it's actually kind of powerful to go for the pierce aspect. But yeah, the lucky hit on ice shots is 29, you get ×5, and then you get like, I don't know, maybe 8 casts or so. Yeah, it's just kind of similar to what the Chain Lightning does. But then you're playing ice shards and you don't have unstable currents. You don't have all this random stuff flying around. So what's the advantage exactly? There's a ricochet. I guess it's kind of nice. I guess you could do something similar with ice shards as well, similar to Chain Lightning or to charge bolts. The main difference being you can't do the unstable current stuff. We have a perfect charge bolts here. Unfortunate. Let's try this again. Spark. Teleport Nova. Ball lightning. Maybe I'll save it for ball lightning. We have this here, life, crit, mastery, ball lightning. Although, yeah, I mean, a big advantage here is that this is already rolled to crit. And here I don't have cooldown on it yet, but it has perfect temper on both. So, YOLO, I guess. Ball lightning again. That's a dead. Okay, perfect Chain Lightning. Two attempts. Okay, 42 damage. So this is basically similar to what I have right now. Slightly less life, same cooldown, better Chain Lightning. Can roll the int higher, or I can roll the int to lucky hit. Here's 6 lucky hit chance. Now would I take 6 lucky hit chance over 87 int? So let's do some math. So the int does 3.4% damage. That's not very much. And a lucky hit. We have a bonus of 84. This is with the potion. And we also have 20 from the boots. Currently not imprinted, by the way. Okay. Is it 20 or 25? The fortune aspect. It's 25. So I'm assuming this is additive. What's this? So it's 200. This is 2.9% increase. So lucky hit is slightly weaker. It's like 0.5% DPS weaker to go for lucky hit instead of int at my current values. However, I think I'll take it anyway. And this is just a minimum roll actually. So we can actually get a higher roll because I'm comparing a high roll into a low roll lucky hit. So if you do the same with a high roll, then this is 8 actually. So we have to do 216.9 over 208.9. And this is 3.8, which is actually slightly more than the intelligence could give me. And you have the added advantage that more lucky hit means just more consistent procs and more lucky hit procs and more stuns and freezes and stuff. So we should go for lucky hit over int. Lucky hit should not be that hard to roll. Copium. It's a 7.5. And it's still just a non-GA item. But it's an okay upgrade here. Let me save this one for another time. So we put chain lightning. Now it's actually a good question. Do we want to put retribution on the neck anyway, maybe, instead of the chain lighting thing? So here we have a 40% chance to cast 5 additional times. Chain at 5 additional times. So if I only do a normal one, we have 0.6 times 3. And then we have 3.4 times 5. So we have a 3.8. And previously we had 60% chance to hit 5 times. And 40% chance to hit 3 times. So it's 4.2 over 3.8. So putting this on a neck is only a 10.5% damage increase. And this just counts chain lightning and nothing else. Where we also have unstable current procs flying around doing something, for example. So I guess the real benefit here is probably less than this actually. Maybe like 8, I would say, I don't know. Like the ball lightnings and the charge bolts and everything going off. Especially if I have like a near permanent uptime. If I constantly hit the boss. And you have lots of cooldown. Yeah, unstable currents also cast chain lightning. But it's the same calculation. Like, the unstable currents chain lightnings get the same benefit from the aspect. It's 10.5% extra damage against single target. Like in AoE, it's slightly better. You go from 0.4 times 5 hits, 0.6 times 10 hits. So I go from 12.6 average hits. This is free. Is that correct? %40 chance to chain 5 additional times. Yeah, that's correct, right? It hits 5 times, and then 6% of the time hits 10 times. Ah, this is 8. So this is 8 on average. I'm not sure what I calculated here. So this was wrong. This is 7. I think I added something wrongly. It's actually not such a massive increase. Maybe I should keep retribution on the neck. So you have the bigger burst against stunned enemies and against the staggered bosses. I think I'll do that instead. So let's try this. And maybe we can just go higher. And we put the Unbroken Tether here. Maybe it's not even what I should be using, after all. Maybe I should just go for like some generic increase. Like an accelerating or whatever. This thing has a, wait, this thing has a perfect Stone Swell aspect that I actually needed. That's kind of hilarious. Nice, it came with it. I didn't even have that, I had a 28 here. Easy. Okay. I could also do Conceited, for example, if I want. So maybe this is just better. Let me try this. Salvage it. Gonna try Conceited. So you have Storm Swell, Shredding Blades, Conceited, no accelerating. You could do accelerating as well if you want to like attack faster. And we do Chain Lightning Enchant again. And let's get us up a bit here. Oh. I actually rolled like a hit. How did I end up here? Oh, this is the Enchanter. Hit a cooldown, that's kinda cool. Why do I have 180 latency right now, by the way? I can't masterwork properly. Chance for Chaining cast twice, okay. Oh, half an hour for Campfire, right? My latency is shit right now. What's going on? Gotta relock. Maybe it's because of the trade. Although I did press, I want to return to my own world. Nothing happened to the Necro so far. Yes, I know. Some of the changes in Season 5. Okay, anything else I need to change here? No. I didn't change anything on the tree, I believe. Right? This looks alright. We got Chain Lightning. I only changed the skill, I think. We already had the spec anyway. So we should be fine. Armor capped. Res capped. What? Why am I overcut by like 70%, 110%? Where's that coming from? Is that a potent warding? Maybe. But I just logged in. Also, who turned off the lights? Hello? What the fuck? World here too. Oh. Yeah, that seems better. I'm still all kept 107% on poison, by the way, so yeah. 75 on cold. 60 on lightning, nice. Okay. Thank you, Justice. Okay, can we play the video game? Let's see. Let's do an 88. This time we have the right stuff here. Wait. I still forgot to imprint this. Anything else I forgot to imprint? Let's check.
Impeccable.
Okay, conceded. So I don't have the chain lightning aspect at all. We do have the chance to cast chain lightning twice, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Sorc is ready for World Tier 5 for all the rest. No, I don't have any concussive strikes. I'd like to do it. I guess you could if you want to be a bit more YOLO. I can remove elbow living, for example. Or concentration. I do have relatively high life currently. It would be an option, I think. Yeah, it was a good waller there at the start. It got me really good. It's actually crazy how much easier it feels to sustain my ice armor when I play with chain lightning, even though the base cost is only like, what, 15% difference or something. It's 35 instead of 30 for chain lightning compared to charge bolts. But the charge bolts have felt so hard to sustain ice armor, but I think I have more cooldown now as well because we hit a cooldown there. I think I'm gonna masterwork this offhand to 12. It's pretty good offhand, even without greater. You have the mats. Kind of doubtful I'm gonna place that offhand, so. Okay, 2 minutes to the boss. Nah, one stack I kill, man. Okay. It's gonna go invisible? No, no, no. Got him. Alright. I should try to target him again as well. To consider the actual numbers. I remember last time we were getting up to like 7 million. Yeah. Actually, like on a really good burst, like 10.5 million. That's 29. It's very fun to play, Brenton. It's cool build. Yeah, I prefer chain lightning, but if you really want, you can also play charge bolts. But it will be like riskier, I guess, since it's melee. I mean, to some degree, you want to be close to enemies because of crackling energy hitting them for the cooldown resets. I just don't really see a big advantage. Like, it seems like the damage is kind of similar when you play charge bolts. It does have a bit of a different flow, because you get like random stuns and random charge bolts everywhere. But you also get random Anarius procs anyway from just the lightning spears flying around. So you don't even need chain lightning. You don't even need charge bolts to do that. Clears feel pretty fast actually. Question is, what could I do with Frozen Orb? I still need to go on my Frozen Orb and like benchmark Frozen Orb again. I guess you can do something like 2.5 minutes, hundreds of Frozen Orb at this point. He's a lot more comfy with the extra cooldown though. There's one roll, actually, it's noticeable, man. Okay, still a pretty comfy kill here. That's fine. What could I do instead to make this kill as fast as any rogue? Ah, well, I guess I could spec into, you know, Tracker Glyph and Bane Glyph, and then use Puncture, and maybe get some Deadly Ambush and some Exploit Weakness, and then something like, you know, Rapid. And then we can probably make this like kill similar to like an Andy Rogue. Why is my character running to the right all the time? What the fuck is going on? Okay. I'm gonna master the stuff up.
There's a good one.
Okay, a chance. Okay, that's fine. I don't know masterwork this to 12 though. I'm not sure about this. We have more than enough armor. We actually don't need this. I'd like to get other pants that have greater int and normal armor. What do you got for pants? Dex. This is all Dex stuff. Here's life, basic skills. Here, something like this, for example. I think you could get away with like a normal armor roll, maybe like 1 crit on it. Can I see my planner for this? Yeah, this is just like 1 armor crit. Maybe like easily overcapped. So here's greater int and life. Greater int and life. Let's try this. Let's go for the int. You do want to freeze though. Nice. We do want some dodge. Nice. Okay, now I need to roll the armor.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Beat a firebolt. Kick. Okay, 1660 armor might be enough. So I got this. I guess you want to hit the armor ones, right? So we should maybe try to go for this first to make sure we get this. Hope we don't hit it again afterwards.
More there than I thought.
Here's the armor.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Should be fine. We are at 8.9k. Oh, it's just 1 upgrade. 8972. 8055, so it's 83 per upgrade. And we're gonna get from here on 2 more and 3 more. So this will be like 415 more. Okay. So I think we have to hit a crit once, because if we don't, we won't have enough, right? Just missing like 200. Okay. So let's just hope we don't hit it twice. Okay. Hit a life twice, that's fine. Okay. Let's keep this in the stash, because we might need it on like the Necro or something. Let's do this.
Beware the envious, my friend.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to get a new, like at least 1 GA weapon. Maybe with the GA int. Because this has distant damage and I don't want a distant damage in the temporary shit. We master this thing up as well. You could actually put lucky hit here as well. Instead of the int. We do have a pretty good amount of int. This thing doesn't have lucky hit yet.
Well,
You can roll quite a bit of it, right? It goes 8 or 10. It also rolls 8. Which may be worth it, considering what we calculated earlier on the offhand. Oh, 40.
Bright aura. Brighter
Do we have
soul.
attack speed breakpoints for this? I wonder. Sorc. Nope. So I have no idea what this is gonna be like, you know, if I should hit the attack speed or not or something like that, so unfortunate. Because it's YOLO up it. There we go. Okay, it's attack speed. So maybe because of something, maybe not. And I guess same here. It has a life roll, which I don't really want here, but I guess... What's my forge? 15. I'd like to not have a life roll, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
solid bit here.
What sort of mana per second? Probably overkill. Oh man. Could change them out of starters. And I don't want to upgrade this or this or this right now. Let go with the rest, yeah. Okay. I was seeing the live, the campfire live chat. Actually, that's the last one now. Let's settle in for the campfire after this. Starting very soon. Oh. I have the wrong thing on my pants. Forgot to imprint it. You have double fortune, turns out. Anything else that I broke here? No, but we're gonna be a bit squishy now. So I wanna be paying attention. Why is the fortune? Yeah, still sub 2, man. I like it. This is like an easy 2-stagger kill on this one. Almost 1-stagger kill, actually. Nice. Okay. More later. It's here. Some MTX at a campfire. They already gave us some free MTX yesterday, actually. I'm sending messages too quickly. So it shows for me, but it doesn't tell me like when I am allowed to send messages again. So when can I? What does it say? Every 120 seconds. F. Okay. Unlucky. Oh, something's happening.
Season 4 is going to be the biggest update we have ever
Okay, let's
made
pause this here for later.
to Diablo 4 since it has launched.
Our focus on Season 4 is to really make a lot of evergreen updates to the core systems of Diablo 4. In Season 4,
The update to Walking Arsenal coming or not really?
Seasonal and eternal through a collection of
I guess I can still do the plan. I do the plan. I promised I would do it. I guess I can.
Is as exciting and rewarding when how it comes to Sanctuary.
I'll get next time later.
Season 4 item changes
Although we have
are
patch
some of
notes
the
later.
biggest changes we've made to Diablo 4 thus far.
We've never done anything like this. We are fundamentally changing.
Guys, I need to
how you
ask
get
about the
items, how you upgrade, and
temporary
along the
pity
way,
system.
solving a lot of things that we've seen continually from
Gonna
our
get drink?
community that we agree with are pain points of our existing item system right now.
So in this new itemization system, we're focusing on narrowing down the scope of the base affixes. They're going to be a lot simpler, they're going to be fewer in number, so you can much more easily parse whether this item is useful for you, and if it is, then you can take it and further upgrade it and customize it to your own specific build. Tempering is a new system that allows you to really customize the gear that you find. In order to temper, you will need to go to the blacksmith and then choose the recipe that you wish to temper from, and then a random affix from that recipe will be attached onto your gear. Tempering recipes can be found from almost all of the content throughout Sanctuaries.
So you will actually be looking for tempering recipes that go directly with what you're envisioning. Maybe you're thinking, I'm going to play a frost sorceress. There are also going to be recipes that are more generic and maybe are just generally good for the sorceress, but you'll be able to choose which one you think is going to be most powerful with the build you're making for your class. We're making a pretty radical change to the Codex of Power in this season, based again on the feedback that has been coming from our players.
Now, every single legendary in the game will be entered into your Codex of Power so that you can continually imprint the best possible version of that legendary onto your gear.
So going forward, there will no longer be carrying around all of these aspect crystals in your inventory. It's all going to be in the Codex of Power. So part of the final system that we have is going to be greater affixes. What's a greater affix? Well, we want to keep it compelling that there are some drops that are even better than the others when you're trying to get the perfect build at endgame. Because of this, in World Tier 4, and only in World Tier 4, when an ancestral legendary item drops, there's a chance the affixes on it can roll as greater affixes. These will roll with bigger values that are normally available for that affix.
Greater affixes are fairly rare, but they're not impossible to find. While leveling up, you're going to be able to find upgrades much more easily with this new system.
Another part of itemization is going to be masterworking. Now, this is something really intended for that very high end game, again, World Tier 4. This is where a player is going to take an item, already has the affixes that they want on it, but now they go through a process of upgrading those affixes, getting even higher values on them.
Masterworking really starts at level 100. Once you've already completed your build and found some of the best items, you're going to be able to test your build against the powerful enemies of the pit.
The pit is a new endgame system that has been added in this season that is going to challenge players that feel that they have largely maximized their build.
By pushing into more difficult tiers of the pit, you're going to be able to unlock rarer crafting materials to masterwork your gear even further.
You're gonna have to play some of the hardest content in the game, but once you do, if you're successful, you can go and make those affixes even stronger.
In Season 4, we're ramping the intensity of the Helltides through the inclusion of a variety of new activities, the first of which is a doubling down and rise of the cultists' presence throughout the tide. You're going to be running through the Helltide, seeing the cultists just conjuring up swarms and swarms of demons, adding to that sense of manic and chaos that they're pretty well known for. The other archetype that we're adding is the presence of the Doomsayers, who were unfortunate enough to be caught out in the tide and basically just lost their minds to all of the mania going on around them. And lastly, rounding out the new activities are just the inclusion of the Iron Wolves. They're finally joining the fight. They could no longer stand in the sidelines, seeing the Helltides and Hell's forces intensify their assault on Sanctuary. As Season 4 players engage and progress through the Call of the Wolves seasonal activity, they'll earn honor with the Iron Wolves, unlocking access to a vast assortment of rewards to accompany and empower your Season 4 journeys. In the updated Helltide, for players who are able to stay alive long enough, they'll be paid a visit by the Hellborn, former heroes of Sanctuary who have aligned with the forces of Hell to attack the allies they once aligned with. Players who are able to take down the Hellborn will be acquiring the materials they need to engage with the new premier Helltide activity, the Accursed Rituals. Located in the Helltide, these Accursed Rituals are pretty much just botched rituals from the cultists that players will be kickstarting for themselves, drawing the attention of all the nearby Helltide monsters in this kind of all-out battle. One of my favorite themes for these ambushes is the Hellworm. It's literally a giant hell slug beast that emerges from the ground and it spews out a whole bunch of mobs at you. If you're able to survive that, you'll be paid a visit from the Blood Maiden, our brand new Helltide mini-boss and one of the ultimate challenges in the new experience.
So I think I'm actually most excited about this season because of what you're able to do with your old characters, how they can integrate with this new item game and take them to new levels of power with this system.
I think that the best part of this update is that you're going to be really empowered to build the character that you want to play. You're going to be able to pick custom affixes and enhance your character in a lot of new and interesting ways.
Happy Friday, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire chat. I am Adam Fletcher. I'm joined here by a very familiar face, Mr. Adam Jackson.
Hello, hello.
The Adams have invaded. We've taken over. We have taken over. We actually are joined by one additional person, and this person is tuning in, patching in. I don't know what the phoning in. I don't know. From Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that's Mr. Dan Tangway. Dan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure thing. Hi, I'm Dan Tangway, and I'm one of the lead seasons designers for Diablo 4. And yeah, we've got a lot of exciting stuff to share with you.
Awesome. Great to hear from Dan. Dan is kind of like melting in Albany. I believe it's very, very warm up there.
I'm melting too.
Warmer there than California, which is kind of crazy. But
it is, yeah.
I fit perfectly in the corner.
And Adam.
Ooh, I love it.
We did
no
it.
More Joes.
No more Joes. Where's Joe Pipora? Not here. He's actually on vacation, so that's the reason why he's not here. But we have a lot to talk about today. We are actually going to be talking about Season 5 in the PTR. And we do want to, there's been a lot going on with Diablo 4 over the last couple months.
Yeah.
Obviously, Season 4 has launched. We had our mid-season update last week. We introduced pets. Which is really cool. No one expected it, but we did introduce pets within Season 4. And at the same time, we also had our release date announcement for Vessel of Hatred, which is October 8th. Yep. So lots and lots and lots of cool stuff that's going on with Diablo 4. And we have more to share today. But of course, with PTR, we do need to talk a little bit of the housekeeping stuff to make sure that players are aware of it and when it's going to start. Currently, we have Season 5 PTR actually starting next Tuesday, and that is on the 25th. It will run for 1 week, similar to the Season 4 PTR. It is PC BattleNet only again. It is just easier for us to be able to get builds up and get things out and get feedback in really quickly when we have it on PC BattleNet. So that will be going live next Tuesday. Everything that we're talking about today will be in a blog that will go live after the stream, as well as patch notes will be going live after the stream, and they're pretty beefy in themselves, or in it. I don't know. It's Friday, you guys. We haven't done a Friday stream, and I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a long while. For feedback, though, we will be opening up our PTR forums for players to actually be able to submit feedback. So the Diablo 4 forums will have a special section for PTR. And then separately, if you do want to leave feedback on other avenues, such as like Reddit or the Community Sanctuary Discord, places like that, we most definitely end up like combing through all the different various ways of players being able to provide feedback specifically from that end. For this PTR, we will note that this one will be a little different than Season 4 in regards to how you can start off characters. There will still be character boosts like what we had with the Season 4 PTR. I believe it's actually moved to a different city. I can't recall. I think we had it in Kiyovoshad before, and I believe it's in a different city, and I don't recall which city it is. It's in the blog, though. But all that information will be there after the stream. Separately, we did incorporate a character copy feature, but we initiated this character copy already. No one knows this, but as of yesterday, characters were copied from your accounts over to PTR. So it gives you a little bit of variety of being able to take over some of those characters that you've already built out. Or, you know, if you want to, you can still use the character boost. I will note, we do want players to be experiencing it in like a variety of ways, like whether using your your current characters that we're copying over, or if you're using some of the character boosts. We do recommend, or if you want to level up from level 1, too, like that's another option as well. It allows us to get feedback from all different aspects, so we do recommend you know, trying it out in different ways and providing feedback of like how things feel, how things flow within the PTR itself. So that is all kind of like the general housekeeping notes that we do have. Oh, and I will say that I believe we actually did correct that Codex of Power reset thing as well. Oh, okay. So yeah, I remember that was plaguing some people last season. We did correct that, so it won't reset. I believe every single time you end up like creating a new character or boosting a new character, I believe. And then separately on the forums, we will have a known issues list. Because they're, you know, it's PTR, it's an early build, so we want to make sure that people are aware of that. And with PTR, you know, when we take in feedback, it's great for players to be able to like provide all various forms of feedback. I will say by the time Season 5 launches, we will try our best to get as much of that feedback in. If it's something that's like a massive, like, oh, like a huge overhaul or something like that, I wouldn't expect it in Season 5, but it is good to hear that feedback because it might be something that we end up incorporating maybe in the future for like a future season from that end.
Yeah, it's very useful. So it totally helps us drive future decisions, and even we did a lot of reaction to PTR feedback in Season 4. If I remember right, we did like a whole lot on our team at least, and I expect the same for Season 5. So
exactly,
send it in; it's very useful.
And then one last thing I do want to note is because players have probably seen when Season 4 is ending, which is currently in early August. You can see that kind of like on your character select screen when you're jumping into the game. I will note that Season 5 is a little bit shorter of a season than what we've had beforehand. Season 5 itself will run until that October 8th date with Vessel of Hatred, because Vessel of Hatred is actually the start of Season 6. So we did want to at least clarify, make sure, because we've heard a lot of those questions of like, hey, is Vessel of Hatred hitting in the middle of Season 5, things like that. So we did want to note that from that end. But enough of the housekeeping notes. I know a lot of players want to hear about Season 5 in itself. And so Mr. Dan Tangway from the sweltering city limits of Albany will be walking us through Season 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, let's dive into the new features on PTR for Season 5. Just to give you a little bit of context, you know, we did some early brainstorming for Season 5, and we knew that, you know, we needed to build out the end game. So end game, you know, we've heard y'all that end game is very important. And Season 4, we added the pit into the end game, and some people have been playing Helltides into the end game, but we still want to expand the end game a bit more, right? So if it's an in-game activity, we definitely need something that's rewarding and very replayable. We also wanted to make something with a lot of monsters. I mean, monster density and just entering that feeling of flow state's really important for players. We needed something that had stakes, and we wanted players to push their luck. And finally, we really wanted to return to hell. You know, previous Diablo games let you return to hell after you defeat the big boss, but Diablo 4 hadn't done that yet. And so with all those goals in mind, let me introduce you to the Infernal Hordes. Now, let me give you a quick summary of what the Infernal Hordes is. It's a wave-based gameplay mode with survivor-like choices in between the waves, and it'll culminate with an all-new boss encounter. And then the rewards build on top of itemization 2.0 that came in Season 4. So, now how do you go about confronting the Infernal Hordes? How do you get back to hell? I think we can queue up some footage, and then I'll talk you through some of the ways you get back to hell. All right, first off, you're going to unlock, you know, the activity for hell with a brisk Eternal quest line starting at World Tier 3 in Zarbinzet. That's where you need to go in the PTR. Now you need a new type of key called a compass, which you can see down in the inventory below here. And like Nightmare Dungeons, the compasses all have a starting monster difficulty and a number of revives. And there are 8 levels of difficulty with escalating challenge and rewards. As you can see, it's a very Nightmare Dungeon-like flow here. And then compasses can be upgraded to higher tiers with all new consumables called Abyssal Scrolls. So you'll get a chance to play with all these new features when you're in the PTR. But let's really talk about the gameplay itself. And I think we've got some footage of the wave-based play that we can show off here. First off, going to have a lot of monsters. Now, you have one monster here. This is the start of wave 1. And so you defeat this Aether Fiend, and it's going to drop something called Burning Aether, which is a new currency. Now, this new currency is specific to Hell, and you use it to unlock the spoils of Hell at the end of a run. And at the end of each wave, there's going to be what's called the Infernal Offer. So let's get through this wave, and we'll take a look at the Infernal Offer. Now you see these hands reaching out from hell itself, and they're tempting you with a choice. You're going to choose the form of your destructor. You're going to pick a boon and a bane that impacts the rest of your run. And so now you've chosen a boon and a bane, and yeah, that's going to modify the gameplay that comes up next. And so here you're jumping into one of the new activities that also unlocks Aether in this. And this is a Soul Spire. It's pretty similar to a Hell Spire that you'd see in Helltide. And you have to kill a number of enemies within that ring in order to be able to earn an Aether. And you can upgrade Soul Spires from the Infernal Offer as well if you like. And then finally, what you need to do is complete the number of waves in order to be able to confront the boss. And so you see in this particular run, you're at 5 of 5 waves. So you are just about ready once you defeat this wave to go confront the new bosses for the Infernal Hordes.
Oh, is that emote only running?
So we'll finish collecting our Aether here, find our last number of enemies, and I think we're good. I think we're ready to go. So let's take a look at our new bosses. I think we've got some cool art to share here. So these are the Fell Council. There are going to be some familiar faces for Diablo 2 players. They are resurrected versions of the council members from Diablo 2. Now, for those of you who didn't play Diablo 2,
from Tropical, or what?
The council members were former high priests of the Zakarum,
That's
and they
badass.
had promised to basically take care of Mephisto after he'd been trapped in the Soul Stone, and he'd been hidden down in Kurast and Travincal. And of course, as it happens, Mephisto corrupted them, both in mind first and then
I
their
guess here's our
bodies.
connection
They became
to
demons
Vessel of
who
Hatred.
are just zealous and serve him without question. And so we thought it was going to be really cool to be able to resurrect them and bring them back for Diablo 4. And
Season
they fit
5
great
Hades
in Hell.
DLC.
We had to tweak their power sets a little bit to fit the D4 combat system. So we gave them new titles and new looks to really reflect their combat specialties.
Yeah, I will say it's
I'm gonna summon Hydras
really
instead.
awesome to see these guys come back. You know, it giving very nostalgic vibes of doing a bunch of, you know, Durance of Hate runs for Mephisto and doing Meph runs and everything like that.
Exciting.
So yeah, it's really awesome to see him back in Season 5.
Yeah, I agree. Diablo 2 is certainly near and dear to our hearts here out in New York. And yeah, we're really glad to have him back, and we hope to see hopefully more returning new faces in the future too.
Is he lighting enchanted and
look
gonna
at that
spew
boss
lighting
encounter
everywhere?
now. So I showed you a number of
Someone put Rex
members of the
crashed.
Fel
Oh, shit.
Council here. We've actually built 5 of them in total, but you're only going to fight 3 at a time. Now we keep 2 in the hopper basically, and we do that because we want to have a whole bunch of replay associated with this boss fight. And because we're only using 3 of the 5, there's actually 10 variations of this boss fight you can fight randomly as you do your Infernal run.
That's really cool.
And
I like
so
that.
we're gonna basically kill them off, and once you defeat one, the fight will actually escalate. Actually, it probably escalates even if you just take down a certain amount of health, if I remember correctly. And it escalates. Basically, their attacks become more powerful, and then they start really getting even more powerful kind of room clearing attacks towards the end. But we've defeated them here, and this is the reward moment I actually wanted to talk through with you, because this is something that really ties into itemization 2.0. You've got several chests here, and you've got a choice of the rewards you get at the end of your Infernal run. You can choose from a chest that contains all new legendaries and uniques. You can choose from a chest that contains all sorts of crafting materials, including masterworking materials, so you don't need to go to the pit anymore exclusively to get masterworking materials. You've got a chest that allows you just to get a whole bunch of gold. I know people out there are really asking for gold, and this is going to be a good source of it. And finally, even though it wasn't shown here, you have a chest that guarantees a single item with a greater affix on it. And so we thought we'd want to try this out and see how people respond to it. And we thought it would be pretty exciting. You know, certainly in Season 4, I'm really trying to get some more greater affixes. So
Angel Breath
I'd love
chest.
to have this in Season 5. So yeah, let's take a closer look at some of the uniques you can farm from the Infernal Horde, since we're talking about rewards already. So we're going to queue up some footage here.
Mm-hmm.
So first up, we've got the Basilisk. And so this is going to be a new unique staff for Druids. And so when you hit an enemy with an Earth skill, it'll petrify them and deal physical damage. So turning the monsters to stone, always cool. But it's also cool that you can CC your target and boost your initial attack here. So this one's pretty exciting for you Druid players.
Wonder if Petrify counts as stun as well.
All right, next up, we've got the Third Blade. Now this is a unique sword for Barbarians. This one makes your weapon mastery skills be treated as core skills that cost fury. Even though they deal a little reduced damage, this one's pretty exciting because now you can start making all sorts of new builds that you've never seen before. So we're really interested to see what the community comes up with here. All right, next up, we've got the Mordicrux. Now the Mordicrux is a new unique dagger for Necros. So when you consume a corpse, there's a chance that you'll create a skeletal simulacrum that seeks out enemies, and when it dies, it explodes. So essentially, you're making a skelly bomb when you consume corpses, and so that's just going to seek out targets and explode. I think that'd be pretty handy for my Necro this season, so I'm looking forward to that one too. Next up, we have the Umbrecrux. Now the Umbrecrux is a new unique dagger for rogues. So if you use a subterfuge skill, you'll create a totem. And if you hit that totem with an attack, it replicates any of the damage it takes to all nearby enemies. And so it's a great way for essentially replicating and doubling down on the damage that you're dealing in a particular area. All right, next up we've got the Vox Omnium.
That will certainly work correctly, right?
Is a new unique staff
Certainly.
And so when you cast a core skill, it's going to cast an additional 2 basic projectiles based on the previous elements.
And if that works as it says, it's really OP.
So this allows you to really start comboing your core and basic skills together. And if you decide to have different elements associated with those core and basic skills, now you can start casting fire and lightning and cold all at the same time. So we're pretty excited about this one too.
That is
Final
badass.
one
I
we're
love
going to
it.
share out here is actually a new set of boots that's available for all classes. And these are called Rakanos Wake. And so whenever you use an ability with a cooldown, you'll trigger an explosion dealing fire damage. And so really, it's pretty straightforward. You're going to bathe your enemies in flames whenever you use
75%
cooldown
non-physical
skill.
damage.
So maybe I'm going to
Cooldown,
dust
movement.
off my Whirlwind Barb here and slap them on and see how it does.
All stats.
So yeah, these are some of the uniques and legendaries that are going in.
They're not that shit after all, I think. For Sorc, sometimes it's hard to hit the 300% cold damage.
And over 20 legendaries that you can farm from the Infernal Hordes. So there's going to be a lot to chase down in there.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dan, for like sharing, going through all that stuff. I know with players jumping in on PTR, especially for and trying out Infernal Hordes and everything, what's kind of like the top things that you really want them to like kind of hone in on, give feedback on, check on for PTR?
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely need feedback on the PTR. It's super critical to ensuring that, you know, the Infernal Hordes and all the rewards feel great for when the season launches. So here are some of the topics that, you know, we could use some help on. First off, you know, just how is the Infernal Hordes gameplay? How do the boons and banes feel? You know, which ones do you like the most or the least? And these are types of things that'll help us fine tune that experience. Similarly, you know, how is it acquiring compasses? Do you have too much, too few? How do you feel about upgrading them? You know, that could help us really dial in kind of the access to the Infernal Hordes. We're also interested in learning how you feel about the difficulty and the gameplay length of the different tiers. Like I said at the top, we've got 8 different tiers of difficulty. And so, you know, we have the ability to dial those in a little bit. We want to make sure that players can really replay this over and over again as they push into the end game, much like the pit. And then finally, of course, how are the rewards? You know, which do you like the most or the least? You know, we can certainly make tweaks on the rewards to make sure they're as enticing as possible.
Awesome. Yeah, and I know with Infernal Hordes, this is another alternative because, as you mentioned, you can jump into it starting with World Tier 3. So if you're actually leveling a new character, you can actually jump into Infernal Hordes, and you're able to earn like experience. So in here, so you actually have the opportunity of like jumping into Hell Tides if you want to. You can jump into Infernal Hordes. When you get to 85 or something like that, you can jump into pits. So there's now like more or Nightmare Dungeons, obviously, when you're you're upgrading your glyphs and everything. So there's a lot of different variety now for being able to kind of level up a character, especially as you're going to that mid to late game phase of your character's journey, you could say.
Yeah, something else to bring up for the rewards for the Infernal Horde as well that I want to clarify. So Dan mentioned about, you know, there's going to be uniques that are there that you can target farm in the Infernal Hordes. There's actually going to be a group of uniques and legendaries that you're able to target farm in that piece of content in the Infernal Hordes. So you're also kind of similar to how the normal game works, you know, how you can target farm a unique from a boss, but you can find it anywhere else in the world. It's the same way here where you can get these new uniques and legendaries anywhere, but you have a better chance, you know, if you're targeting them in the Infernal Hordes. And this is the first time that we're doing this with a group of legendaries as well. We have legendary powers that are actually able to be target farmed in the Infernal Hordes, which is actually something a little bit new to the game. So I just wanted to clarify that. And in addition to that, we're also adding new uniques and legendaries to the rest of the game as well, in addition to this.
Yep.
So there's actually a very large group of uniques. I think it's over 50 or something.
Yeah, wait, there's over 50 new uniques and legendaries coming into
so
Season 5.
We have a lot coming.
It's pretty extensive.
A lot more to talk about there too.
Yeah, this was just kind of a small preview of what people are looking at here, and they'll be able to jump in more and actually check it out on PTR.
Are they releasing Spiritborn early or what?
And 50? I know Adam is actually going to talk through a few additional ones here later. But yeah, Dan, this is awesome. Can't wait for players to jump in. I appreciate you informing and providing all the new updates and everything.
It's exciting.
Yep.
From the sweltering heat of Albany, I'm going to keep bringing it up. They canceled school up there. It's crazy. I'm like, that's absolutely insane. But we will be seeing Dan again here later, especially when we get into Q&A at the end. But Dan, thank you again. I think
you're welcome. Yeah.
Awesome. Appreciate it. And then I think we're going to jump into a little bit of some balance and class updates with Mr. Adam Jackson. So
Yeah, let's get to it. We have a lot to talk about. I think we have, so the topics I'm going to be covering today, we've got unique items. We're going to be talking quite a bit about that. We've got some updates to mythic uniques that are very exciting and near and dear to my heart. And then we've got your standard class updates, a lot of stuff coming in Season 5. One thing to clarify here is that we are going to be releasing the patch notes soon, so I'm not going to be going over every single class update because there's a ton of them. Kind of similar to Season 4. I'm really only going to highlight just like one major thing for each class on the stream today, but you'll be able to see all the things that we're doing in the patch notes. There's a lot. So first, uniques. We have some quality of life updates here, really targeting how you get uniques that I'm pretty pumped about to announce here today. So you can now target farm uniques from 3 additional sources. You can target them from obol vendors, helltide chests, and whisper caches. These places where you've always been able to, kind of target farm certain gear slots and not been able to get uniques, and you're wondering, well, why couldn't we do that? That stinks. Well, now you can, and it's awesome, and I love it. So here, just to give some more detail into how this works, is basically when you open, like, I'm just gonna use helltide chest as an example, right? If you want a specific unique weapon, let's say, you can just simply target the weapon helltide chests, and you'll be able to have a chance to get only unique weapons for your class from those chests. So when you're targeting a specific thing, you just go to the place that has that slot, whether it's the obol vendor, the helltide chest, or the whisper cache, and you'll have a chance to get uniques that are targeted for that slot. So it kind of adds, while you're doing your normal grind of, doing the boss ladder, killing the boss, you can also be collecting obols, doing the helltides, doing the whispers, and having a chance to target and get that unique as well from that content. And in addition to that, this is also true for mythic uniques. So I'll just give an example here of exactly how this works. Let's say that you want to get, Harlequin Crest, a Shaco, or Andariel's Visage. You don't want to target those helms. You could be targeting helms from Helltide, targeting helms, and when you turn in your obols to the obol vendor. And every time, if you get a mythic unique, you will get one of those 2 from that source. Now, also to clarify, let's say that you are targeting gloves for some reason. We don't have any mythic unique gloves yet. Then if you were to get a mythic unique, you still can. It'll just give you a random one instead, since you can't target one in that slot.
Shakugate 2.0 for sure.
So pretty exciting way to.
Yeah, but okay, every class has like Godslayer now and stuff, so I guess not Shakugate.
Amazing.
Yeah,
so
I'm
I know we've heard a lot of players going like, hey, we do the end game bosses a whole lot. We're trying to. And you can actually find them just in the open world as well. We've actually seen a lot of cases, especially with this past season, where players are jumping into Helltide and they're actually finding them there. But now it's an additional options for players, which I think will be a lot better for just overall finding some of the gear that everyone.
As
really
someone
wants.
who, for the last 3 seasons, my uniques have always come from the Beast and Ice, I am very selfishly invested in getting this into the game.
Yes.
So.
Now, I mean, what happened in Shakugate is there was certain classes that had no unique helms besides Shaco. So they opened chests and got a Shaco guaranteed. But it's not the case anymore. Everyone has Godslayer.
Some updates here. To clarify, before I go into what the updates are, you are going to be seeing these updates to the way that we think about and our philosophy around uniques and how they work. You're going to be seeing them in the PTR for the new uniques coming into Season 5. Between the PTR and the launch, you'll be seeing in the Season 5 launch these updates to all the existing uniques in the game. So when Season 5 comes out, basically all the uniques will get these updates that I'm about to talk about. But in the PTR, you're only going to really see this in the new uniques coming into the game. Yeah, there. So now we can go on to the next part. All right, so the team's been talking a lot. As many of you probably know, in Season 4, when we did itemization 2.0, we didn't really update the uniques almost at all in the game, right? We didn't do a big pass to cover how they exist in tempering or anything like that. So the team's been talking a lot about, what is the role of uniques in Diablo 4? How are they different from legendary items? Because they're kind of similar in that they both give you, legendary power that's really strong. But how are they different, and what do we want them to be long-term? And we've kind of landed on a few things here that I'm going to talk about. The first one is that, they're powerful and exciting items that kind of direct players to builds, right? So imagine you're a Fireball Sorc, we've got 2 uniques for you. They really target you. You're going to feel a lot better playing with Fireball when you take them. We want you to take these things and kind of level up your build. They're moments of very large incremental power where you feel like you're, filling in your fantasy as a class. The next one is that they're kind of pick up and play, right? They're easy to evaluate. The moment that you pick up the unique, you know whether it's a good one or a bad one. We want this to be a little bit different from legendary powers where, you pick it up and you kind of go on a journey where, you make it into something that's really good. A unique, when you pick it up whether or not it's one that you want to keep or one that you don't. And then the last one, pretty obvious, but was worth saying, they're kind of more rare chase items that players don't see very often. When you're going through the end game, you're seeing legendary powers a lot because, we have a lot of reasons to give you a lot of them. You want to upgrade your codex. They are the way that you can, get greater affixes and temper and masterwork them. So there's a reason why you want to churn and look through a lot of them. Uniques, you do want to get a good one, obviously, but not nearly as often as like a legendary power. We don't need that aspect of their design. So they are more rare, they're harder to get, but when you get it, it's kind of like a more exciting moment, like, did I get the perfect one? And then if not, you go and try and get the next one. So let's talk a little about our goals for the update that we're going to be doing here. One of the things that we come to a lot that we talk about on the team is this idea, I like this quote of like, players build their legendaries and players build around their uniques, right? Your legendary power or your legendary items are very malleable. The moment you get it, you don't
they
know
are
yet
now
if it's
called
going to be the
mythic
best
uniques. That's the
item,
official
but it has
term
a
now,
chance
guys.
to be. But they're also like able to fit in a lot of different ways. You can manipulate their stats via enchanting, via tempering, and masterworking. And so there's a lot that you can do with the item once you've gotten it. Whereas uniques, they're a lot more static, right? The stats on them can't change. You can't really manipulate them very much. And sometimes they have maybe qualities to them or stats that are a little bit inconvenient, and you got to figure out like, how do I overcome this little detriment or make my build into where it's a plus instead of a detriment, right? Like it's a fixed thing that you have to build around, which is very different than a legendary. Also, ideally, we want players to run 2 to 4 uniques in their build. One of the difficult parts of this, and I think we're going to be continuing to work on with the balance and design of uniques, is that we want you to run some, but we don't want you to run all of them in your build, right? It's very easy to go one way or the other. I can very easily make you run no uniques, and I can very easily make you run like every slot is a unique by making them really, really crazy, right? We want these to fit in such a way that you're running some of them, the ones that are applicable to your build, or maybe some spicy ones here or there that you try and, like make in a special way to work with you. But not all
4 is
of them.
for the rock builds, and 2 is for the pleb
players are
builds.
running more like 0 to 2 in their build, so it's not as much as we want, which means that we want to update them to make them a little bit more attractive. And another one is we kind of want to move away from these generic fits-all build styles of uniques, right? One thing that I know a lot of players have talked about in the past that we've had is that some of our uniques are just so generically good, and this is particularly scary for us when it's like what we call a generic unique, which is one where every class can use it. And so like if every class can use it and every build can use it and it's better than like the build specific or class specific stuff, then it just becomes best in slot for everybody, and we've taken away your agency and your choice because you're just going to target this item and ignore everything else, right? The only items in the game that we really want to fit that role are like mythic uniques, where they're across all classes and they're so good, but they're also extremely rare, so you're very excited to see them whenever you see one. But all the other regular uniques, we don't want to fit that design space. So we're going to be trying to move away from these ones and readjust them and redesign them a little bit where they fit into all kinds of builds and kind of target something that they're really good at or that's a little bit more unique about them and make them really good at that and less generically good at everything.
It's funny because everyone's in the chat going like, oh, rip Shaco, but we just literally,
yeah,
we just said.
Mythics is not what I'm, they're a different beast here. I'm talking about all your regular ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shaco's still going to be just as good, if not better, honestly. All right, so enough preamble, right? What are we actually doing? So we're going to be doing 2 big updates to uniques. The first one is we're going to be increasing the upper power of the unique effects and the roll range. We're going to be doing increasing the range from an average of 10 to 20 rolls, which I'll explain in a second. And then we're also going to be increasing the upper power of like how much you can get from the rolls. This is really just buffing pretty much most uniques across the board to compete with the new world of legendary powers that we live in, since they got extra power juice to them. Now uniques are catching up. So as an example here, I gave, if an older unique like one on live gave you around 40 to 80% multiplicative damage, that's going to go up to like 40, 100, maybe 120, maybe even higher. Really, the mandate is as high as we can get away with without breaking things. And then we're also going to be increasing the roll range. So this is like the number of possible rolls it can do from an average of 10 to 20. So it'll be a little bit harder to get basically, what we're targeting here is the discrepancy inside of a unique is a little bit wider, where the difference of like a low roll and a high roll is a little bit bigger, but the high rolls are way better than they were before. So they're more exciting when you get them really good, but it's a little bit harder to get there.
Thanks, Megatosha.
And the next one is going to be updating the affixes, the actual stats on the uniques. We're doing a pass on all of them, and this is kind of what we're doing. The first thing is we're changing their stats to fit with the Season 4 updates, right? We're doing the things like we did before of simplifying stats, you know, getting rid of super conditional things, making them just more generically understood and good. We're also going to be adding tempering stats. We're open to really adding whatever we want that makes the unique fit the fantasy. So as an example here, you know, a lot of two-hand weapon uniques have a problem where they're all basically competing against bonus projectiles as an affix because you can just temper that onto your weapons, right? So when it comes to those kind of situations, we'll just slap the bonus projectiles on that unique, and now, you know, it's no longer competing in that way, or we have to kind of dance around it. We can just put it. We're also open to the idea, by the way, of breaking slot restrictions, kind of like we did in Season 2. So you can have bonus projectiles or other things on other slots. You know, like uniques are where we get to play a little bit and just really make something thematic and cool and build defining, and so they have less restrictions than everything else. And the other one is we're updating the stat power levels and the effects. So the idea here that we're thinking, and this is particularly nuancey when it comes to generic uniques, but stats that kind of fit the theme or the fantasy of the unique are going to be like way stronger than your normal stats, right? So as an example, if you have a unique that's targeting fire damage, maybe it's like a meteor or firewall on the sorcerer, whatever it may be, you know, that plus fire damage can be juiced up to be really, really high. But stats that are more like generically good, like, you know, I don't know, attack speed, max life, resist all, those ones aren't going to be juiced unless it fits the theme of the unique really well. Right, so we have an example here of one that has been a problem for us in the
How many
past. I
stats
kinda
do we
wanna
need
go
to
through how
have
we
put on
think
Wind
about
Force to make it
I'm
good?
not going to say exactly what we're going to do here to Tibalt's Will, but kind of give you our thought process, right? So Tibalt's Will, as many of you know, in previous seasons, was kind of a problem where it just became best in slot for almost every build. You know, the famous line we say is that it was, you know, damage on pants, which was, you know, impossible to get almost anywhere else in the game. And it turned out damage on pants was really, really good, right? It also gave you damage reduction, one of the best stats in the game. And then it also gave you it also solved resource in many ways for you as well, right? It gave you a bunch of resource whenever you became unstoppable, which wasn't too hard to do.
Honestly, I think there should be more about resources than damage.
It gave you, you know, a very unique effect with
the interesting part is the resources.
You don't get it. It also gave you resource, which is something that every class wants, you know, very heavily.
And Adam, it gave you 3 extra potions.
And 3 extra potions, yes. Now that one, you know, that's all right. But yeah, so, you know, the way that we would tackle this one, to give you an idea, is like, you know, we either would kind of pick, you know, do we want to focus this on the damage aspect, that it's damage on a non-damage slot, or maybe we focus on the resource aspect and like double down on that and make that really powerful and really cool. Or we do like a little bit of both, but if we do both, then it's not going to give you the defenses that another pants slot would give, right? Basically, in our mind, we'd be like, we want to give the minimum amount of defense where it's not just like a trash item because it has nothing. But then after that, not so much, and you're going to have to solve your defenses in other slots or somewhere else to justify getting the damage on this slot, is how we would think about it, right? And so we're having a lot of conversations now. I don't think we're going to nail every single item perfectly in this first pass. So we're really looking for feedback when you jump into Season 5 and beyond, and we'll be adjusting them. But I kind of want to give you an idea of what we're doing and kind of what we're thinking and targeting with this. So I think we can move on. So Mythic Uniques are getting a facelift here. So lots of updates here. Mythic Uniques are now going to be truly mythic. They're getting a new color beam when they drop on the ground. They're coming out with an awesome new sound that you're going to hear in a little bit. We've got new item UI that you can see, so they have a different color. They really are going to look and feel like the special items that they are. And we have a video here to show you the sound and what it looks like on the ground. So you can see here, this beam looks, you know, very different than anything else. Oh, that sound, that echoey sound, I love it.
Sounds like a... I don't know. It sounds like you're murdering a bunch of like church organs or something like that. It's just like crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, so, you know, when this thing drops, you're definitely going to know when you got one. No more like sifting through your uniques to see if it's actually one of the mythics. You'll know right away.
How often have I heard
about this?
Oh, I didn't know Doombringer was an Uber unique. I just established it.
All right, and last but not least, let's talk about class updates. I'm going to cover some generic things across all classes and then go through a little bit of each one. Again, this is not going to be nearly close to everything that we're doing, just a little taste, a teaser for what you can expect to see. Let's start with things across all classes. One systemic update we're doing to the game is invulnerability skills are now going to start their cooldown when the invulnerability ends instead of when the skill begins.
It's about time.
This is really to prevent things like infinite invulnerability and really to open up design space for us on the team, because now we can be more comfortable adding things like, you know, invulnerable duration to skills or cooldown reduction more liberally and things like that, where we don't have to worry about this. This is very similar to like what our previous games have done and some other games do, and we think it'll be a good fit here. The idea isn't really to like make it that you can't be invulnerable very often. It's just to prevent like 100% uptime where you actually break down the combat of the game and you're not interacting with enemies anymore.
I'm not sure about like that.
The next one is we reviewed Monster CC, and we generally reduce the CC duration and frequency across the board. So, if you were frustrated by getting frozen for a million years and then dying, that'll happen much less often. And also,
you can scroll by stunned. Oh no!
Can be used while CC'd, even while you're stunned. So, while you're frozen standing there and everybody's around you trying to kill you, you can at least spam potion a little bit and maybe survive sometimes. Next one, we've got some bug fixes. These are some of the notable ones. We do have more coming in.
Rogue Victimize status.
Rogue Victimize is no longer going to be double dipping on its damage, which was resulting in a lot more multiplicative, or a lot more damage really than it was supposed to have. Damage over time effects were getting double the amount of percent damage that they were supposed to.
I hope this is a lot bigger.
Both Book of the Dead bonuses when the second option was selected. And again, this is just a little bit of a preview, but we have other bug fixes coming, but these are some of the bigger ones we want to call out. All right, now let's get to the classes. So Barbarian, they have a new unique coming in. This is the Unbroken Chain. This is for you support Barbarians or really just more defensively oriented ones. Basically, what this is going to do is create a connection between Steel Grasp and Iron Maelstrom, where you'll be able to cast Iron Maelstrom a lot more often as you use Steel Grasp. And also, enemies damaged by Iron Maelstrom are going to be doing less damage for a little while. So the idea here is you could debuff enemies, debuff those bosses, and make them do less damage to you so you can survive better. And next,
need some big damage buff though.
Flurry is going to be getting a lot of big updates. We updated the enhancement and both of their upgrades. So you'll be able to see kind of a theme here going on. Before, you would damage a crowd control or vulnerable enemy for the enhancement, then you would heal. Now, when Flurry hits an enemy, you can just make them vulnerable. So actually, Flurry becomes a vulnerable generator here, which is pretty exciting. And it'll also deal more damage as you hit vulnerable enemies. Stacks up really high. So the idea here is with Flurry builds, you want to make everything vulnerable and then just keep whacking them with Flurry and gain a bunch of damage.
Okay.
And now Improved Flurry is changing. Before it was about vulnerable spreading, but now baseline you can just generate vulnerable, so we don't need that anymore. So now Improved Flurry is going to actually give you a dash. So now similar to things like the Shred on the Druid, you can kind of dash to your target, and also every time you cast Flurry now it's going to heal you. So it's going to be a lot more mobile, a lot more awesome. Very cool. And then last but not least, to compete with a dash, what could we do with Advanced Flurry? Well, we can just add a stupid amount of damage and resource cost reduction. So before, you had to evade through an enemy and then do damage with one cast and stun enemies. Now, as you spam Flurry, it'll basically get a big damage bonus and its energy cost will go down, which will let you be able to spam it even more often. So the idea
Suffer times 2.2 convert is...
over again, and it'll get stronger and stronger.
And you already got a 20% buff, right? Or 25?
Flurry rogues.
Yeah,
very excited. Yeah, they're going to be like little hummingbirds around, bouncing around. It's going to be great.
Yeah, ironically, I'm playing Flurry this season, so I'm always off by one. Like, I always play the thing, and then like, oh, we're going to massively make it better next time. But, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Next, Druid, Shepherd's Aspect. We've gotten feedback from players now for a while now about how, Shepherd's Aspect kind of dominates the meta for Druids because you're basically it's both not great from a design and a balance perspective. On the design side, we're telling you to put companions on your bar and then they're actually just buffing you. So, we make this companion build fantasy, but it's actually just making the player better. And then on the power side, you're basically just slotting 3 skills on your bar with your companions, and then not really caring about buffing them or using them because they're just kind of there as proxies to make you better. So we've changed it now where, basically it's going to be about the companions. So your companion skills
everyone is waiting for this change. Come on.
Companion that you have. So, the bigger
fucking
your
Shepherd's
the
Aspect, man.
Is going to perform. And to compensate players, we're doing some pretty massive buffs to Druid skills baseline to compensate. So, your skills are just going to be getting that damage baseline, and in many cases, a little bit more. So you can check that out when you see the PTR notes, the PTR patch notes after this. But we basically just buffed everything across the board and made it so that Shepherds isn't required anymore. Next, for the Sorceress, this is Axial Conduit. I'm really excited about this unique. This is your Chain Lightning unique. So Chain Lightning build. Finally have a unique that really talks to you. And you can see here kind of our stats and that new philosophy I told you about.
Chain Lightning costs twice.
Chain Lightning on
32% resource generation.
So pretty cool. So basically, the way that this works, we're going to have a video, but I'm going to explain to you how this works.
Has one
it actually
defense
changes your skill pretty significantly.
Only 5% though.
So now when you cast Chain Lightning, the way it's going to work is it's going to cast and bounce on enemies just like before, but then it's going to come back to you and orbit you a little bit. And then it's going to go out and hit another enemy, and then come back to you in orbit, and then come out and then go out and do another enemy, and come back. And it's going to do that back and forth a few times. And every time it comes back to you, it's going to drain some of your mana. And after it drains so much mana, after coming back 10 times, the bolt is actually going to explode for a ridiculous amount of lightning damage on enemies. So there's a mini game here where basically, oh, and by the way, you can cast multiple Chain Lightnings when this is out. You're basically going to be like running a gambit here, and the mini game is you want to stack as much resource regeneration as you can so that your lightning bolts can survive being drained over and over and bouncing everywhere so that they can last to their explosion and do a ton of damage to enemies. One thing I want to call out here also is that because it drains mana, resource cost reduction won't work on that drain. You're actually going to want to focus on gaining resource, which is a little bit different and kind of makes this build a little special.
It's like it's not really that.
Compared to other
but it won't be the meta build anymore for rogues.
The build's based around resource.
It's still
so
a
like
good
see
build.
it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. So you can see here, it circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits enemies, and then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned the damage to be pretty high. See there? So then it explodes. So, oh wait, do we have one where it casts a bunch of times? Maybe we don't. There we go. There we go. Yeah. So see here, you can see that, as you go, like, keep going, and then
He sounds so excited.
Another thing I want to point out is if you're hugging enemies in melee range, as it's circling you, it will also hit enemies.
What?
So you now have a way to like really maximize your damage by hugging bosses and such. The damage goes way up. So next, last
Look at that
but not
stuff
least,
as
the
well.
Necromancer. So we got some feedback. We've had this for a
Diablo-ing,
while.
yes.
Felt this on the team where the golem we really love. We love our golem boys.
Okay,
And,
Chain Lightning
but
season,
sometimes
guys.
It can be
Log in.
frustrating where you tell the golem to go somewhere.
Why
and
did
he
I wake
kinda
with Chain
takes a
Lightning
while
now,
to
man?
lug his butt over there and do his slam or his shout or whatever, and things can get in the way. And so we've kind of upgraded him a little bit. I'll let the video speak for himself here. But so now you can see your golem will Hulk smash and just jump on enemies and slam them down. So this will work with all of your golem types, by the way, not just the iron golem, but now your golem is going to leap to the area that you tell him to go and then cast its ability. So we're really excited about this. Shout out to Charles Dunn who got this change in, and our animators who helped us out. But we're really pumped for it. It looks amazing.
Yeah, so those were the class and balance changes. And I know we jumped a slide there. How dare you, production?
Okay, no much more for Necro.
We are, as they waved to me, like, I'm sorry.
I like the Barb item.
Go into some quality of life updates.
I think really kind of bad.
A significant amount of quality of life updates that we do want to go through that will be available in Season 5. And you guys will actually be able to check this out in the PTR. So now we can go to the next slide, where we do want to talk about some Helltide and Whisper updates specifically. So I know this has been kind of...
Dude, we can play a new version of Kratos Barb now, I just realized.
It's been a pain point
with
for
the other
others,
unique that we
is
said that makes your weapon master skills core skills.
Objectives within there to help you with your
and then you just Seagrass all the time.
But
and Iron Maelstrom.
issue with the ones in Helltide is that it can sometimes take quite a while to do. And sometimes players would have to leave the Helltide to go to another area to complete some of these Whisper objectives. So we are optimizing this to ensure that they don't take nearly as much time. The ideal goal is to get a bunch of value within those 15 minutes and to potentially end up getting a full entire Whisper 10-point bar within 15 minutes in one
so you can do a full Whisper every Helltide.
Yeah, so it'll be a huge help.
Could they increase the number of Grimhammers you can carry?
At least for me, I've always had to kind of leave a Helltide and I kind of try to knock some of that out. It'll especially help for players that are looking for additional gold, because Whisper caches have always been great sources of gold. And now, as Adam mentioned, you can also use Whisper caches to target farm.
Ooh, baby.
So it's keeping things more optimized for players, which we know will be way better there. The next thing we do want to talk about is also Baneful Hearts. I know this may not sound like a huge quality of life thing or a buff of any sort, but we have noticed that players have had a lot of Baneful Hearts within their inventory. We do want to make these a little bit more valuable so they won't drop as frequently. We know that players will still have a significant amount, but maybe not hundreds and hundreds like some people have within their inventory.
I have 500 right now, by the way.
Should not have any type of issues regarding having a ton of these Baneful Hearts, but we are tweaking the drop rate because they were dropping a little too much there. Tempering.
Yeah.
The very, very, I guess, like, brought up topic. Well, and like.
Yeah, people like talking about tempering.
It's pretty popular.
Yeah, so I want to take a minute to talk about tempering and kind of how the design team sees it and kind of what we're happy with, what we think could be better, and some adjustments we'll be making in Season 5. So first, high level, kind of how we see tempering. We really think that it's important that items have an endpoint where players know kind of that the item is done and that they're not hoarding lots of them forever on the chance that they can all be good, right? One of the big key goals of Season 4 was that we didn't want you saving 1 million items in your stash space. And while we know that, you know, bricking an item never feels great, we do need that to be something that's possible to do in the game so that you know when the journey is done and you're not just holding on to an item forever. So that part we actually think is working very well, where, you know, an item is done and you try and go get another one. And so you're always interested in items and trying to, you know, have that game loop go in the game indefinitely. Or until you feel like your character is maxed out on its power. But we do agree with players that, you know, the RNG right now is.
I mean, this sounds like a good idea, though.
Which doesn't really feel
Giving
great.
some kind of control.
You get so many tries basically to roll.
Maybe some material you can spend to get us an outcome or something.
In the future for players to have more control over that RNG, so that, you know, you have more ways to maybe manipulate the tempering or get the odds in your favor, and do other things like that. One update that's going to be coming in Season 5, it won't be in the PTR, but we're targeting for launch, is that, you know, we've got a lot of
they're doing it.
It feels so bad when, you know, you get that like triple greater affix and it has the same number of rolls and then you brick it and then you have to try and go get another one.
That is big. That is pretty big already.
With this, you know, as your item gets better, basically, that you find, you're going to have more chances to temper it. So a much better chance to get the one that you want. Basically, the way it'll work is you're going to basically get 1 extra roll per greater affix that you have. So, you know, you have 1 greater affix,
like
1
that.
roll, 3 rolls.
And again, just to clarify, this is not in the PTR, but it will be in for the launch of Season 5 in itself. And again, just to reiterate, we are still looking at ways to help out that experience within tempering. As we've noted, we agree with players that it doesn't always feel great. And so you guys should expect to hear more updates to tempering after we get through Season 5 for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, weapons.
Yeah, so I'll talk about this one a little bit. We took a look at
this chart.
Yeah, this chart. We took a look at inherent affixes on weapons, and we found that, you know, a lot of inherent affixes like damage to distant or some other ones were a little too conditional and didn't get the update, you know, in Season 4 that we wanted. So we went back and made them a little bit more generically useful and better across more builds. So we have a little chart here, but you can see kind of this is going to be the new inherent affixes on all the different weapon types. So we've made quite a few adjustments here. You know, as an example, you know, vulnerable damage is
I don't like it.
Bows.
I mean, it's probably better than before, but I wanted to make something way cooler out of that, to be honest.
But yeah, so we made quite a few updates. We basically just looked at the matrices of everything and kind of adjusted it to see what makes sense. So basically, you're just going to have, you know, things that actually impact your builds much more often on the weapons that you want. And as another result of this update, we are also looking at what weapons classes can use. And we updated them a little bit to try and, you know, let more classes use more weapons. We want players to be able to create interesting builds, play the way that we want. And so we want to open up these things as much as we can in our designs. So now Druids are going to be able to use 2-hand polearms, 1-hand swords, and daggers.
Transmog sails.
Are going to be able to use 1-hand swords and maces. And Necromancers are going to be able to use, I think it's maces and axes, actually.
Yeah, despite this Necromancer pictured right here that is not using, well, it's using a 2-handed sword, but you can already use a 2-handed sword, but not using and the Necromancer here, I know it's supposed to say all maces and axes as opposed to all swords, so.
But yeah, basically we're going to be opening up these classes to use more weapon types. And then also some of the uniques are going to be updated for the classes as well. So the Butcher's Cleaver can now be used for Necros, and Sorcerers can use Doombringer and Azure Wrath now.
Yeah, Sorcerers can use Azure Wrath, kind of like D2.
Everyone can use Doombringer now, right?
So I think that'll be pretty cool.
Yes.
Some additional quality of life updates. Now we're going to talk about some endgame bosses. As I have experienced, as Adam has experienced earlier, as he mentioned in the stream, we are making changes to the Beast and Ice. you guys will no longer have to make a sigil to summon the Beast in Ice, which is a huge quality of life update.
You also can no longer
The
teleport
Beast
to
will now
him.
live in a standard dungeon. The crawl to get
Enjoy
to the
running.
Beast in Ice is much, much shorter now. It's going to be more similar to what we've seen with some of the other endgame bosses. And then at the same time, Eternal players that have maybe already built out some of these sigils, we made sure to keep you in mind so you can still use the sigils to fight the boss. You won't just you won't need summoning materials. You can just use the sigil right there in the boss room in itself. And this no longer requires sigil dust to actually summon the Beast in Ice. So some big changes to the Beast in Ice to help out that that whole entire feel, especially when you're really target farming the Beast in Ice. Sometimes it was kind of brutal to have to go through the whole entire dungeon each and every time.
Yeah, so many times.
Yeah. So next we have Varshan. Varshan, the body parts are pretty much being reduced to one. I know it was eating up a lot of inventory space. It was kind of hard to manage at times and everything. So we're optimizing this, making this better. So now you'll just need one body part to essentially summon Varshan going forward, starting with Season 5. And one big thing that we're going to call out here.
999 stack size.
The cherry on top. Let's actually just play the clip and see if people actually notice it. And if not, then we'll call it out.
What could be different this time?
Poor Duriel.
Yeah, Mythic Unique maybe?
Oh.
No, that's not it.
Oh. Good gear though.
Yeah,
but something that is interesting here is the cauldron has reappeared.
You can just resummon him again.
There's the altar right there. You can now resummon all
we
the
have the
endgame
technology
bosses without needing to run out of the dungeon.
Reset
the dungeon. So this will help a whole lot. Will make things way better in terms of like
look, there's still Duriel lying on the ground, man.
Especially when you're a party and you're like, everyone leave the dungeon so I can reset and stuff like that.
Oh, man.
Now you'll be able to do that immediately for all the endgame bosses, which is a huge feature I know that players have been asking for. So that will be also incorporated into Season 5. So lots and lots of changes for Season 5. One other
I wonder
thing,
how many Duriel kills it takes for the
regarding
instance to
tempering,
crash.
because,
Let's try.
Just to clarify, because we've got some people going like, oh, I don't understand like the greater affix stuff, like in terms of additional rolls. If you have a 1-star greater affix, you'll get 1 additional roll. If you have like a 3-star or 4-star or something, you would get 3 or 4, pending the amount of stars that you actually specifically have on your item.
Yeah, I think it goes up to 3.
Yeah,
so
3. Sorry, yeah. 4 is more specific. 4 is uniques. Yeah. If I'm thinking about razor plate or something like that. But the other thing that I did want to call out is that this is actually going to be retroactive. So for players that still have maybe an item that they may have potentially bricked and it's sitting in their stash, just for like memento purposes or anything like that.
Or whatever,
yeah, when your character does move to Eternal, if it was a greater affix, like a 3-star greater affix or something like that, you will end up getting those 3 additional rolls afterwards. So that is
hilarious,
after
man.
these changes actually are implemented with the start of Season 5.
People are going to hold onto their gear just to break it yet again.
Will move to Eternal as I fix my earpiece. That's like falling out.
Oh, no.
But one other thing I did want to call out as well for Season 5.
Wonderful.
We have some really big like accessibility options that are being added to the actual game. And we really, really need some testing on this in the Season 5 PTR. This is actually called out in our blog. We'd really love if players can actually check them out, test them out, provide feedback. I will note, we aren't planning, despite it being in the Season 5 PTR, we aren't planning on these features actually launching with Season 5. We really want to take the feedback, make them, better for when they are ready. And right now, I think that the plan would be that they would be ready for Season 6. But it's important for us to be able to get that feedback. So we really need people to actually test out these specific features. We have like an auto pin feature, we have a compass feature, and then we have like a audio navigation assistance feature that is coming within some of these accessibility features for Season 5. So really important for people to kind of like jump in, check it out, give us feedback, and then you'll see those in Season 6 after the PTR is kind of over. But that is kind of like a huge wrap up of all the stuff that is coming for the Season 5 PTR, and even a little bit more of even some of the stuff for Season 5 itself. We do want to take some questions, and we still have Dan on the line. From the burning hells of Albany, to answer any questions that we may have. But I know we have a question specifically teed up. So if you have questions, please ask them in Twitch chat, which is where we have live chat going on right now, and we will try to get through as many as possible.
Cool.
But first question I believe we have is, because I teed up this question. Are there any new class buffs coming to Season 5? Specifically, if Adam can answer. Druid and Sorceress, because I know we hear you, everyone, about Druid and Sorceress. I know we talked a little bit about it here, but if you can like expand on it a little bit.
Yeah. Yes, there are new class buffs coming to Season 5, covered it a little bit. I think one they call out that people talk a lot about right now is, how Barbarians in particular are pretty strong, and then, the classes that can't get as far as they can in the pit, feels kind of bad. There's a lot to chew on there, but I think the short answer is yes, we hear you, and we're going to be looking to beef these things up. We do have some specific ways that we want to be targeting these things, and there's a lot of history to it. Barbarians in particular are tougher to balance. I think I've talked about this on stream a little bit before of, because of their arsenal system, they have more items. Anytime that we mess with, and we've messed with like the underlying systems of the game very heavily in the last year, right? Season 2, we updated all the combat math, which of course impacts items, which impacts character power. We've updated in Season 4 all of itemization, which obviously directly impacts the arsenal system very heavily. So when we do these large shakeups, it's a lot more difficult in a short amount of time to get everything, exactly perfect of how the combinatorics of those effects are going to impact classes, right? So that's one end of it. Another end is what we're trying to do, and we started with this in Season 4, is we're looking at the other class mechanics, and we want to kind of beef them up and give them the treatment that we kind of gave with the Necromancer and the Book of the Dead. In Season 4, we actually wanted to try this as an experiment, like, hey, the Book of the Dead, the minions, the sacrifice bonuses, they're what really make Necromancer feel really cool and special and unique. So we're going to, try and catch that up, so to speak, to the arsenal system on the Barbarian. And not only just increase the numbers, right? Because just increasing the numbers is kind of easy. We even did that in the mid-season patch. If you look at the Druid boons, we increased them by 50%, doubled them in many cases. But we think to really help solve that on a fantasy and even just design perspective, we want to overhaul and really look at these mechanics and make them way better and more thematic to classes. So we don't have anything to announce today for Season 5, but that's something more long-term that we're doing to help that problem in the future. In the short term, we are, looking at, fixing the issues with these various classes, buffing them up in different ways, making different builds and other things viable and trying to keep that parity. We're also looking at, bringing down the outliers of power with the Barbarian in different ways to make sure that they have more parity with other classes as well. But that's kind of our short and long-term vision of where we want this to be.
Awesome. I know we have a question specifically, and this is something I've seen a few times regarding Season 5 for Dan, because Infernal Hordes, people are seeing this gameplay and they're hearing about can I play this on Eternal and Seasonal? Mm-hmm. Can I play this? Is this like an ongoing thing going forward? What can players expect, Dan?
Sure, yeah. So with Season 5, we wanted to build out the end game. And because we're building out the end game, we wanted to make sure that any of the end game things we're putting in are on both Seasonal and Eternal. And so in this PTR, you'll be able to test out the Eternal version of Infernal Hordes. And so any of the rewards you get from it, all that's Eternal. So all players are going to benefit from it.
Awesome. Yeah, so all players will benefit from it, and as Dan mentioned, it's a new end game feature. So it's like something that will be continuous beyond even Season 5 is what we're looking at. So yeah, players can expect to jump in Infernal Hordes going forward, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, the feedback is going to be incredibly important during this PTR. As Dan mentioned beforehand, all the specific items that we're really hoping to get feedback on regarding how the boons feel, how the rewards feel, how the combat feels, and the waves and stuff like that will be really important for us during this specific moment. What is this is another Season 5 question, and hopefully you might be able to answer this, Dan. This from Lucky Luciano. shout out, Diablo partner. What is the equivalent pit level of the 8th difficulty of like the Infernal Hordes? Pit
What
level,
is
I
the
guess, or
equivalent
Nightmare
pit
Dungeon,
level?
or Monster level.
Yeah, you're making me do math here.
Yeah, we just adjusted pit levels
Yeah,
too, so good luck.
tier 8 of the Infernal Hordes is going to be equivalent to about monster level. I think it's 180 to 200. So it goes up pretty high.
That's pretty late.
Okay, nice, nice. So a difficult challenge for sure, which is good to hear. We have a question from Zapidas. Man, y'all need easier names, I swear. Do you foresee changes in grouping in the pit to allow group play to be more efficient? There will be changes. It won't be something present in PTR. We'll talk more about it at the Season 5 launch, but the team is very aware of it because we've heard about like, hey, it's kind of not great to feel like I'm getting only 50% of the rewards associated when I'm in a group within a pit if I'm not the party leader specifically. So it's something that the team's taking in, and we will have an update for players before Season 5.
No more cooldown offense.
Whatever change we have live in Season 5. So a question from, let's see. Well, this one's easy. Okay. Robot Jomo. What's the team's philosophy on rate of power gain? It seems that tempering, especially players, gain too much power too quickly, really removing the tension from the leveling up experience. Any chance to add more friction to tempering, materials, costs, etc.?
Yeah. We have seen a little bit of this and heard this feedback ourselves. It's kind of going in two different ways here. So the leveling experience, then how tempering messes with it, right? The leveling experience, as people probably have seen, has been sped up quite a bit, right? We do want people to be able to kind of level quickly and get to the fun of the game as quickly as possible. So we do want them, we don't want there to be a ton of friction. Like, when we first launched the game, we had the idea that like getting to level 100 alone was a big accomplishment, right? And we've learned that, players really want to like fulfill their power fantasies, get to the part where they're actually like incrementally increasing their character's power and finding things to use that power against. And so they enjoy that end game a lot, and we want to get them there in a reasonable amount of time. So that's the part that is like, hey, it's fine, level quicker, it's good, right? But then the other part is like tempering and kind of the tuning of the affixes. We have heard the feedback and kind of agree with it that, the early tempering recipes are really, really strong. Right? That was by design when we launched Season 4. One of the big kind of mandates to the team that we felt was important was we wanted, before Season 4, we constantly got the feedback and knew it was true that, your item stats weren't interesting enough and didn't matter enough and weren't very impactful and just didn't feel good, right? And so we very much like juiced them up to be very strong, and then this new tempering system that manipulates them, we made it very strong so that out the gate, our goal was that when you temper an item, you can really feel the damage. It wasn't like this incremental, oh, my damage goes up in like 10 different places here and there, and now I'm strong. It was like, no, this one thing happened, and you felt it, and it was good. And so we're going to, try and walk that line. We're going to probably go a little more in between here where, we do agree that the tempering is warping the early game experience too much to the point that it's like you pick up an item and you don't care about the stats because you just temper something on and it's like way better. Right? So we don't want that, but we do still want them to feel and be really impactful. So we have heard the feedback. I don't think we have huge adjustments in Season 5 right away, but we are going to be looking at that leveling process and streamlining that quite a bit. We're having time actually in talks about that right now with various members of the team. So it will be looked at. Not tons will change in Season 5, though.
Awesome. Question from Razzle Dazzle Daris. Razzle Dazzle Daris. It's a long name to log in on. Did you say we can temper uniques? Are you open to letting us imprint affixes? I had this thought we can imprint a unique, but only once.
Yeah, going back, that was kind of what I talked about with the unique section. We right now know. I'm not going to say never in the future. It's definitely the obvious thing that we could do, like just add tempering to uniques, of course. But we want them to have an identity that is very different from legendaries. One of the concerns with that is that the more that you give uniques manipulation, the more that they just turn into legendaries with a different item color when they drop on the ground, right? Like they're actually not different in how they work. If we were able to manipulate stats, add stats, all those things. So we do want them to have a different identity in the game. So we're not doing it now, but in the future, we've talked about it. We're open to the idea, but we do want to try this first of like double down, what makes it unique, and that you build around it. Except there's a little bit of friction, rather than just turning it into the item that you want every time.
Question from Barrick is, hey Adam, or Adams, I have a question for the Q&A. How is the dev team feeling about the reception of Season 4? And is that making them rethink any plans for future seasons? I mean, I think one thing that we can most definitely call out here is, like, obviously Season 4 has been really great. Like, we've been hearing a lot of great feedback from players, and, we're very well aware of, like, how everyone's been enjoying it. I think one huge thing that's helped with that as well was, like, the idea that we had a PTR for Season 4, and now we're seeing that again for Season 5. So, like, we know, like, having that moment where players can actually jump in, provide feedback, give us some notes on specific things is really beneficial, especially when we have, like, new huge features like what we did for Season 4, which was, obviously tempering, masterworking, the pit, all new hell tides. There was a ton of new features, and then, of course, with Season 5, players are now going to be able to run through Infernal Horde, tons of new gear, and legendary aspects for them. So it's just like a ton of stuff that we know that we can most definitely take feedback on, and having those moments has really helped us with some of those decisions.
Yeah, I would say on the design team side, I know like the people on the team are very happy with how Season 4 went. It couldn't have gone better, really, in our eyes. PTR was a huge deal, helped us a lot, especially on the balance and design side to get things into a better place. Another thing I may call out with Season 4 is that, I think how to phrase it, like, there's been a lot of disruption to the game, right? And so when there's that much disruption of, like, we update all the core math and all the items and everything, it's very difficult to get things into a fine-tuned state, right? And, without giving anything away, we have big updates coming in the future with, expansion and other things. But one of the things that we're looking forward to, I think, as a team is when we've kind of settled down a little bit on the big disruptions, like overhauling all of itemization and things like that. Because, it becomes a lot more difficult to fine-tune things like balance, or even on the design side, like designs and making sure that they work and that we're, like, iterating and upgrading things versus, changing things around in huge ways. So while we think it was really successful and we're happy with how itemization 2.0 turned out, the team is looking forward to, like, making the things as they are and make them work better and more do fine-tuning work. And so I think you can expect in the future as a player, after we've done some more disruption and made the game, like, in a really good place, we're very happy with it, which we're really close to now, I think, that you have tighter class balance, tighter designs, tighter roles for things, and just, one of the things that excites me and excited the team about Season 4 was, like, the tons of quality of life improvements and how much of an impact that makes on players, which I think we knew, but it hit home in Season 4, right? Like, just the Codex of Power, how that changed and how that completely fixed, the hoarding of items and things like that, I think are what really jazz us a lot, because it just makes that flow experience better, like the boss ladder, being able to reset bosses, stuff like that, I think is actually really impactful and good for the longevity of the game. So we're excited to do more things like that.
All right. Last question that we have here is well, it's just Satan's. Oh, Satan's with a Z and 666 afterwards. Very good theme.
Diablo.
Yeah, perfect. Very Diablo theme. Is specifically asking, what is the seasonal theme? Or are we, like, holding back any information right now regarding that and stuff? Dan, I don't know if you want to clarify here, or if you want me to, you can.
All right. So we haven't announced the name for the season yet, as far as I know, but the seasonal theme seems, I guess, fairly obvious. We're going back to hell, and so the theme is pretty much returning to hell. And while the Infernal Horde is just one part of that, the rewards are another part. And when we have our Season 5 live stream, we'll go into all of the rest of the things that we have planned for Season 5.
Exactly. Yeah, we have some additional stuff to talk about when we do actually have our Season 5 live stream. We're just right now, the biggest focus for this stream is for people to hear about the content that they're going to be able to play in PTR, and we want people to really hone in and focus in on that, so we can actually get that feedback for the team here, and we can make any changes that we may need to.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that is kind of going to wrap us up for today for our Q&A. I'm going to lightning round like a few quick things because I'm sure chat will kill me if I don't call it out.
Sure.
I know we're getting a lot of questions about loadouts. It is, again, still something that we are very well aware of, and we still plan on. It just takes a lot of time. It's a huge amount of overhaul changes and everything from that end. Separately, we this has been coming up a lot. Auction house. There are currently no plans right now for something like that, but we hear you guys. We feedback, things like that. Let us know. But right now, those are the two big things that I've been seeing a ton in chat. I just want to address them before people go like, "You're not reading chat. You're in some like alternate universe chat or something like that." But PTR again, just to remind everyone, starts next Tuesday. It runs for 1 week. It's on PC Battle.net only. Please provide feedback on our forums, Reddit, social media, our community Discord, things like that. We're always looking around. We really value the feedback that we get during these PTR processes. And of course, at the same time, patch notes on the blog are live immediately after this stream. So check out Diablo4.com when those do get up. Next time you guys see us, next time we stream, is July 18th. It's the Spiritborn reveal. Ooh, yeah! Exciting. Everyone gets to check out the Spiritborn. So we'll be back live on stream on July 18th. We'll be revealing
the Spiritborn before the season 5
Diablo 4. That will be part of Vessel of Hatred. So we're really excited about that. And yeah, I think that wraps it up.
So after the Spiritborn reveal, we're gonna get season 5.
Cool, Dan. Yeah. Enjoy the AC.
Cool.
Lock the fuck in.
The burning fire under him.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And thank you again, Adam Jackson. And from everyone on the Diablo 4 team, we wish you a wonderful weekend. And we'll see you in PTR next week.
Thank you, everybody.
See you guys.
All right. They're raiding Mikuna today. Look at that. Rip Heartseeker. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. They don't want to do loadouts. Having to create a new character keeps you in the game longer. I don't think this is how it works. They're obviously gonna make loadouts. They're raiding Mikuna because they killed Immortal Sorc XD. I mean, everyone saw that coming from like 2 miles away, so this is not a surprise. Okay, so that was interesting, guys. So I have some notes here that we can go through. So I guess not everyone was here from the start. And then we're gonna do a little YouTube recording as well. And the patch notes, I guess we're gonna go through right after. So I'm not gonna like wait like 2 hours and then do a review of the patch notes. We can do that as well. Maybe in a separate video or something. But I want to record a quick summary here. There's actually a lot of stuff coming. So generally, like, what's the verdict, guys? I think it was a really good Campfire chat. Lots of really cool stuff. Lots of really cool quality of life things that are improving. The only thing I really didn't like is the changed weapon implicits. I was hoping that would make them a lot cooler than that, and not just some different stats. But there's, I guess, still a glimmer of hope for the future that I would do that. Rip Heartseeker. I mean, everyone saw that coming as well. I mean, if you didn't expect that, then I don't know. Okay. Chain Lightning, log in. Look, we're here already. Copium. They did not talk about the pity system. Now I wonder why. They raided Mikuna, yeah. Shading gonna be godly. Yeah, it sounds like this definitely sounds very good, this chain lightning stuff. So it depends a bit on like how the exact mechanics work, but they said that it can hit enemies while it's circling around you, and then it can go jump back to the enemies and then come back to you. So if that actually does like full hit damage every single time, that sounds like you're gonna multiply the amount of hits that you're gonna get from your chain lightnings by like, I don't know, ×5 or something at least. That sounds pretty wild actually. So Or maybe even more, right? I think it drains 6 mana every time. It didn't talk about Zir. Yeah. The set TB, what's that? Is the new TB. Yeah, it's a bit like TB, I guess. It's a place like TB. True. And they said there's generally like Sorc and Druid buffs coming, so that's kind of big. They did not talk about nerfs, but I guess we'll see them in the patch notes. So then it becomes like ball lighting of the orbit. Yeah, I guess there's definitely some gameplay overlap there. I think chain lighting will still proc Undial on the rotation. Now that could be interesting. If like all of them like probably have lucky hit and everything, that could be ridiculous, yeah. For the amounts of lucky hits you can do. But who knows? We'll find out, I guess. I'm pressing F5 a little bit on the patch notes, but so far nothing. So we'll see. Okay guys, I'm gonna record a little YouTube summary for this. I can actually move my cam back. Let's do that. We can also do high YouTube if you want. Here. Here. How about that? Alright. Where's my screenshots? I should have those at least. Yeah, let's do that. So let's put this like side by side maybe. Like that. Okay. So I can just go through that. Yeah, I didn't catch like every single screenshot perfectly, but I think we got most of the stuff that they showed basically. So I have like all of the text, I have all the uniques. Just like from the start where I was doing, was actually gameplay. I didn't actually catch everything properly, but we have the waves and he has the plus damage, plus ether. Yeah, so there's like these little things basically. One downside, one upside basically, these kind of things. So we'll see. Okay. Diablo 5 PTR, here's what you need to know. Okay, thank you very much. I guess you're gonna open that as well while we add it. So this has a bunch of these screenshots as well. Beast in the eyes. Okay, so I actually have this kind of like laid out here, so that's cool. In a similar fashion, but I'm gonna go for my notes as well. Blog post is up. Yeah, I want a patch notes, not a blog post. They said the patch notes are coming as well, right? Patch notes at the bottom. Ah, okay. Here they are. Alright, we can go through that. But we're gonna check that out in a second. Let's do the recording first, and we're gonna go through it line by line, basically. Okay. Alright. Hi everyone. So we just had a Season 5 Campfire chat. We have been watching this here live on stream. We have a lot of people here. Hi YouTube. And I want to give you a short summary of what is going on. It looks like Season 5 is going to be big yet again. There's a lot of cool stuff coming. It was basically a pretty big W from my perspective. I think a lot of people here agree with that. And yeah, there's a new endgame feature coming. Lots of unique reworks. Buffs to especially Sorcs and Druids. Some general game changes. And just lots of quality of life. So let's get into it. There's also a blog post here that also details most of the stuff that I will be talking about, including the Season 5 patch notes, which I will not go over right now. I will have a separate video for that because this will take some time to digest, and you can stay tuned for another upload here. But the big takeaways, so let's keep that short basically. There's a lot of interesting stuff. I also have a lot of screenshots here so we can kind of show this. The first big thing is PTR will have a live character copy. So if you want to jump in and play it, they did not say that it's still only available for Battle.net, I believe. At least this was the case last time for Season 4, where only Battle.net PC players were able to play it. Maybe that is still the case, but at the very least you can jump in with your own characters. And we have also confirmation that Season 5 will launch on the 6th of August and go until 8th of October, and then Vessel of Hatred will come out and Season 6 starts the same day. So I'm not sure if they had revealed that before. We also don't know about the theme yet, but they were talking about we're going back to hell and some stuff like that, which kind of goes with the new Infernal Hordes endgame feature that they are introducing as a permanent feature. And we don't know what is coming as the theme just yet. There will be another reveal or some other campfire or something as that later. But before that is also going to be the Spiritborn reveal. So sometime late July or so, we're going to hear some more details, I guess. Now, about this new feature, the Infernal Hordes. It sounds pretty cool. So we're going to have some kind of sigil. So we have a screenshot here that you see that has kind of like a wave-based progression system. There are a total of 8 waves. And the difficulty ramps up every single time, with tier 8 being kind of like 180 to 200 monster level, like probably pit 80 to 100-ish. And after each wave, there will be some upgrades to choose. So there's like some monsters that spawn here, it looks like this. And then the wave starts, you have to defeat them. And every time after that, it's a bit like a roguelike mode, where you select like an upside and a downside. Or you have like these ether rewards that you can gather. And depending on how much ether you get, you can at the end choose certain reward chests. So there can be different rewards. There is gold, mats, masterworking mats apparently. There's a chest with a guaranteed greater affix item. There are certain uniques and legendary aspects that you can target from there as well. In addition to the random drops that you can get them somewhere else. So not making like, for example, new uniques and put them on old bosses. Instead you get them here. And there might be more different types of rewards chests. So you kind of just like select whatever you want at the end of each wave, and it gets harder every time. You have limited amount of rewards, and if you get to the end, there will be a boss fight, and that's actually kind of cool. So this is like the Travenkal guys in Diablo 2, if you remember those. The council members are there, and there's a total of, I believe, 5 of them. They look pretty badass. And always 3 of them will be present in a random mix, basically. So there's always a variation in this boss fight. And they mentioned that when you take one of them down, then the others are getting empowered. So I guess there might be some strategies around killing them simultaneously, or, you know, maybe, you know, you single target them down real fast or something like that. So we'll see. We just saw some clips in action here. It looked kind of cool. And they also have some of their iconic abilities. You see the hiders, for example, from one of the guys and these kind of things. So this is how you beat this mode. This is going to be available starting from World Tier 3, so you don't have to wait all the way to level 100 to even get in there. So you can try to maybe get some of the uniques early on as well. They've actually shown some of them that look pretty cool as well. So it sounds really fun. I'm excited to try this out. Then we have the new uniques and legendaries here. So let me show them real quick. So this is what I got here. This is one of them, the Basilisk for Druids. This is an earth staff. Wait, can you guys see that properly? Let me move that a little bit so you can see this here. An earth staff that petrifies enemies when you hit them. Sounds kind of interesting. I guess there might be some combos around that depending on how petrify works exactly. Or maybe that even is like the same as the ultimate, for example. That could be kind of big if that actually carries the ultimate, like crit damage effect, for example. We'll see. Here's a new item for Barbs. This makes your weapon mastery skills into core skills that now cost resources. Then we have a Necromancer weapon that summons skeletons that explode from corpses. So that's kind of interesting. This might open up some cool stuff here, and also gives you the option to spawn out of corpses with +5 to hit flesh. And here's a rogue item. That's a kind of interesting one. So you spawn a shade totem that you can attack, and when you hit it, it will explode for some of the damage it took. So this allows you to kind of like burst down and burst stuff in AoE, or convert a single target hit into an AoE hit, for example. So it could be kind of interesting. A little bit like, for example, Shatter from the Sorc. Then we have this here. This is a Sorc staff that allows you to cast your basic attacks when you use a core skill, and this can also mix and match different elements, so that sounds really fun. Might be able to make some more combos work with like basic attacks here for Sorcs. And we have a generic item. This is this pair of boots that has a bunch of cooldown, non-fizz, and movement speed, and then you cast an explosion around you when you use a cooldown. So I think these are all of the new uniques coming to this game mode that will be target farmable. But in general, there is going to be a lot of them. They have not shown us all of these items here. In fact, I don't think they have shown us a single new aspect, but they said there will be 50+ new uniques and legendaries. So that sounds pretty wild. So we can definitely expect a lot of really cool stuff. There are a few more that I have shown us later, which I will go over right now. Let's find them real quick. So we have this here, for example, for Barbs. This is like a Kratos Barb item, so you might remember that build. So I actually played it this season, actually, and it turns out that is getting a lot better with this upgrade here. So a new neck that allows you to basically cast the Iron Maelstrom all the time and be a bit more of a support bar, potentially. Sounds kind of fun. And, well, there is also some other reworks here. For example, for Druids, Shepherd's aspect is getting changed to a companion power, and they want to buff Druids across the board to compensate for this. So Druids are free from the companions, basically. That's kind of cool. Here's a very interesting unique item, Axial Conduit. The Chain Lightning unique pants. They showed this in action. It looks way cooler than just on a screenshot, but basically it rotates around you when you cast Chain Lightning, and then jumps to the enemies, and it comes back and rotates again, and it jumps back to the enemies, and it drains your mana really fast. And the idea is that you have to stack a lot of resource generation in order to use this, and it sounds like a pretty massive buff to Chain Lightning in general. So Chain Lightning login, that's gonna be pretty cool. And well, some other like class updates they have shown here as well. Golems can now leap into battle, and we have a bunch of other stuff. So that's kind of like the takeaway here for this Infernal Horde system and some of the updated legendaries and uniques. We'll see more in the patch notes and on the PTR, so I'm going to keep you guys covered there. Some other cool changes: uniques can be target farmed from Obols, Helltide, and Whispers, and you can also get mythic uniques, which are the Uber uniques. This is the now official term for those. You can get them now from those sources as well, so you actually have a chance to get exactly what kind of unique you're looking for example, so that's kind of cool. In general, they're updating all uniques. We're not going to see this on the PTR just yet, but they want to update all uniques in the game for Season 5. Basically, bigger, better, stronger, faster, whatever. There's going to be like more thematic stats on them with really high values, for example. They talked about like a fire unique should have a lot of fire damage, these kind of things. And they want to redefine like the unique's purposes a little bit, to the point where if there's like a build specific unique, then you want to use that. Like, for example, the Fireball gloves, the gloves of the Illuminator, and then the Fireball staff, which is not very strong right now. So you can expect that a lot of these uniques are getting significant buffs to be actual chase items for builds that are specifically designed for. And in general, they kind of want to like raise the top end of uniques, giving them a higher range of possible rolls, so that you can have a way stronger outcome, a way bigger unique, basically. So you can become, you know, kind of these rare chase items if you get a really good roll. And it may not be useful when it's a low roll, but it may be kind of strong when it's a high roll. So there's a bit of like a potential progression, or at least like this excitement of finding a certain item. And it sounds like they don't want to do something like a tempering for uniques or these kind of things. Instead, there's going to be this like more RNG system. You find a unique, and you know, it's going to be either good or bad, kind of. So that's kind of what is going on there. Some general changes here. Perma immunity. So I guess everyone saw that one coming. Flame shield is dead. So this is something, I guess, that also applies to stuff like, for example, Blood Mist. So keep that in mind as well for the Necros. But yeah, most importantly, like the perma flame shield is gone. But as I mentioned, there will be buffs to Sorc, so this should compensate. But they're also nerfing monster CC, and you can now use potions while CC it. Not sure if I like that too much, because it might take away a bit of the fur from hardcore, but we'll see how it will be. But okay, I guess most people really enjoy this change, so you just kind of like die less, so get like less frustrated when something like that happens. Also a cool change coming for tempering. +1 temper roll per greater affix. They're actually doing this. I've actually talked about this, I think in a podcast and some feedback video and stuff like that. It's actually an idea that I also passed on to the devs, because someone from my chat brought it up at some point, and it seems like this is exactly what they're implementing. So +1 greater affix, +1 roll per greater affix gives you up to 8 rerolls for 10 in total, basically 10 chances to get what you want. With the tempers, when you have a 3 greater affix items, that's pretty good. That should already solve a lot of the frustration that comes with the system, I guess. And they also want to look into other ways to maybe let you influence the RNG, get a specific outcome more often or more likely or something like that. So that sounds kind of cool. And this is retroactive to existing items. So if you want to go to Eternal with your bricked item, you can brick it all over again. Good luck. Now, some other updates here. Druids and Sorcerers, I mentioned this. We're also getting a huge Flurry buff. So we have this here somewhere. Here, Improved Flurry is getting buffed, Enhanced Flurry is getting buffed. You have like a massive stacking effect. It sounds like a Flurry season, or at the very least, Flurry sounds to be way more useful and way more like yeah, somewhere up there in the meta at least. We'll see how exactly it will be, but it did give some significant damage buff, especially for single targets where it was lacking the most. So that's kind of cool. You can now also dash around a flurry, a bit like the Shred Druids. That sounds quite cool. And you can also have stuff like another stacking damage buff and energy cost reduction and stuff like that. So you can probably even make something like a inner sight or preparation flurry build or something like that. We'll see. It sounds really cool though, so I'm excited to try this out. Some other changes here. The weapon stats have been reworked, so I can show that real quick. Let's see where that is. But yeah, basically they've changed all of the inherent stats on all of the weapons. Not really anything significant. They just kind of like move them around a little bit and made them a bit more streamlined. So this is what it looks like. So for example, there's now vulnerable damage on ones and no more lucky hit. Lucky hit is now on offense. Offense have lost their cooldown. Yeah, kind of like small stuff, I guess, but it seems to make a little more sense. Personally, this is actually the one change that I'm the most unhappy with, because I would have waited for like something much cooler than just a little bit of stats. I would have actually hoped for something closer to, for example, what the Barbarians have with their weapon masteries or so. But okay, this is what we got for now. Another thing though is that now there is more options for which weapons you can use on a few classes. So we have Druids that can run polearms, swords and daggers, one-handed swords, that should be said. Sorcerers as well, one-handed swords and maces. And Necromancers can now also use axes. So that has been updated. So you have now more options for your items. So I guess number one, it will be easier to find items. And number two, there's certain unique options that open up here as well. So for example, you know, Doombringer can now go on the Sorc or these kind of things as well. This could be kind of interesting. Some other cool quality of life changes. Beast in the Ice Dungeon is no longer a sigil and it's much smaller. You can just go in and farm it over and over. Varshan, only 1 mat per summon. And you can re-summon bosses. Now, the technology is here. You can see this. This is a Duriel kill, and there's like already the thing popping up again. In fact, in this clip here, we saw Duriel coming out of the ground with his corpse still lying there. So that was kind of funny. And this is how we can farm it now. So my personal expectation is that at some point the instance will just crash if we do this long enough. But I'm excited to try that out. Yeah, this is kind of like here the biggest stuff that's coming. There is some bug fixes as well. I guess that is also perfectly expected. Victimized double dip is getting fixed. A lot of people keep asking me, what does that mean? It means that Heartseeker is still pretty solid, but not like the top dog anymore for rogues. So it might be some A-tier build still or so. Penshot, probably the same story. It's still going to remain fairly good, but not like ridiculous. And Dots is getting bug fixed with the ×2 additive damage from all damage. So now you actually have to scale damage over time instead of all damage or so. Not really a big deal. And the Skeleton Reaper, both upgrades at once stuff is getting fixed. Now there was some Q&A at the end and talked about some small stuff. But some stuff that is definitely not coming in Season 5 is loot filters, loadouts, social features, and auction house. They understand that we want this stuff. And I guess they are working on this in the background, but for now there is no confirmed dates or seasons or anything like that, but we'll have to wait and see. So yeah, this is probably kind of everything that we have to share here right now. As I mentioned, there are these patch notes as well, so I will go through them, but this will be a separate upload. So for now, hope you enjoyed my little summary here. I will also link this blog post here that has all the patch notes, has all of this stuff written down again, so you can go check this out. And again, stay tuned for my next upload where we'll talk about all of the other little details that we'll probably spend a few hours dissecting right now. So for now, hope you liked the summary and see you guys next time. All right. Bye, YouTube. Patch notes are crazy. Alright. Let's see that, guys. 1 second. So. I guess you can also link this here, the latest Campfire chat. Let's do that. Start patch notes with Sorc. So back to front. Okay, let's see. I want to see first of all how big is it. New tempering recipes. Okay, Barbarian, Druid. This is just the items and aspects here. Tempering recipes. Okay, and then later I guess the skills, right? Balance updates. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. Let's go through it from top to bottom. Bone Splinter, Prison build. Okay, interesting. Why did they post the patch notes here? Because it's PTR, I guess. So they're gonna post the actual PTR note, the actual patch notes then in the blog post. Okay, I need to get some water real quick though. Give me 1 minute. Drink, fellow rogues. I've been trying for an hour, man. I was like, yeah. Alright, we're back, guys. Let's do it. You're definitely playing Sorc and PTR, log in. Which build is the best for Rogue in Season 5? Holy shit, man. Okay, let's check it out, guys. New items and tempering recipes. Worldly Finesse. Aha! That didn't take very long for this recipe. Critical strike damage, vulnerable damage, overpower damage, ultimate damage. Okay. Okay, I see. Barbarian. Unbroken chain. Okay, we've seen that. Aspect of forward momentum. Mobility. Actually, let's make some notes. I can make notes later, that's fine. Okay. Yo, PK, thanks, man. I think we had some other sub earlier as well. Who was that? No Volition, thank you too. I think that's why I was recording. Knocking back an enemy grants 25 to 40% movement speed for 3 seconds. Okay. Tempering, Slayer's Finesse. Vulnerable damage, bonus damage against injured, and bleeding damage. Okay. Druid, unique items. Björn Fang's Tusks, unique gloves. Cataclysm is now guaranteed to strike anything in range. Any deal 40 to 80% increased damage for the duration of the effect. While Cataclysm is active, you gain unlimited spirit. Okay. That sounds pretty interesting, I like it. It basically degrades it to a support ultimate instead of a damage ultimate. But realistically, a damage ultimate has never really worked out, and I'm pretty sure that Iron Maelstrom will not work out. At least not in any serious content. But we'll see. Aspect of the Rushing Wilds. Casting Companionship grants 5 move speed up to 15 to 45. Interesting. That's a lot of move speed. If you can cast them frequently and stack it up. Ultimate Efficiency, Resource. Colors and cooldown, Lacerate cooldown, Petrify cooldown, Grizzly Rage cooldown. Okay, depends on the values, I guess. Necromancer. Half of Dragul unique boots. Bone Prism traps a larger area and fires 20 to 35 bone splinters at enemies trapped within. Increase the maximum access by 2 for 8 seconds each time these bone splinters hit an enemy. Holy shit. And this is boots. That sounds pretty strong. Torture gifts and Helltide no longer contain obols, rip. But they now also give you uniques, I guess. Or like target uniques, so I guess the obols are kinda whatever, to be honest. That's a pretty interesting item, I like it. Okay. Aspect of the Unholy Tether. They give everyone mobility aspect, man. Casting Golem's active skill creates a bond between you for 6 seconds. While the bond is active, both of you are unhindered and gain 40% movement space. Okay, you can definitely cast Golem every 6 seconds, right? If you try. That's pretty good. Inexorable Reaper. Sever now dashes you forward to attack instead. It becomes a mobility skill and costs no essence but has a 22 to 7 seconds cooldown. Wow. That's interesting. I like it. Sever teleport. I wonder if we can go over cliffs and stuff like that as well. That's pretty cool. That's a very creative solution for, you know, Necros crying for mobility skill. I like it, actually. Aspect of Creeping Mist. Mobility. Gain 20 to 35% evade cooldown reduction. You can now evade during Blood Mist, traveling twice as far. Ah, look, there's another one of these. Entering or exiting Blood Mist resets your evade cooldown. So you can, like, evade, Blood Mist, evade, go out, evade again. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if you have multiple charges, if it like resets all of them. Or if it just resets one charge. Okay, both of these are really cool. I really like them. And this is also pretty good. This is an insane mobility, man. Alright, Imprisoned Spirit. And Bone Spirit explodes inside a bone prison, explodes an additional time, dealing 40 to 70% of normal damage. Uh-huh. Bone Spirit now prioritizes enemies inside a bone prison. Interesting as well. Offense, 70% of normal damage. So on the neck is even more than the original. It's 105. Okay, Tempering Recipes. Necromancer Wall. Skill ranks of Necrotic Carapace. Skill ranks of Drain Vitality. Dude, what the hell is Drain Vitality? Is this a 45 thing? Yes. Okay. And this is the 45 thing as well? Okay. Minion damage reduction. Wanted no one ever. Chance for your minions attacks to fortify you for 3%. Now that is kind of cool. I mean, I guess the main advantage is that you can fortify from new sources now. So you can just, like, you know, have this and... Okay, why not? Okay, Rogue. Thanks, Taco, by the way, and Jake. Shroud of Kanduras. Unique chest armor. Darkshard grants immune for 3 seconds. But the evade cooldown is increased by 9 to 3 seconds. Evading while Darkshard is active release behind an explosion that deals shadow damage and pulls in enemies. What the hell, dude? Evading while Darkshard is active. So every time I evade, I can pull them. What? How big is that pull, I wonder? It sounds pretty busted, man. I mean, I wonder if it's gonna have Subterfuge ranks or Dark Shroud ranks. If that has Shroud ranks, man, that's gonna be nuts. And it gives you a reason to actually use Dark Shroud on a bar. I actually like that. I mean, this is crazy in general. 3 seconds immunity, man. Like, you're like fucking Sorcs now, man. That's insane. Like, this is cool. It's probably OP. You made cooldowns increase by 3 seconds. It's not even that much, honestly. See DPS, Rogue. Doubt it works with Umbras. Yeah, no, I think this means when you press Dark Shroud, you gain immune for 3 seconds. But, I mean, you can get the cooldown really low if you want. You know? You can set cooldown reduction. You have synergy aspects. You can get, I think, 40% cooldown reduction as well for your Subterfuge skill. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like this. This is an interesting item. I wonder what the stats are. This is definitely useful. Just this effect alone is already useful. And then this effect alone is also useful. These could be 2 different unique items. So, it's kind of crazy. Okay. Legendary aspects of Nebulous Bruise. Using a healing potion against 50% movement speed. Dude, the numbers get bigger. Every line I go down, it's more movement speed. 50% movement speed for 3 seconds. After moving 30 minutes, you spawn a healing potion. Heck. Okay. Galvanized slashers. Lucky hit. Damaging an enemy from multi skill has a 30% chance to fully restore your energy. Your maximum energy is increased by 25. I mean, Shadow Step Lucky hit is very high. But dash is, I think dash is like 25. Nah. I don't like it too much, but okay. Maybe, I mean, there might be some, there's some synergy here with Beastful Boots. Because you get maximum energy, and you have the instant restore. So this could be kind of interesting. I don't like that's not consistent though. Okay, Off Iron Rain. Smoke Grenade has a 50% chance to create an arrow storm where it explodes, dealing physical damage over 3 seconds. The arrow storms continuously apply vulnerable. Oh boy, here we go again, man. S+ tier. Now more buffed even. Okay, Breakneck Bandits. Flurry deals first increased damage and 30% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds with each hit. Okay, so they remove the stun from the flurry, right? And they give it this instead. And also just deals more damage, cause why not? Okay. Okay. XTD business. Yeah, also right, thank you, man. Rogue is actually roguing, yes. Mired Sharpshooter. Kautos is now a marksman skill that periodically throws 5 to 20 piercing daggers over its duration, each dealing shadow damage and applying vulnerable for 3 seconds. Okay, I have no idea what to expect. What? It's a marksman skill that periodically throws 5 to 20 piercing daggers over its duration. Okay, what does that mean? Can I like use precision with caltrops? Can I like one-shot shit with my caltrops? How much damage would it do? It deals shadow damage. It sounds kind of funny. I don't know. I need to see this. It sounds cool though. It's a turret. Yeah, maybe there's like a, you know, a little sign for like the device skills coming in the expansion or something. I was thinking maybe we're gonna do something like a, you know, grenade theme or whatever, you know, like in the expansion, who knows? Or like a turret. Free close quarters combat. Oh, that's actually true. You don't need puncture anymore. You can have caltrops and not have puncture on your bar for like an inner sight close quarter build. That's actually right. It also activates tricks of the trade, I suppose, if you use that. 5 to 20 shot, mind you. Imagine a dagger unique thing sitting in the middle. Yeah, I mean, this is something, I don't know, we have to see this in action. It's a utility aspect, though. So it's probably not meant to be like a carry for a build, but I mean, who knows? You can put it on the neck or whatever. Okay, tempering recipes. Subterfuge expertise. Increased smoke grenade damage. I guess that means the damage buff, which is actually kind of interesting. Support rogue. Copium. Actually, is that only for you or is it for everyone? Only for you. Smoke grenade size. Increase damage for each Dark Shroud Shadow. Increase damage on next attack after entering stealth. Now, that sounds kind of funny. Rogue Persistence. Increase maximum life percentage gained while Dark Shroud is active. Imposing Presence for rogues. Increase maximum and all resistance percentage for 5 seconds from health potions. Increase skill ranks of Second Wind. Increase skill ranks of Aftermath. This is like a really weird combo of stuff. This is resource gain. And this is also... Wait, what is Second Wind again? Yeah, this is this lucky hit thing. Interesting. One-shot stealth build aware. And now you can't have perma flame shit anymore, man. It's gonna walk around in stealth and one-shot people out of stealth in PvP. Thanks, Schneeflocke. Yeah, you're going through the patch notes right now. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. We just had a campfire chat. Have a good night. I already kinda do. Second Wind is reworked. Oh, okay, so we have to check that out. So I guess it might be like resource related then. Or something. Mega bus for Rogue in Season 5, yeah, okay. Yeah, we are not there yet. I still need to read the skills. Yeah, for those that don't have the link here. I'm saying my ad timer is ridiculous on YouTube. I run one ad every 24 minutes. That sounds not ridiculous to me. Okay. Aspect of tenuous agility. Gain 50% increased movement speed. This bonus is doubled if you haven't used a defensive skill in 8 seconds. They really want you to not use defensive skills, right? I wonder if this is finally gonna be a thing. Aspect of the Firebird. Gain the Flame Shield enchantment for free. When Flame Shield activates, meteors fall around you, dealing 50-70% fire damage. I've actually not tried the new Flame Shield enchant. I need to actually test how it works, but I'm kind of scared to do it on hardcore. Is there like a counter for it? Because technically, I guess, as long as you don't get like Omega blasted one-shot straight through everything, right? It will kind of like stack up and you're gonna have like, I don't know, let's say 50% of it stacked up or something at some point. And then whenever you take like a big hit and it doesn't insta-kill you from 100-0, then Flame Shield will proc, right? So it still has kind of, you know, a cheat death effect if you try. Yeah, if it's like a one-shot that deals way too much damage, you are dead. But as a one-shot that doesn't actually kill you, it will trigger, right? That's the thing about it. Lightning Rod aspect. Chain Lightning has a 5 to 20% chance to chain an additional time when hitting crowd controlled enemies and bosses and will seek them as targets. 20% chance to chain an additional time when hitting... That does not seem... is that good enough? 1 additional time? Wait, does that mean that every time they bounce, they will chain? How does it work? I guess we'll see. I wonder if it actually multiplies the amount of chains basically going around. That would be nuts. Aspect of elemental accuracy. Casting a pyromancy, shock, or frost skill increases your mana regeneration by 10-20% for once per element. That is a lot of mana regen. At maximum stacks, the total bonus increased to 60 to 120 for 10 seconds, but all stacks expire after the duration. Oh, that's a lot of mana regen, man. Okay. aspect of the Orange Herald. After damage and chance, when you damage an enemy with a skill to reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 2 seconds. Can only happen once per skill cast. Orange Herald. I mean, this is like a Sorc aspect still, right? So realistically, the only ultimate that matters currently is Unstable Occurrence. And Unstable Occurrence can already be reset. But, okay. How much like a hit can you produce per second? Let's say 500%. It's gonna be kind of tough. So you can get like 1 extra second off per second, let's say. On like a really high lucky hit build. It doesn't sound that strong, but okay. Discharge weapon. Okay, tempering recipes. X% chance to cast an additional charged bolts. Move from shock augments. X teleportation scythe. Moves from shock augments. Chance for Arclash to swipe twice. Aha. That's kind of big. I wonder how this interacts with the swipe twice that is already present. Do you get 4 swipes? There's like a guaranteed swipe after 10 hits or something, right? Guaranteed on crit, actually. So does it just swipe 4 times? I guess. That'd be kind of big, actually. Conjuration. Plus 1 or 2 Hydra heads on cast. Oh, I like that. Chance for another Ice Blaze on cast. Chance another Lightning Spear on cast. Okay. I wonder how big the chance is. Hydra lucky hit chance, Ice Blade lucky hit chance, and Lightning Spear lucky hit chance. Elemental control. Skill ranks to Convulsions, Snap Freeze, and Crippling Flames. Convulsions is like some cold passive somewhere, right? What the hell is that? Ah, no, this is the stun passive. Pfft. Crippling Flames is a immobilize thing. Snap Freeze. This is this one. Okay. Existing tempering recipe additions. Plus X skill ranks to conduction. Added to sorcerer immersion. Plus X armor. Ice armor duration added to frost cage. Ice armor duration is actually pretty decent. Like this is actually really good ice armor duration, I think. This is definitely a tempo I will use. If it's like a decent value. Okay, balance updates. It's gonna be interesting. Arclash could be derp. Yeah, it sounds fun. I haven't actually played Arclash yet. It's one of the builds I still need to play at some point with Sorc, so maybe next season I'll go try it. They nerfed ice armor. Oh no. Oh no. Ice armor is dead? Oh shit. I was like, man, perma ice armor easily? Okay, we're gonna go through this now, but let's start with Barb. Bash. Adjusted functionality. After bashing enemies 4 times, the next bash will clobber. Stunning enemies for 1.5 seconds. Clobber twice is often using 2-handed. Okay, so it's like bash, bash, stun, bash, bash, stun. With 2-handed. Enhanced bash. Adjust functionality. Clobbering an enemy grants the 20% maximum life as Fortify. Battle bash. Clobbering an enemy generates additional 10 fury. So there's no more guaranteed overpower. Is that what it means? No, it's just like a different stun. So there's still guaranteed overpower. Okay. Strange, okay. Flay. Enhanced Flay, vulnerable duration. They're buffing Flay again, they just buffed it. Anti-venom was a bug all along. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. So this means probably in the past you were able to use that as well, right? It's clobbering time. Combat flame, damage reduction increase, maximum stacks increase. Wait, isn't this from the previous patch? Wait a minute. Yes. Yes. Very sus. Okay. Endless Fury. No longer requires 200 weapons. Fury gain from basic skills increased. Okay. Imposing Presence. They nerfed Imposing Presence. I guess that's a good start. But there was no mention of Imposing Presence ranks removed from Tempering, right? Okay. Legendary aspects. Wanton Rupture. Frequency increased. I wonder where's the Gashi Wounds nerf, guys? What? Okay, also now pulls in new targets 3 times as frequently. Oh, that sounds kind of cool with the Grasping Serpent. Steadfast Berserkers no longer requires like a hit, now always triggers. There's like easy fortify basically. Unique items, Ghost Devastating Grips. Explosion size now effective, it increases the whirlwind size. That's nice. Paragon, Emerge, bleeding bonus is capped at 45%. Does that matter? I guess it does actually, because I was taking quite a lot of wound. Where's my Flay Barb? It does matter. So it's like roughly minus 1/3 for my setup. Weapons Master Legendary now, Fury gain increased. That's pretty powerful actually, 8% per weapon swap. Pre-resource generation. Wait, that's it? Where's the Gushing Wounds change? Hello? What? No Gushing Wounds change. Oh my god, dude. Does it matter? No, it does not matter after all. Yeah, you lose like 1/3 of the damage, but who cares? He's gonna rupture twice as often anyway. Yeah, okay. You lose like 10k life. Who cares? And you lose like, I don't know, a bit of bleed damage, but you rupture more often, so it probably evens out. And that's it. And then you clobber, whatever that means, man. Gushing Wounds is double dipping. Is it though? I thought the barbs are working as intended, for the most part. Outside of Grandfather doing some weird stuff. Pit 200 cannot contain the Barb. I can't wait until people playing 4 weapons again when Barb is OP. Yeah, that's gonna happen for sure. Oh, Barb has 4 weapons, of course they're overpowered. It's not that, you know, Gushing Wounds is like a key passive 30 times stronger than the next best key passive in the game. You know? Like, try to make whatever build you're playing with a Barb right now and not use Gushing Wounds. And just see what happens, you know? Use Unconstrained. Just for science. Yeah, this Emerald cap is not really that significant. I mean, the thing is that for what I heard from people with this like 1-to-10 ratio, like I heard people suggesting you should have 1-to-10 vuln to crit damage. This means you're gonna have something like 500% vuln damage or so and 5000% crit damage. And if you follow that ratio, which I believe is completely untrue of what you should be doing, but let's say you do it, you are actually not even nerfed. Because you don't even reach that cap. So, oh, you actually a little bit, right? Okay, you're slightly nerfed. You know, if 10 or 20%. Or something like that. So, nice. Yeah, someone said Fawn's Barb is dead, but I don't see anything that kills Fawn's Barbs here. They just have 90 less life, and that's basically it. Okay, let's check Druid. Passive rank bonus for clarity affix added to amulets. Ooh. That is very good for Lightning Storm. Like, clarity is like the Lightning Storm passive. And this is very powerful. Okay. Skills. Landslide. Damage per rate of landslide increased. What? What? So they doubled it and doubled it again and made it larger? Okay. Shred. That's also nearly doubled. And here, and here. And Polarize. And Tornado. And Lightning Storm. And Hurricane. Oh, dude, what the fuck, man? Boulder mod check. Ravens can now be cast on moving. Poison Creeper can be cast on moving. Laceroid damage area increased. Casting aside or teleport to the target instead of starting at the caster. Cataclysm lightning strike rate is doubled. And then we doubled it. It's literally what they did with the entire Druid class right now. Debilitating raw damage reduction. Okay, that is a good change, I think, actually, because I felt like this gap between having raw up and raw dropping off is really too big. And they've also like increased the defensive massively lately for Druid, so that's kind of good. Grizzly Rage. Cooldown now starts after Grizzly Rage ends. Shapeshift into die whereby form for 10 seconds. Gain 30% bonus and 20% damage reduction. Damage is increased by 3%. Up to a maximum of 75. Kills extended duration but cannot go above 10. So they nerfed Grizzly Rage? Monka, because this is capped. And it starts after it expires. Like, who already used Grizzly Rage? I saw some people use it. Like, I saw a Lightning Storm guy use it. Funny enough, the one build where I would not expect it because of clarity. Yeah, it's kind of strange that Lightning Storm actually did use it. Okay, Earthen Bulwark. Rocks surround you. Oh wait, this is previous. Okay, rocks surround you for 3 seconds, grant your barrier absorbs 45% of your maximum life. Ah, they made it actually function now. So Earthen Bulwark login, this is actually really good now. And you can also extend it with the aspect. Cyclone Armor. That's also really nice. Yeah, Druid's gonna be tanky with fuck now, man. Like, you don't even need Roar anymore. Fuck Roar. You go Cyclone, you go Bulwark, you're a tanky boy, and you just don't care. And then you stand in the middle and you cast your landslides. That's what's gonna happen. Dude, they doubled Hurricane damage, man. Look at that. It's crazy. You're gonna have like 100 million damage takes or more or something. With Hurricane. And okay, Shepherds, we have to remember, Shepherds is a pretty big aspect. So we did use Shepherds on many of these builds. So that include Pulverize, Tornado, Lightning Storm, Hurricane. Like, all these builds actually did have Shepherds. So let's say we go for like a neck Shepherds, right? With Stampede. So we have 9 companions, right? 4 ravens, 3 wolves, and 2 creepers. So the damage buff here is 135% for 2 aspects. And to be honest, this is not really all that much higher than just having 2 good aspects in your setup anyway. Like on some builds where you can put something like Changeling Stat or so on your neck, for example for Polarize, I'm doing that. I actually have Changing Stat on the neck, not even Shepherds. I don't even have the Stampede aspect in there. So something like Polarize is getting a pretty big buff here. Because it just gets double damage and it doesn't even lose that much. You're gonna replace this. I have a normal Stampede, a normal Shepherds, which is only a 60% buff. And I can replace this with, I don't know what, like another, let's say 30% aspect. So that's like a roughly 20% loss, but then I gain double damage from there, almost. That's pretty nutty. For some other builds it will be like not felt as much, but you still get 3 extra skills on your bar, you know? You're gonna get the tankiness from Cyclone Armor, from Bulwark. You can do like a trample if you want for your Unstoppable, or you can do an ultimate, right? Cataclysm is buffed. So there's an aspect for Cataclysm now, you can cast it and then go ham or something. So that sounds actually really cool. I'm kinda excited for this. Changeling's neck aspect. Going now, Season 5 Blood Necro is the rise. Let's see, I haven't seen Necro yet. You always want to use Bulwark. Bulwark is a cool skill. I really like that as well in early T4, but you know, it just didn't scale with the max life, so especially these days it was pretty pointless. They forgot Boulder. Yeah, no Boulder is... Yikes. Here it says passives. Shepherd. For some reason it's here, not in the aspects. I guess this means actually aspects. Okay, so we saw this already. This is higher than what was on the screenshot, by the way. 20% additional damage for each companion. So I guess you're now gonna play, if you wanna play wolves, you're gonna have 9 companions with Stampede and stuff, and you're gonna play this, and that's actually a lot of damage now. Wait, this is a 2-handed version. And this is a 2-handed version. Okay, again, they put like a 2-handed versions here again. Like on the other patch notes. Skinwalker. When you use a session skill that change your form, gain life. If you have full life, you gain the same amount as 45. Okay. Aftershock. Delay from second side of landslide slightly decreased. Blueprint ferocity. Reduce the amount of hits from 6 to 3. Okay, what the hell is that again? What the hell is super in ferocity? Ah, this one. It's so forgotten. I didn't actually remember what one was exactly. Oh yeah, okay. From 6 to 3. Every third werewolf skill critically strikes and deals 70% increased damage. Increased to 140 against injured enemies. Yeah, I kind of feel like this is still not gonna be enough, but I guess you can play like some pure werewolf now. A little bit more. Vigilance, damage reduction increased from each skill rank from 5 to 7. Kinda big. That's actually pretty big. Iron Fur is also kinda big. Heightened Senses is also kinda big. And the funny part is you can get Heightened Senses on your neck. Wait a minute. How much can you get from this? Because for some reason they put Heightened Senses on your neck. So let's make it greater. Let's do this. Let's do this. You can get 7 ranks. So you have 10 ranks of 3% damage reduction. And then we doubled it when you transform. You get 60% DR if you do that. That's a lot of DR. It's like a perma roar. Okay. Funny. Metamorphic Stone. No longer removes Wrath tag from Boulder. Ah. Now what does that help us with, actually? I guess you can trigger Hurricanes with Nature's Fury if you run that. But you can trigger Hurricanes and Lightning Storms and Tornadoes now, I guess. Interesting. What else? Dolmen Stone. Yeah, the Dolmen Stone thing. Yeah, they never changed that, right? So now... Okay. What are the odds that this is actually working correctly, guys? What are the odds that this line in the patch notes will actually work and do what it says? Plus reference. What does Gushing Wounds do? It's a ridiculous bleed damage modifier, basically. That's like the main reason why bombs are so powerful currently. Because you use Gushing Wounds and you stack some bleed stuff, and then you can multiply damage by like times 20 or times 30. Nature's Fury only procs skills from the same category. Yeah, but it's gonna be both. It's gonna be core and Wrath. Like what this thing did is it changed from Wrath to core, but now it's gonna be Wrath and core. So you should be able to trigger everything. Not that you really care about triggering all this stuff, right? The only reason why you run Nature's Fury on this setup is so that you can use the symbiotic aspect to reset a cooldown of Hurricane whenever something triggers. But you might actually directly just trigger Hurricane now, which is kind of cool. So maybe you actually get to the point where you don't even need symbiotic aspects. And you just spam Boulder until Hurricane triggers, and then you just go with that. And you can save an aspect. But it might be a bit too inconsistent. Which build would I think would best at a new weapon for druids? Well, it depends on what the new weapon does exactly. It talks about Petrify. And if Petrify means that this has the same effect as this here, which is the extra crit damage. Do you also get resources maybe? I know it's a Spirit on Cast. It's not Spirit on Kill anymore. It used to be Spirit on Kill. I don't know really. I guess realistic is something like Landslide. When you immobilize or stun an enemy, you gain a Terror mode. So if you get guaranteed to get a stun from this Petrify effect, then you always get Terror modes. And you always have this guaranteed crit. You always have this 40% damage. Which also means that you will walk into the boss room and you will have no damage. So enjoy, I guess. Okay. Paragon, Thunderstruck. Yeah, that was needed. Okay. I wonder, I mean, this will definitely impact like Wind Shear and Tornado quite a lot, and also Lightning Storm to some degree, but they all did get some pretty big buffs. Human Glyph. Protector Glyph. Which one is that? DM Raid. Oh, hello guys. What's this? Darth Micro Transaction. That's what it does. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed Elden Ring. If you have you been playing? I guess you're also watching the Campfire actually, right? Yo, Frosty, is it a ranged rogue looking S tier? I have not actually reached the rogue stuff yet. At least not the skill changes. But the new unique for it of the Dark Shroud looks ridiculous. I also like the unique they've previewed in the Campfire chat. That looks really cool. I'm excited to try that one. Zero chance of that working correctly. But it will be fun. I can link this, yeah. Druid buffed. Yeah, Druid is looking pretty juicy actually next season. There's also really cool stuff. There's like a severe lack of Barb nerfs, but Druid is looking really good. Werewolf Glyph. So they buffed the damage reduction. So they buffed the damage reduction on Druid so much, man. Druid's gonna be fucking tanky. Like, I was already kind of chilling on my Druid, I think. On both on the Wind Shear and on Polarize. Like, Druids are gonna be fucking tanky. It's gonna be crazy. With Bulwark, with Hurricane, with Second Armor, like all this stuff here. It's got a bunch of DR here and there, and Iron Fur and everything, man. Like, who cares about the build taking raw anymore, man? Forget about it. Okay, Necromancer, Book of the Dead. Necromancer minion attacks can now overpower. That's kind of funny. Minions are now more aggressive, automatically engaged nearby enemies. Wow. I wonder if this has any impact on anything. Can you like abuse this for like some blood builds? Maybe. Golem. Golem is far from the target, now leap to the target and slam size increase. That's cool. I really like that change. Skills. Sever. Okay, so some general buffs. Blight. That won't save it, I guess. Blood Wave. Now, does that matter? It does not, does it? I think that does not matter. Because you don't really do damage with Blood Wave, you do damage with the Ultimate Shadow and stuff, right? Blood Wave creates desecrating ground as it trills. Yeah, it does not matter, I guess. Passive Shadow Bloods hits required reduced from 10 to 8, damage increased from 25 to 44. Ooh, that's pretty big. Hellbent Commander. Minions increase damage while close. While you control at least 7 minions, they'll deal 30% increased damage. Okay, so they removed the close thing. I don't like this actually. I thought this was kind of interesting actually. So it's kind of like you are, you know, running with your enemies and you're charging into battle with your minions and stuff like that. I kind of like that actually. But okay, just like make it more brain dead, I guess. Blighted aspect. Oh, they nerfed it. Bonus damage after triggering Shadow Blight 10 times, reduced from 120 to 50, okay. To compensate for this damage, you're increasing the baseline power of the Darkness core skills and Shadow Blight with the goal of keeping these builds at approximately the same overall power level. I mean, I do agree that Shadow Blight was like a bit of a too big of a, you know, thing, and they kind of didn't give you the option to potentially like not run a two-handed weapon, right? You always needed to have a two-handed for this, for example. Yeah, close the window now. Alright. Yeah, we have to do some math on this, but it looks like, okay, this is probably still a buff if you want to do damage with the Shadow Blight proc itself. However, I'm not sure if like any builds exist currently and where this is relevant enough. Usually use Shadow Blight for this. And basically everything that was using this is getting nerfed, including minions. And this is technically not necessarily even a buff. I guess it might be all around kind of the same. Maybe for Pepega gameplay even better. But technically this is a bigger value than this. And it is easier to trigger, but I guess it wasn't really the problem that you don't trigger Shadow Blight enough if you tried. You probably expected it to be permanent. So this means this is just a straight up nerf, and it's quite a significant one. If you put this on a two-handed, this is a 3.4, and now it's a 2. I guess rather this. So it's minus 41%. And that includes minion builds. And that includes a bunch of other stuff, I guess, like, you know, Corpse Explosion builds, the Shadow Surfer probably, yeah. Blight build. I mean, Blight build probably needed a nerf, and minions probably needed a nerf too. Now, is there like something else? They like mega buffed Bone Spirit for some reason. Bone Spirit was already like pretty decent, and now they're buffing it more. I mean, it could be that we're not seeing some of the nerfs that happened to Barb that are like undocumented. Because they're not saying anything about how they have adjusted temper recipes. They added some new temper recipes and they moved a few things. But there is no notes about, you know, adjusted numbers on any of the recipes, right? It could very well be that, for example, for Barbs, they have actually just taken like Flayed Ration and just like, you know, nerfed it from like plus 35% to plus 5% or something like that. So that could be it as well. Why Blizzard hates Druid? Dude, Druids so far are the biggest winners here. What do you mean? Bash cleave to 5. Will Flurry have enough AoE? Yeah, the AoE on Flurry is okay. And it can actually temper AoE size. Okay, let's see some of the other Necro stuff here. Aspect of Bursting Bones. Bone Prism burst damage increased. Oh, I was actually looking at this yesterday. I was like, what the fuck is that? And I think my opinion does not change with that. But who knows? Maybe Bone Prison is going to be a bit of like a burst thing now. Aspect of Empowering Reaper. Chance for Sever to create Blight. Okay. Blight bonus damage increased. Okay. Aspect of Hungry Blood. Additional Bloodlands damage increased. Aspect of Grasping Veins. Okay, they slightly nerfed it. Critical strike damage bonus now lasts for 6 seconds rather than indefinitely. What? Was that a thing? I remember hearing from people that it does not apply to minions or something, and they tested this. Maybe they just had it all along. What the fuck? Okay, it's like, it's not even such a big nerf, to be honest. And this is like, it's basically two aspects in one. Still. So, okay, Cadaver's aspect, they're changing it. Considering corpse skills increases the damage of your core skills by 6% for 5 seconds up to 30. Okay, so it's not just the next core skill for the wombo combo. I remember trying to make a Blood Surge wombo combo build back pre, I think that was pre-Diablo 4 release, actually, pre-Season 0. I made one of those planners. With Blood Surge, with like Expectant aspect, Cadaverous aspect, and a bunch of other stuff. To try to make a wombo combo Blood Surge build. And now we have this, I guess. Okay. Torturous. Iron Maiden is now a darkness skill and deals shadow damage. Enemies have a 25% chance to be stunned. May take damage from Iron Maiden. I mean, it's just like a wording change, right? Okay. Blood Moon Breaches. Bonus overpower damage to cursed enemies increased. They actually buffed this to 100. Wow. That's a lot of damage. So I wonder if like these uniques that are already listed here already get this update that we talked about, you know, with like higher ranges, crazier stats, and, you know, more RNG and whatever. Or if this is just like some buffs that they're already throwing in there, and then they're gonna do another round of buffs. Core skill, damage affects replace with ranks to blood, Ties of Blood passive. That's a kind of big one. I actually started using this unique today. This is a very good passive. Ring of Man down. Lucky hit chance affects replaces summoning skill damage. What? That makes no sense. That's a nerf. Like, if you play Man down scales off your own damage, not of your minions' damage. So you're already not scaling minion damage if you use Mandel in the first place. You know, if you use Mandel, like, what? Yeah, so as far as I know, this does damage based on your damage, not on your minions' damage. But okay. Death Speaker's Pendant. Summoning skill damage affects your place of movement speed. Now that's nice, but I guess that's not gonna save it. That needs more. Well, it sounds like I got a lot of mini novas. So mini novas here, mini novas there. Blood Nova is gonna look kind of funny. Paragon. Intelligence scanning is now kept at 1200 intelligence. They want to keep you dumb, man. You know? They don't want to learn about those nerfs. Help! I'm being suppressed. Okay. Rip Blight. I wouldn't say Rip Blight, but it is definitely quite some nerfs to Blight. And to be fair, from what I've heard from Blight, that was kind of needed. Blight seemed kind of crazy. I heard like 1 billion damage ticks and stuff like that. So it's probably fine. Oh, look at that. Maximum arrow storms increased from 5 to 7. Log in, man. We're slowly getting there, man. Very slowly, but we're getting there. Preparation. Spend 75 energy to reduce the ultimate's cooldown by 5 seconds. Auto skills reset other cooldowns and grant 50% damage reduction for 8 seconds. Uh-huh. I can use our ultimates every 8 seconds. Interesting. I like the DR on this. Blade Shift. Damage increased by 50%. Blade Shift Victimize? How much damage does it do? 20. And this does 24, and then 75% of that. 42. But Blade Shift is way faster than Heartseeker. Blade Shift is a very fast attack. So maybe if we're gonna play Blade Shift Victimize in the future, I guess. Log in. I have to try this, or at least muff it out. Quickly stab a victim with damage and shift, making you unhindered for 4 seconds. Unhindered allows you to move from enemies and prevents your move speed from being lowered. Oh, wait a minute, so this is the same effect that this aspect gave, right? On the Necro, I think. That's actually really good, it can move for enemies. Fundamental blade shift, enemies move through, need to activate, days, okay. Control impairment, effect duration, okay. Invigorating strike damage on login. Whatever. Enhanced dissing blades, return damage bonus increased, okay. Shadow step, damage increase, enhanced shadow step. Damaging enemy with shadow step dazes and applies vulnerable to them for 3 seconds. Instead of the 8 crit, huh? Ah, you know what? I take it. This actually... That's a cool combo to have for your opening. I kinda like it. After shadow stepping, gain 20% damage reduction for 3 seconds. That is pretty good. Damaging an enemy with shadow step stuns them for 2 seconds or reduces its cooldown by 3 seconds. So they baked both into the same. Oh. Damn, okay. And you always get a -3. Okay. Maybe we're gonna play some Godslayer Crown with Shadow Step. Like the guaranteed stun, Godslayer Crown pull, it's kind of cool. With something like Flurry, for example. Dash. Increased damage. Dash slows enemies. Oh. Enhanced dash. Casting dash increases the critical strike chance by 10% for 5 seconds. That is really good. Whoa. It's like indirect buff to all the melee skills, I guess. Because precision builds don't care about this very much. Well, I guess even on precision, I'll probably use this and replace, for example, crit chance on my gloves with just dash. Okay, this one at the end of dash, knock down surrounding enemies for 2 seconds and deal 350% of its damage to them. Huh. Okay. Dash. Dude, I'm gonna make a dash health type. It's time, man. I need to make a dash build. It's actually time. I need to load up my old planner. I have one somewhere from like season 2. Methodical dash. Dash has 1 additional charge and its charge cooldown is reduced by 2 seconds. Oh, that's pretty cool too. Damn it. Okay. Okay. I like these changes, man. This makes dash... I wonder why they buffed it. I mean, to be fair, I barely ever picked those two. But it's kind of strange that they're buffing dash. Yeah, this is really cool with a knockdown. Like, you dash into a pack. Like, the thing is, we also have quickening form for that, right? We used to have an aspect for this. Dude, power creep in action, dude. We used to have an aspect that does that. You dash into the pack, you cast a smoke grenade. I guess there's a secondary upside that the smoke grenade can also apply extra damage done. And Daze has a slightly different effect than a knockdown. But generally, it's kind of the same thing, right? You dash in, you knock everything down. Interesting. Very cool. Lower cooldown. You're gonna dash a lot, man. Rogues are gonna be mobile as fuck. Like, you get this and a bunch of cooldown. They also nerfed the cooldown of the other classes, besides Barb. All the other classes lost 7 cooldown from the offhand. Like a hit chance increase, so Flurry, okay. So we saw this stuff. Flurry is Omega meta, it seems like. Caltrops. Damage increased and crit chance increased. So you get plus 20% crit now. That's a lot of crit. Holy. And no change to enhance caltrops, it seems. So they buffed caltrops. Of all things, they buffed caltrops. I actually cannot believe it. Okay, Dark Shroud. What? You can now only lose 1 Dark Shroud shadow every 1.5 seconds. Each active Dark Shroud shadow grants you 5% increased movement speed. That's the enhanced effect and has a 50% chance to not be consumed. Subverting. Heal for 10% of your maximum life when a Dark Shroud shadow is removed. Critical strike chance increased from 8 to 10. What? Dude, who came up with this? What is this? You cannot lose. What? This is insane. Like, you can basically never be below 5 Dark Shrouds. You're always gonna have 5 Dark Shrouds. If you have Umbers and you just keep attacking, you will always have 5 Dark Shrouds, man. And then you can press Dark Shroud and just have literally immunity as well. Because why not? What the hell, dude? That was like way too busted, I think. It's not like we had a problem and Dark Shroud wasn't used by anyone. You know, everyone already used Dark Shroud. That's insane. You heal for 10% of your maximum life and Dark Shroud Shadow is removed. Now, that is actually not that good now, right? Because it can only happen once every 1.5 seconds. So it's kind of nice because you take one big hit, you heal instantly for 10. And then, you know, if a second big hit comes right after, then you have a little bit more life for that. But realistically, it's not hard to heal up with potions and whatever, right? But it sounds also like it's a lot of healing, man. It's a lot of sustain. Like one big upside of this effect is it's sustain when you otherwise don't really have much. Like on like a range build, for example, right? You get hit, you get heal. Like Heartseeker right now, you don't have any healing besides your potions. You can just run this on Heartseeker and you're chilling, right? And you get the movement speed baseline. And has a 50% chance not to be consumed. Which is kind of funny because you can take a big hit and not get healed. Because he didn't consume a Dark Shroud. It's actually kind of funny to think about. You always take the 10% crit? Yeah, not necessarily. Like for position builds, you don't necessarily take a 10 crit. I think most builds will do this and try to sustain in another way. But not every build necessarily wants to do this. And the good thing is that like this thing alone, I guess together with this, suddenly makes rogues 100 times more noob friendly. And I think that's kind of like a big deal here. Like rogue has become a much lower entry, like, you know, skill level entry kind of class through those two effects. Because every noob rogue is just gonna say, you go Dark Shroud, you take the heal, and you're gonna be fine, you know? And you can do whatever you want. And then like the blasters take this. Because this is crazy, like you can't just walk into a pack and just get blasted because there's like 5 spiders shooting at you with like little spits or something. Like you just have your damage reduction. That's insane. And not only that, you can lose this Dark Shroud and get it back before the cooldown is even ready. So you have your 5 Dark Shroud stacks, you know, if you just keep attacking, you puncture into the pack, you go from 5 to 4 and you go back to 5 instantly, and then 1.5 seconds later you go back from 5 to 4 and you go back to 5 instantly. That's insane. We can't fortify? We can fortify, actually. %20% crit chance just by having Dark Shroud and Dash. That is actually true. You get 10 crits just dashing around, and you get 10 crit from this. And then you have probably like around 10 crit or so baseline from your stats as well, right? How much is this? Yeah. Like typical builds have something like 450-ish or so int, which is roughly triple of that, so around 10. They have like around 30 crits just existing, basically. That's without a unique chest piece. Yeah, we have to see the chest piece as well. To make Smoke Grenade work on bosses? Oh, finally. I've been asking for that for a long time. I gave them that feedback already like 3 seasons ago or something. I was like, guys, please, Smoke Grenade. Smoke Grenade now deals 45% physical damage, has a 25% like hit chance, and skill ranks now give increased damage and cooldown reduction. Okay, we are absolutely going to get some grenade stuff in the expansion. Like guaranteed, right? We're gonna get like some grenade skill or something. At some point we're gonna get Smoke Grenade is now a core skill and costs 30 energy. 100%, man. Like, right? I'm waiting for it. Yeah, get 20 from Caltrops as well. So get 50% crit chance, man. From Caltrops, Dark Shrouds, Int, and Dash. 50% crit, man. Crazy. You don't need to put grit on a gear anymore, man. Yeah. Everyone has to run Poison Trap for knockdown now. I don't mind that too much. I've been using Poison Trap since launch. But let's see it. Skill ranks now give increased damage and cooldown reduction. Okay. Enhanced Smoke Grenade. Oh, that's actually really good. It's cooldown reduction instead of the duration. Okay, Enhanced Smoke Grenade. Smoke Grenades take 25 increased damage from you for 5 seconds. Ah, this is what I mean. Enemies affected, enemies hit. So this is why it works. This is so nice, man. I love it. Smoke Grenade on boss is really good. Okay, countering Smoke Grenade. Hitting an elite or boss with Smoke Grenade reduces its cooldown by 5 seconds. I hear it literally says that you basically can do that. Nice. I mean, this is... Okay, this is kind of a nerf, not having this anymore, because this actually allowed you to just have Smoke Grenade all the time, but it was kind of weird to play with this. I like the more consistent stuff. Smoke Grenade now deals poison damage and applies another 45% poisoning damage over 5 seconds. Now that is also interesting, actually, because it allows you to get poison synergies. Not only that, wow, wait a minute. So you can actually combine this with Deadly Ambush. You have another Deadly Ambush trigger now. Well, actually, you did have that already. But there is the Explosive Verve aspect that makes it a trap. So you can just spam this and get the trap modifiers. And you can get the debilitating toxins. This is really nice. What's the cooldown on this thing, actually? I never really remember the cooldown on this because it doesn't matter. But now it does. 13 seconds baseline. So let's say if like a Shaco equipped and something like that, it's probably gonna be like 10. And then you get -5. So it's 5 seconds duration, 5 seconds. Okay. Okay, so you can basically have this permanently. Yeah, that's really nice. Smoke Grenade Andy build. It says it has a 25% lucky hit chance. That's not very high. But it's not nothing. Because usually you throw a Smoke Grenade into like a pack of monsters, you know, and there's like 5 monsters or so, and boom. So you can definitely trigger some shit with this. Yeah, ranks lower the cooldown too. Which may or may not be worth investing in. Because the way I know rogue builds, you usually don't have like leftover points to throw into your Smoke Grenade. But maybe. Poison Imbuement. Oh. Casting Poison Imbuement generates 30 energy, increased by 2 for each nearby poisoned enemy. That's the enhanced Poison Imbuement. That's a very strange thing to put here. Casting Poison Imbuement generates 30 energy, and it's in the enhanced. Okay, they did not actually buff this, and I guess this is not really relevant, but I guess it's slightly. Okay, I'll take it. Helps in the early game, I guess. Poison Trap. Poison damage bonus increased on 10 to 15. Counting Poison Trap, chance to reset imbuements increased from 30 to 40. Okay. Both of these are kind of nice. This is actually a pretty good buff now. Might want to try to get Poison Trap in there for like poison builds. Pen Shot, new functionality. Now deals 10% increased damage per enemy it pierces. And enhanced is changed to casting Pen Shot and hitting a boss or elite with it has 25% chance to fire additional shot for free. A boss or an elite, huh? Crazy, okay. So can we get, wait. Can we get 4 Pen Shots if you're lucky? If you have double cast? That sounds very fun, actually. New Pen Shot and a chest unique. Yeah, I wonder how the chest unique will work. Like, how big is the pool? Will they all be pixel together? Like, the thing is that pixeling enemies together is really powerful for pen shot. That's what we used in AOZ. Like, I was pushing AOZ with this, with Death Trap and pen shot, and poison pen shot, in fact. This was a close quarters combat meta back then, before precision was buffed. So we used poison pen shot with the Death Trap, and having everything stacked up really tightly is insane for pen shot, because you shoot into the pack, and then the trick shots, the side arrows come out, and they hit everything from every single enemy. So I have like exponential scaling. It's like, you know, area damage in Diablo 3, kind of. Like you have everything hits everything. So the more targets you have stacked up there, the crazier this is. So you have insane area damage when you have enemies stacked up with pen shot. And if you actually give this enough boss damage, this might just be the best pushing build, basically. It was the best in AOZ. It was kind of close, but it was competing with the bugged, like double bugged twisting blades back then. The need term does include bosses, but I guess they wanted to specify this here. I'm gonna patch Retribution double dip. I guess that came up somewhat recently, so maybe it's gonna be in the final patch. Flurry Poison will be built. Yeah, realistically it will be a poison build for Flurry. Because poison is how I deal single target damage. Okay, we'll see if there's gonna be like some changes to like close quarters or some other stuff. Rain of Arrows, casting speed increase, lucky hit increase, cooldown. Okay, we're slowly getting somewhere. Passives. Okay, concussive. Rename to unstable elixirs. Using a healing potion stuns surrounding enemies for 2 seconds and increases your damage by 6% for 5 seconds. Whoa. But the problem is, in order to use a heal potion, you have to be not full life. Or run temerity. It's actually a really strong buff, man. And if you can actually stack this to the point where, like, you know, you press it like, you know, every 5 seconds, ding, 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 ding. So you combine this with temerity and siphon victuals, you have a relatively good barrier all the time, because you spawn these health potions all the time. Dude, you actually get to the point where you probably just have to macro your healing potion. Yeah, health potion stuns enemies and buffs your damage, man. And that's just a passive. This is like built into the class. It's not even just a random unique. That's kind of weird. Where are the Shadow Clone buffs? Yeah, I'm just waiting for Shadow Clone to be deleted in the expansion, actually. Yeah, 6% per rank is like one of the strongest passives on Rogue now. That's a kind of interesting one. This also means you can walk into the boss room, you can start pressing your health potions as much as possible, basically. Try to, like, you know, take damage, press the health potion, take damage, press the health potion. Then the stagger phase starts, the health potion buff drops, you're gonna cry. It's gonna be beautiful. Where's the death trap buffs? Well, they did buff exposure lately, and they did buff preparation in this patch. Okay, rapid gambits. Evading for an enemy dazes them for 2 seconds. Your weight cooldown is reduced by 0.25 when you daze an enemy. Damn. I wonder if this scales with points in there. Can you get a 6 seconds daze from evade? What the fuck, man? Okay. So this is where they put the flurry stun stuff, I guess. But the good thing here is that this procs on the evade and not on the follow-up attack. Which makes this really powerful. Okay, trigger attacks. Dazing or stunning an enemy increases the critical strike chance by 2% and critical strike damage by 2%. Both up to 12. So this means you can go up to 36% with 3 ranks. If that scales up. It should scale up, right? Per point. What? Dazing or stunning an enemy. That can't be right. 36% crit, 36% crit damage. But the problem is like this like makes the whole problem that the rogue class has worse though, which is boss damage. Like you're gonna be good outside of boss fights, and then you enter the boss and you do no damage, and this is just gonna make it worse. I want something of the opposite, you know. I want something where I actually deal more damage against bosses and not less, compared to everything else. No crit needed on items. Yeah, it's kind of strange. But yeah, then people are gonna follow that philosophy. They say, hey, I don't need crit on my poison imbuement build. I have 100% crit from all my passive. Here, look, this. Oh yeah, by the way, during the stagger phase on the boss, I'm not dashing. Whoops. By the way, I also don't get my 36% crit chance from the trigger attacks. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh, the boss also walked out of the caltrops. Yeah, it happens. Right? And suddenly you're sitting there with your 20% crit chance. Aware. Okay, okay, I don't like this. I mean, it's very, very powerful, but I don't like that it kind of like, you know, makes the gap larger between boss and non-boss damage. I want something that closes the gap. And this is a huge step in the wrong direction. Impetus. After moving 50 meters, the next core or ultimate attack deals 8% increased damage, while damage bonus remains. Your agility and start of your skills deal 4% increased damage. What? Edit visuals to show when the effect is ready. Okay. So increase the meters, slightly increase the damage, while damage bonus remains. What does that mean? The buffed Malice. 4% increased damage to vulnerable or knocked down enemies. Okay. Alchemical advantage. Dealing poison damage increases your attack speed and lucky hit chance by 1% for 8 seconds up to 5. Oh, that is very nice. You basically have 2 elixirs of advantage now. It's an elixir of advantage 4, basically. All damage bonus remains in agility instead of your skills. Okay, so you can kind of permanently use it for Smoke Grenade, Dash, Shadow Step, Caltrops, and Poison Trap. Log in. Okay, I see. So if you just don't have a core skill on your bar, for example, you will always have this damage for Impetus. Yeah, that is very nice. I like this a lot. This is very good. Maximum stack potential increases by 5% of each skill rank. Okay. Yeah, this is really good. This helps a lot with like bursting venom stuff. And potentially other things. We were talking about I wanted to try, what is that thing called? The Alchemist. Toxic Alchemist, I think. $75,000 chance. It is 2,000. Okay. Log out. Second Wind. Every 100 energy you spend grants 50% of your maximum life as a barrier for 3 seconds. Huh. Interesting. Very strong synergy with preparation. Now that's actually really interesting. So you can actually make like a decently tanky rogue now without having a generator on your bar. You get 15% DR from proccing preparation, and then you get a barrier here. And maybe this can stack. It's only 3 seconds, which is very short. Like spending 100 energy in 3 seconds is doable, but also sustaining 100 energy in 3 seconds is not the easiest. Especially when you also have to press other stuff like ultimate skills that don't cost energy. And you have to press your smoke grenades and whatever, right? Now what will be really crazy about all of this is you play preparation. And then you use the new unique chest that makes you immune for 3 seconds when you press Dark Shroud. And then you just press your ultimate every 3 seconds. So you're immune for 3 seconds. You press your ultimate. You're immune for 3 seconds. You press your ultimate. You're immune for 3 seconds. You press your ultimate. So that sounds not busted at all. And in between, if something ever hits you, you have a barrier and you have a 15% damage reduction and a bunch of dodge and whatever. So Does it scale to, yeah, that should scale to 45%. 45% barrier is actually pretty legit. But only 3 seconds. But yeah, this is pretty powerful effect, I gotta say. I wonder if there's gonna be like more barrier synergies in the future for rogues. I can kind of smell something coming here in the expansion as well. You know, they said there's gonna be new Paragon boards and glyphs and stuff like that, so there might be some barrier synergies coming. It'll be fun. Instead of removing all the double dipping of dots with damage increases, I think this is specific to the damage stat, not the dot, like, you know, the percent damage stat that applies ×2 on, you know, they can roll on weapons, for example. Barriers on rogue feels weird, like not lore accurate. I think rogues are okay to have barrier synergy, if you ask me. I guess it should be like mainly a Sorc mechanic, but I think it's fine for rogues to have some stuff for barriers. Aftermath. While an ultimate skill is on your action bar, you heal for 0.5 maximum life every second. After using an ultimate, restore 25 energy. That is funny. That's kind of funny. Okay, weapon mastery. Dagger damage to healthy enemies will increase from 5 to 6. They buffed weapon mastery. Okay. Shadow Step, login. Key passes victimize. Explosion damage to victims has been increased by 50% to compensate for a bug fix. Oh. Wow. Yeah, I know what they fixed. I just expected no compensation. This is actually pretty big compensation for that. That's pretty okay. That's pretty big. So I guess Heartseeker login again. It's still gonna be slightly weaker, depending on the situation, but for most purposes, not really a huge nerf. So Napkin Math says roughly -30 for general blasting. I guess if you had a really good amulet with lots of skill, with lots of passive ranks to like exploit and malice and whatever, then maybe you're gonna feel it a bit more. But if you have like, you know, no insane amulet, it's just the Caltop stuff on the boss nuke where you're gonna feel it the most. But you get 50% back, that's actually crazy. I did not expect this to happen. I thought they were just gonna like fix it and that's the end of it, and then, you know, here we go. But okay. Good. Momentum, now it's getting interesting. Casting a cutthroat skill grants a stack of momentum. Casting a non-cutthroat skill removes a stack of momentum. For each stack of momentum, you gain 3% damage reduction, 3% maximum energy, 3% energy regeneration, 3% movement speed, up to 30. I like the rework, but it has no damage, man. Where's the damage? What are we gonna do with this? Where's the damage? It's a cool rework. I like this casting a non-cutthroat skill removes a stack. Spam flurry. And what are you gonna do with spam flurry, man? Have you heard of close quarter combat? Like, what are you gonna do with this? Like that, like one of them needs to say at least like 30% damage, or like this thing here, 3% instead of the energy, like maximum energy, man. Who cares? Just make this like 3% damage at least or something. I mean, even so, it's only a 30% buff. You know, it's not even much more than close quarters combat gives you only through attack speed, and then you still get a ×2. Yeah, I mean, 30% damage at least would lead it somewhere. I guess realistically what they should be doing here is they should add, you know, close damage scaling, for example, or something like that, you know. You can, like, you know, like similar to close quarters combat, for example, right? Gives you like a benefit or something like that, I don't know. Okay, enshrouding aspect. Using a healing potion makes a free dark shroud shadow. Each shadow grants focus increased damage reduction. Ooh. Using a healing potion, that's kind of funny. I mean, since you have such consistent uptime now on your Dark Shrouds, dude, I think it's actually slightly realistic to have so many health potions. You're just gonna spam them like all day long, all the time, no matter what. You get Temerity, you get Siphon Victuals aspect, you get Enshrouding aspect, you don't run Umbrus, and you just sustain your Dark Shrouds with your potions. You have a perma barrier. Like, I think that's actually possible. Oh man. That's hilarious. Rogue is drunk. Hot rogue, man. But you have to press it like all the time, man. Like literally every second, man. Ding, 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 ding. That sounds annoying as fuck. Momentum stacks up to 10, so the momentum healing aspect will heal for 20k per second. Oh, that's a good question, actually. What happens to the aspect? That's probably an oversight. Each stack of momentum heals you. I mean, to be fair, we have a lot more life these days. But yeah, you're gonna be very tanky, that's for sure. Yeah, easy macro it, Monka 2S, so not recommended. Okay, arrow storms. Oh. Your marksman and cutthroat skills have a 25% chance to create an arrow storm at enemy's location. Your arrow storms deal 60% increased damage. Okay. And the same here. Alright, alright. Arrow storms is coming, guys. Ravager. Damage bonus to shadows have increased. Wow. Trickster. Wait, did I miss something here? No. Counters and smoke grenade receive stun grenades benefits. And throw stun grenades that deal damage. So stun grenade benefits, that sounds like all of the aspects that buff it, right? There was this other aspect for Counters that made it shoot like daggers and shit. I wonder how big of a poison you can produce with like a super buffed up smoke grenade. You just throw a smoke grenade and like some big poison concoction like... Gonna be interesting. At the very least you're gonna include this like in a grenade rogue. Or something. Noxious Eyes. Bonus damage to frozen enemies increased from 30 to 35. Why are they doing this? Are they at least making it an offensive power at this point? Dude, 35% DPS. This is a utility power on your boots, man. Okay. Bursting Venoms. Toxic Pool, poison damage increased. I would have really liked to see a more consistent proc rate of this, but okay. Volatile Shadows, Dark Shadow Explosion, okay. Ah, here, Stolen Vigor. While maximum stacks of key pass, if your cutthroat skills deal 30% increased damage and become unstoppable for 3 seconds every 8 seconds. So I suppose this is now an offensive power, not a defensive power anymore. So someone said, look below. Yeah, okay. So this is gone. No insane healing. And this is changed to probably an offensive power, I guess. Which means that 35% damage is not really that much more than a typical power. It's like maybe double a weak power. Maybe 1.5 the typical power. This is kinda cool. But if this is like an offensive slot, then you don't really gain much from this whole momentum thing. It's not enough really to make it worth it, I think. Like you just lack damage basically. Compared to close quarters, that's it. I mean, the main advantage is you don't have to rely on damage to crowd controlled enemies. Like close quarters combat. And this gives you like a lot more damage against bosses before the stagger. But I think realistically we're gonna still have the same problem. You have to stagger the boss to kill it. Watch it be utility because it's unstoppable. It's not a defensive, it's not offensive, it's utility, man, because it gives you unstoppable. The same way as this is utility, right? Because we all like using Noxious Eyes because it freezes enemies, not because it gives us ridiculous damage buffs when we stagger the boss. No. It's utility. Oh man. Frostbitten aspect is utility, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I think like it's actually a problem to have these aspects because they are basically just offensive aspects in disguise, right? This is what they are. They're offensive aspects. It's kind of the same as Worldly Fortune and Temper Recipe being utility while it's actually offensive, right? You don't want to freeze enemies just to have them frozen. I mean, it's nice, but you really want to freeze them to get Frigid Finesse and the Control Glyph activated, right? It's an offensive buff. It's not a utility buff, technically, right? So I think something like Worldly Fortune should be offensive, and this should be too, if you ask me. At least we would have a bit of like a active choice to make. Like, do you want to temper a chance to freeze, or do you want to temper your damage stat, for example? There would actually be like a bit of decision making here. That would be interesting. Like just putting like all of your crown controls on your tempers, and then having this on your boots. Like it just doesn't make sense, I think. Against all procs perfectly towards well, so I get 15 resource passively, 88 seconds, and 20% damage boost. Do you though? Truly do. Yeah, it has perfect timing for Tibalts, which is kind of interesting. But they are changing Tibalts, they said, so either gonna focus on the resources or they're gonna focus on the damage. The damage is good. The resources would not be very helpful because you already have a lot of it with momentum. But the problem remains that, yeah, it sounds like there's gonna be some synergy here, but you just don't really have enough base, like, damage, I think. Unless this is still a defensive, if this is still a defensive power, and you can somehow fit in, like, Tibalt's Will, because now you have all this extra defense, okay, we're slowly getting somewhere, I think. If this is just intended to be run with Tibalt's Will, then maybe. But it's not like you can't run Tibalt's Will on other rogue builds. But it's easier to fit it in when you already have this extra defense and you have this unstoppable all the time and so on, right? So there's a bit of an advantage here that I can see. So maybe if this is a defensive slot and we run Tibalt's, okay. Yo, Vala Rauka, thanks for Prime, by the way. It's really to fit exactly with Tibalt's, yes. Kind of interesting. Is there any other benefits of becoming unstoppable outside of this? Besides Tibalt's. I mean, of course you're unstoppable, which is nice. I guess there's Ghostwalker. If you want to do that. Which has, I think, the same perfect synergy, right? No, it's for 4 seconds. So almost. Yeah, we'll see. It depends on which slot this goes, I guess. Unique items. Saboteurs. Casting a core skill. Has a first chance to throw stun grenades. Your stun grenades gain 5% lucky hit chance. Oh, they unnerfed this again. It used to be 5. Then they put it to 2. And now it's back to 5. Nice. And it works with all skills. Does it help it? Maybe. Wind Force. Ranks of concussive change to the ranks of malice. Vulnerable to change to dexterity. Barrage has a 30 to 40% chance to knock back or knock down enemies with each hit and deal double damage. Okay, so now we're gonna use Barrage with Wind Force, huh? With knock back or knock down. What does that mean? Like, what happens? When? Is it like random? The thing is, do we want to knock enemies down? That's the problem, right? Barrage is like the one thing where positioning actually matters. And you don't want to like knock enemies away from you. You want to shotgun them. That's a Monka, No lucky hit, but lols. Exciting chat. Yes. I mean, it's not lucky hit anymore. We're one step closer, guys. I've been preaching this for a year. Please don't make it lucky hit so we can actually use it. And now I don't think I really want to use it. Because they made it barrage only. Which is like the one skill I do not want to knock back enemies with. Maybe a double dose of retribution. Oh man. Okay, Scoundrel's Kiss. Explosion radius increased again. Okay. Visual effect for the physical damage has been improved. Okay. Trickery. Okay. Word of a Khan. Your vein of arrows is always imbued with all imbuements at once and receives your arrow storm benefits. Oh. Now we're getting somewhere, actually. They really buffed this arrow storm stuff. And you can have a 120% bonus on your two-handed. And then a 60% bonus on a normal slot. The amulet is occupied, unfortunately. But that's a lot of damage. That's a times 3.5. I mean, you have to give up 2 other aspects for it. One of which is corruption, which is a really good 2-handed aspect as well. Actually, a better one, maybe. Maybe corruption is still better. So this might be a bit optimistic here. And you also have to give up some other aspect. But you can play something like a... How would you do this? Would you play this with preparation? I guess you play it with preparation. And then you just kind of like spam, I don't know, barrage into the packs, you proc arrow storms everywhere, they maybe do a little bit. But the problem that I have with this is, it's like, do you play this with precision? Or do you want to play this with, like, poison? And I guess you kind of want to play this with poison, right? So you have to go the close quarters combat route. It's just like in Season 2. You used to have the close quarters combat. Poison arrow build. Enough arrows has a 660% damage modifier on two-handed. Yeah, you probably wouldn't do that though, because you probably have to go the close quarters combat route, which means you need damage for this crowd control. They did not actually change close quarters combat, right? It's still damage for this crowd control. Blech. Okay. Arrow storms will be absolutely correct for leveling. That is true. Arrow storms, I already have it in leveling guide actually. I did put it into the leveling guides ahead of the season start. And it remains actually a pretty good option here. Blade Dancer, Arrow Storm, Vengeful. This is like where I recommend it actually. If you do like early game, both of these are in dungeons. You can just go dungeon, get it. Most people probably don't care because you just go Helltide and whatever. But if you want, those are really good aspects to unlock. Or just put on your gear early on anyway. I wonder how viable this whole like Arrow Storm stuff is. There are quite some significant buffs in there. So they went from, I think, 45% bonus to 60, right? And also 2.1. So that's like a 22% increase. And now you also have 7 instead of 5. So it's like a 70% damage buff for the rain of arrows. Sorry, for the arrow storms. Which is like not nearly enough. But they can like get more out of it if you put it on neck and two-handed and stuff like that. And who knows, maybe there's gonna be other benefits in the future. But this is actually kind of interesting. Like, Rain of Arrows is not gonna be like the best build or something, but it's gonna be definitely like more scalable, more viable now. So I think it's time to like undust the, or like dust off the old Rain of Arrows planner and see what it can do. And I'm not sure yet if we're gonna go the precision route or the close quarters route. Copium. I mean, back in Season 2, I one-shot Lilith with an Rain of Arrows. But that was Season 2. But I mean, we have a lot of power creep. We're pushing its Sorcs to Chain Lightning next season, and ending on Sorc will be completely unviable. And let's see. I mean, if that's the case, then they're probably gonna buff them a lot in the final patch notes as well. I would not be surprised if they're gonna do some adjustments there. Okay, Tricks of Trade, Paragon. Your marksman skill is going to cut for skills, 25 increased damage for 8 seconds. Oh. This is now an 8 seconds buff. Wow. That is big, actually. That is really nice. And hurts poison builds, I guess. And helps the non-poison builds. Okay. Cheap Shot. You deal 5% increased damage for each nearby enemy that is crowd control after 25. A nearby staggered boss provides the maximum bonus. Yes, I want more stagger damage. don't give me any damage against the boss until he's staggered. And certainly don't allow me to deal damage to the boss when I push a high tier. Only like, you know, for 5 seconds every 2 minutes. That'll be nice. Okay. Lucky hit. Direct damage only has a 45% chance to increase your damage by 1% up to 50. At 56, this bonus resets and you execute all nearby non-boss enemies. What the fuck is this? That's hilarious. Dude, support rogue, man. Log in. You execute all nearby non-boss enemies. That's hilarious. I like. I mean, there will be situations where this is actually a nerf, because you reduce the lucky hits that it can produce on elites. But nearby is pretty large in this game generally. And as far as I know, nearby is kind of like the entire screen. And this also means they don't have to be low life to be executed. You just kill them. Yeah, it says execute, and execute usually means that they have to be low life, but there's no mention of low life here. So it sounds like you just kill the entire screen and only the elites are left. Why not boss as well to solve the problem? Let's go. Tank support rock with Godslayer login. I mean, you can do some funny stuff. Where's the boss damage? Yeah, where's the boss damage, man? No boss damage detected. Legendary, no witness node is now capped at maximum damage bonus of 35. This is to compensate for increased sources of ultimate skill damage added to the Rogue Paragon board this season. Oh, they also added ultimate damage tempo actually, by the way. I wonder if they mean that, but apparently they changed something here. Okay, the Renana's Instinct is now capped at a maximum damage bonus of 35. No note. Color. Execute chance change to ultimate damage. Magic notes. Give ultimate, okay. Ruin. Magic notes in this class that gave damage to healthy, now give ultimate damage. Now I wonder if they're actually gonna really adjust Paragon boards in the expansion then. Like if they're doing stuff like this, I guess it's like a very small tweak, you know, okay, one node here, one node there. But I was actually expecting a major rework to Paragons in the expansion, and if they're doing stuff like this now, it's a bit surprising. Alright, Ruin and Color. I guess they're both on the witnesses. Ruin is a crit one. So this is now ult and crit. And this is now ult and attack speed. So these are relatively good nodes. So you can path in here, take this, go there. Oh yikes, man. Pathing on this thing though. You don't really want to go here, so you kind of want to go through this side. So you path in here, do this, path for this. Nah, I'm not going to try right now. Anyway, Sorcerer. Here it comes. Rogue is the winner. Rogue definitely got a lot of really interesting stuff. The biggest thing is probably the new unique chest, but we don't know the stats of it. And, well, there's like some other interesting stuff. The smoke grenade stuff is really cool. Lots of, like, the Dark Shroud's changes are pretty insane. Yeah, that's some pretty big stuff. Sorc got axed, so I've heard, man. People keep telling me I need to chat as well. Yeah, Flurry's gonna be interesting. I mean, Flurry really needed something. And it's an okay solution, I think, with like this stacking damage buff. You know, they did something really good to Flurry, man. They gave it a stacking damage buff, you know? It's like, you walk out to the boss, and you actually have boss damage, man. Imagine, right? But then they made like this change to the cheap shot board. Now it only works when the boss is staggered, and it gives like the full bonus. I mean, it's technically a buff. But it's like, okay, now you walk up to the boss, and you're just gonna feel so weak until the boss is staggered, right? It's like the same shit all over again. It's like, eh. Access damage over time in Season 5. I think they didn't give rogues any additional weapon slots, right? It was only Necro, Sorc, and Druids that got something new. Why did it not give maces or something to rogues? I think that would have been fine. But yeah, whatever, I guess. I guess because maces have overpower damage. It gives rogues some identity with crowd control. Yeah, the identity is cool, but the gameplay is kind of terrible, right? I mean, maybe they can like rework stagger in some way to like actually not just shaft rogues and sorcs on bosses, right? Because the other classes don't really care if you stagger the boss or not. But for rogues and sorcs, it feels so bad. Every time I fight a boss, it's like, okay, you wait for the stagger, and if something goes wrong in that stagger, well, you wait for the next stagger, right? And if you already have staggered the boss 3 times, well, you're gonna wait an entire minute for that, or maybe longer, you know? So, and in between, you just do nothing. Like, this just sucks, I think. Yeah, I think the stagger mechanic itself is actually not horrible. I kind of like the way that stagger generally functions. But the fact that like so much of your damage relies on the stagger, and you can't just fight a boss and actually hope to do anything to him with certain builds or even certain classes, you know, that's the problem. So the stagger itself, I think it's kind of interesting that, you know, bosses cannot just be like stunned and whatever, you can't do like whatever you want with them all the time. I think that's okay. But yeah. Okay, I see this, guys. Sorcerer. Cracking energy base damage. Wow. Okay, ice armor. Max life, base shield amount increased. No longer gains shield based on damage. Oh shit. Ooh. That hurts. Okay. Charge bolts. Base damage increased. Wow. Enhanced charge bolts. Okay. Spark. Okay. Spark grants 2 crit chance per cast. Up to 8. At max access, Spark grants 1 mana. Incredible. Okay. Blizzard. Base damage increased. Enhanced Blizzard. Blizzard damage to frozen enemies increased. Oh my god. Okay, so nothing and nothing again. Hydra. Burn damage increased from 60 to 100. Okay, there's a bit of stuff for Hydra here. There was something else with like a new aspect or something as well. Like, what was it, a temper recipe? A temper recipe for extra heads for your Hydra? Something like that. So maybe you can actually do something like a bit of a Hydra thing now. But Hydra starts at a very low point, so I'm not too hopeful. Yeah, this is, I mean, this definitely helps, like, if you want to do, like, an actual, like, you know, summoning Hydra build or something, but I guess it's not going to be very powerful. I'm going to try it, though, on the PTR and just see. Inferno base damage increase. Wow, okay. Flickering. Arclash. Arclash grants 5 mana if your swipe hits at least one enemy. When you hit 3 or more enemy or boss, your next step also deals 50% more damage. Okay, this is nice. So, Arclash, this is a nice buff to Arclash. What is the other upgrade, actually? Oh, Arclash definitely needs a lot of buffs, though. And it did get a temper. I think it's a cooldown thing, hitting a stunned enemy. Okay. So you just kind of have to go this one now. This is kind of dead. Chain Lightning. Now tracks how many Chain Lightnings are out. Greater Chain Lightning. Each time Chain Lightning bounces, it is 5% increased damage for its duration. Now, and each time Chain Lightning bounces, it is 10% increased damage for its duration up to 30. Chain Lightning enchant now has a 4 seconds cooldown. No longer tracks mana or sends out Chain Lightning if the instance of mana drain is an auto cast skill. Okay, so there's technically a nerf if you don't have the unique pants, I guess. Which is kind of funny. Or is it just like guaranteed every 4 seconds to get one, but it's still a nerf, I guess. Because right now I'm probably getting one like every 2 seconds, I'd say. Now it's every 4. The flurry lucky hit chance increased from 10 to 13, so lackluster. I don't think it's lackluster. You have a lot of attack speed if you play compounds flurry. And this is also per hit, it hits 4 times. So the flurry total is actually 52 there. It's pretty good for an AoE skill. Flame Shield, okay. Wait, is Ice Armor mentioned twice? Dude, Ice Armor is nerfed so hard, it's actually twice in the notes. Just to remind you, man, what you lost. You thought you got through the worst part, but no, here it's again. Alright. In your face. Enhanced Lightning Spear. Casting Lightning Spear spawns additional Lightning Spear and increases their critical strike chance by 15. Oh, now I get 2 at once. That's kind of cool, I like that. When this is active again, 1 mana generation for every 20 maximum mana. Okay. Would you use that? Is that what you actually use? Actually, technically, wait a minute, this core skill thing actually benefited itself, right? Just because this is a core skill these days, funny enough. I didn't actually realize that. I mean, it helps Blizzard. Like Ice Spikes build. Teleport. Cooldown increased from 11 to 14. And they nerfed the cooldown on the offhand. Convulsions. Alright. Whatever. 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 That is pretty good. I mean, it does help incinerate. It does help. Okay, is anyone actually playing a pure fireball build? I guess pure fireball build is basically just fireball these days, right? So there's actually a buff to the strongest build that Sorc currently has. By quite a bit, to be honest. Not counting shatter shenanigans. But on a non-shatter build, you would probably run combustion now, right? Did you actually fix the other bugs? Okay, VS Mastery, maybe they don't have to fix it. When you critical strike an enemy with a shock skill, you become charged and take 25% less damage for 5 seconds. Ooh. While charged, critical strikes have a 10% chance to cause the damage to arc as lightning damage to another nearby enemy. Or if there are no other enemies, you hit the target again for 250% of the damage. Wait a minute, is this actually a cross-element passive now? You have to crit with a shock to charge, but then you can do whatever you want. Ice Spike build nerf. Oh no. Did they actually nerf it? Shock Sorcerer is often highly incentive to play in close combat. This rework aims to open up the Shock Sorcerer playstyle, allowing for both close and ranged options while maintaining the defensive capability of the original design that players love. Okay, have a 10% chance to cause the damage to arc as lightning damage to another nearby enemy. So it's basically 10% extra damage. Or if there are no other targets, you hit the target again for 250%. So this means on a single target, it's a 25% damage buff. In AoE, it's actually less than that. And you take 25% less damage. But you have to crit with a shock skill. Okay. I wonder if I can do something with the new stuff, the new unique stuff that's like spawns Spark. So you can trigger this with Spark to get this charge stuff and then use it on another element, basically. You can spam like Fireball and trigger Sparks to use this. Although, I mean, if you're playing a Fireball build, there's no way you're not gonna run Asus. Because Asus is pretty busted. Yeah, that's just like way better, I guess. But it is a kind of defensive option you can take. What about Avalanche? What about like a cold skill build? Can you do this with like ice shards or something? Would you use that with ice shards? Maybe not actually. Does it work when you don't cast it? Well, it says when you critical strike an enemy with a shock skill. It doesn't mention anything of casting. So this should work with triggered shock skills. It should even work with teleport. Which, I mean, is relatively inconsistent, but maybe if you have high crit rate. Put in Doombringer for extra element. Alright. Let's see what else. Charged aspect. Movement speed, bonus increase on whatever. Efficiency, mana cost reduction. That is a relatively nice early game aspect now. I wonder if you're gonna see some left click, right click builds, but I guess we need more than just this synergy for this to happen. We need something where I can like mega buff up your meteor to now cost 500 mana. And then, you know, it kind of like star packed from the other three or something. And then something like efficiency would make sense, I guess. Aspect of engulfing flames. Burning damage increased. Okay. So I keep buffing firebolts. I don't see anything to incinerate so far. Clucking energy. Has a chance to deal additional damage and chain to an additional enemy. Yeah, I wonder if you can actually make a cracker build. There's also Isadoras, and Isadoras might get some pretty significant buffs with the unique updates. Endgame bosses now drop additional gold instead of rare items. Oh, that sounds good, actually. Maybe you get like 1,000,000 gold every time or so. Aspect of splintering energy. Critical hits of lightning spear cause lightning to arc from it, dealing X damage to its target up to 5 enemies. This damage increased by a critical strike damage bonus. That does a lot for like just an aspect, man. It's like, okay, you want to scale crit damage, and then you want to do this. Does it actually open up an actual build? Maybe. Maybe this could be like its own build, actually. Who knows? If this has like a really high number and good scaling. Aspect of Binding Embers. Flame Shield grants you unhindered for its duration. The enemies you move through will finish immobilized. Cool. Aspect of Frozen Wake. Ice spike damage increase from 60 to 80 to 80 to 100. Now 15 extra damage to ice spikes instead of 15 extra chill. Yeah, that's actually a buff. Frozen Wake is, I think, one that you actually didn't really want to use, right? Which one is that? While ice armor is active. Wait. Ah, wait a minute. Okay, this is actually something you didn't really use. But now you probably would. Yeah, maybe not. I mean, it's 50% extra damage instead of like 30 from shredding blades and these kind of things. But who knows? Maybe the extra ice spikes might make it worth it, because you also get them now from the ice armor itself. You can do like an extra nuke, for example. Like, you can time this, right? You can go to the boss, and you can like spam the blizzard, and when the stagger happens, you press your ice armor, and you have kind of the same timing, right? Ice armor is up, and you nuke them down with the stagger. Maybe it's worth it. Ice spike damage increased. Okay. Glacial aspect. Now 6 extra chill of ice spikes instead of 15 extra damage. Wait, they took it out from here and put it on the other one. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, Paragons. Burning Instinct now capped at 40%. Oh man. I mean, there are some burning buffs in there. How much does that do? Well, let's check my Incinerate. I didn't have that much crit damage here, but I had a bunch of ins. 92. And that's gonna be a lot more if you try. I guess like Glass Cannon, like softcore Sorcs, They probably have like 150 here or even more, I guess. Or 200 even or something, right? If you go like all in on all the crit stuff and whatever, you can get a lot there. And a lot of int, if you go like int gems. Ooh. Holy shit. Well, guys. We kind of had to do it, you know. We kind of had to do it. But we had no other option, okay? So, else people would be rioting and say, hey, Fireball has 170 clear, why is it not up there? Well, this is the result. There's probably no mention of Shatter here, right? No bug fix of Shatter. Ceaseless Conduit. Crackling energy damage reduced from 3% into 1% per 25 and now caps at 60. What? Elemental Summon now caps at its damage bonus at 30%. Icefall. Damage of Frost skills increased to 18. Okay, here's a buff. Wow. Unleash Glyph. Oh, he has like a 1% actually. 7 to 8. Okay, the mana region is a decent buff though. I kind of like this. There's a kind of nice buff to the glyph actually. I like this glyph a lot now. Previously it was always kind of like, yeah, do I really want to use it? Not really. Let's go for a damage glyph. But I actually want to use this now. Tempering updates. Wait, this is it. This is the Sorc. Oh man. Yeah, this is not looking good, guys. This is not looking good, man. Holy shit. That is all of the Sorc changes. Yeah, so that's basically play Chain Lightning or log out. Yeah. Okay, there might be a bit of hope for the lightning spear stuff. There might be a bit of hope for crackling energy, but we'll see. There's a little glimmer of hope for Hydra. And then there's like Arclash, and I have no idea how powerful Arclash is and how much it needs to be good. But Arclash got some pretty big buffs. The real Sorc is actually Lightning Storm Druid. Oh man. But don't worry, Gushing Wounds is unchanged. Oh man. Okay, tempering updates. The following tempering has been moved from existing tempering recipes onto new recipes in the utility category. We're looking to expand what affixes are available within the utility category to bring more depth and variety to tempering. Okay, Barbarian Innovation. Earthquake Duration is... what? Earthquake Duration is now utility. That used to be weapon. That went from like, you know, the most desired to like just put it everywhere. Kick vulnerable duration. I think that's okay. Frenzy duration. Wait, flay. What? Flay duration is now utility, by the way. Okay, this might mean that they are changing flay duration to just be the buff and not the dot anymore. This might be a hidden change, guys. So maybe this is why they're not like Omega nerfing everything and stuff. But you still have the bleed bash problem and other things, right? But yeah. Copium, they do not increase the bleed anymore with flay duration. Because if they do, then this is a cake W, man. It's just sort of buff, yeah. Copium. It's Justice of Frenzy Barb, the real hero. I mean, this is kind of crazy. Earthquake duration as utility, man. That is really powerful. And I honestly do not like the Earthquake meta. That you just jump, 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 and then you do like a bonk, and then jump, 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 jump. Like, this seems so... blah. I don't want to do this. Like, at least cap the glyph somewhere, you know, or something like that. Like, this gameplay seems so shit, if you ask me. I don't want to do this. I got nerfed. Wait, did I miss that? Rumble is capped. Did it do that? Wait. Rumble. I must have missed this. Oh, this is in the bug fixes. Okay, never mind. Fixed an issue where damage modifier round was additive when it was fighting ground control enemies. Rumble's damage bonus is now capped at 30. Okay, this is still relatively powerful, but okay, this actually kind of like deletes that playstyle, and that is very good, I think. Because I think this was kind of AIDS, honestly. So, that's a good start. Yeah, this Rumble stuff, it's just like, I watched some people do this, and I was like, yeah. I mean, number one, you're playing Thorns, which is already horrible to play. Then you also have to jump non-stop, man. Like, this seemed like the most terrible gameplay experience imaginable, man. Holy shit. So at least this Rumble stuff is capped a little bit. So I think that's good. They kept pretty much all the previously uncapped stuff. It's kind of crazy how many caps they've been putting. I didn't expect that. My Fawn's experience. Is that a Bramble clip? Ah, yeah. Who made that actually? Someone made this in my chat actually, right? Come on. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. It's so good. You made that, Bimblebee, yes. So nice, man. Panda showed it, okay. They buffed conservations and they nerfed the cap on Elemental Summoner. Yeah, actually, how much is that? I've never really tried to use Elemental Summoner node. They deal bonus damage equal to 5% of the total amount of your bonus with fire, cold, and lightning. Is that actually triple dipping when you have non-physical? Is there non-physical on this build? He has non-physical. Seven. No, it's not triple dipping. Okay. So I kept this 5%, and I kept it at what? At 30. So it needs like 600 or something. Is that correct? So I guess the cap doesn't really have an impact anyway, in that case. Okay, anyway, let's see the rest here. Nature, Magic, Innovation. Hurricane Size. Oh, man. That is a utility now. Oh, I love that. Okay. That is so nice, dude. That used to be a weapon. And now I can have the Hurricane Duration and the size, dude. That is sick. Okay. Lightning Storm Duration. That is also pretty nice. Petrify Duration. That is really good. As a utility as well. Cyclone Armor Active Size. Yeah, you can knock them even further. I love that. Okay, Rogue Innovation. Invigorating Strike Duration. Okay, Twisting Blades Return Time Reduction. Flurry Size. Ooh. Heartseeker Duration. Interesting. I think it's kind of good that they're doing this. It makes utility tempers actually a lot more interesting compared to before. Because previously it was just like, okay, throw Worldly Fortune on everything, and you have all your stuns, all your freezes, whatever, you know. There was like no competition, right? Outside of like maybe something like Corpse Tendril Size, let's say, on Necro. But everyone, Flame Shield Duration, okay, Perma Flame Shield, but that's gone now. So you don't go for Flame Shield Duration, who cares? So there was like really nothing to compete with Worldly Fortune. And you have actually a lot of kind of interesting stuff now that is kind of like cool to have, you know. It kind of feels good to have Frenzy Duration, right? It's not like you whack the enemy and then you have to go to the next pack and your Frenzy drops. But you actually, like, you know, you stack it up and then, yeah, occasionally it will drop. But if it lasts actually like 8 seconds, it's pretty consistent, right? You get to the point where it's consistent enough. And same with this. And the same with, you know, this or, you know, this. And so it's kind of cool, actually. Petrify Duration is pretty big, to be honest. This is another pulverized buff, for example. Lightning Storm Duration, I like that as well. This just makes it feel better. Hurricane Size is big, man. Literally. I hate Sorc so much I didn't give more or any of the tempers to utility. Yeah, it's actually some stuff they could have done there. There's certainly some opportunities, I guess. We can take a look. Stuff like Blizzard Size, potentially. Would also just make it easier to hit those things here that you actually want to hit. Even stuff like Firewall Size or so. I guess Meteor Size is like, you know, OP enough to be a weapon temper. But Firewall Size, not necessarily. Incinerator Size is not even working correctly for the aspect. Teleport Nova Size. Yeah, Blizzard Size is actually like not something you want for an Ice Spike build, but let's say there is a scenario at some point where you can actually play a Blizzard build, right? And not an Ice Spike Blizzard build. Like a pure Blizzard. Then Blizzard Size would be kind of nice, I guess. Endgame bosses, Hull Tide, loot rewards, user interface and user experience. Okay, let's see. Floating combat text has been updated to be more consistent and more legible. Diabloing, guys. Settings for floating combat text have been added to allow players to further customize what sort of floating text they want to see. I wonder if you can see damage taken now. Yo, Sebi, thanks for the prime, dude. Where's the fixes for tooltips? There's like many of those needed. I feel like I should add a flurry tempo to core. Otherwise, you just go trap augment on two-handed. Yeah, you're probably gonna do that anyway. Like, how much can you temper for flurry size? I guess you want the flurry size, at least to some degree. But then you probably go like, you know, basically double flurry size. How much is this? Yeah, something like this, and then the caltrops, right? It's probably the way again, or something like that. So Sorc from the Armor 2 probably has better pit clearing potential. Oh man. Yeah, and I have a lot of work to do on the Sorcs, yeah. I mean, keep in mind this is just a PTR. And people will complain about the state of Sorcs, I'm 100% sure. So there will be buffs. Flurry is pretty big in general. Well, now you also execute the entire screen of normal enemies, which sounds wild. Wait, when is this getting live? When is this going live, actually? Did they say that? June 25. I completely missed that they set that date. It's on Tuesday. Oh shit. To July 2, so 1 week. Okay. Okay, see some more stuff. Stats window now has a highlight for when armor cap has been reached. Section in the stats window can now be collapsed and expanded as desired. Midfield areas now have a visual effect. Legendary items can be favorited when fielding or interacting with our cultist. I've never used that favorite feature. Do you guys even know about it? If you go in-game and then press on collections, and then go to your legendary aspects, you can actually favorite them. I've never used it though, because it's like, you know, hidden behind like 4 steps. But now I can do it as a cultist, which is nice. Shift-clicking a skill will now add 5 points. Ah. We have the technology, guys. Look. They learn from the best, I guess. The notification for unlocking and upgrading aspects has been improved. Okay. Miscellaneous. Torture gifts no longer contain obols. Whatever. This season's Nightmare Dungeon rotation remains the same as the previous season. What? Weapons are now more resilient to damage. You do it all with the aspects you need for leveling, then you just type. Okay. It's a pretty good feature, it's a favorite thing. Experience rewards for side quests, including priority quests, has been increased. Maybe people will finally do the hardcore renown. Skills are grant immunity, and are only going cooldown when not the effect ends. Okay, potions can be used for crowd control. Certain tutorial quests are now tracked account-wide. Various dungeons that have tweaks to the layouts have first streamlined them. More weapon types are now available to more classes. Inherent hotfixes have changed. Okay, gameplay, bug fixes. Fix the issue where free generation would malfunction when assigning the tactical rallying cry upgrade. No idea what this means. Anyone knows what happened there? Fix an idea where the 5-second internal cooldown for aspect of ancestral echoes was not listed in aspect description. Really? This is the upheaval thing, right? I remember trying this. I was trying to make my pet Barb on the Season 4 PTR with this aspect and the pants. And I learned that those guys appear and just do 0 damage. Like, they do an upheaval, you can watch it, and there's no damage number. So, nice. So maybe they had to do the cooldown or something, but it was pretty hilarious. I have a clip of that somewhere. So I'm not sure if that is the problem, but we'll see. Fix the issue where stack granted by asset as a rage could be inconsistently acquired. You want to see an enrage mechanic where if the world boss is killed within a certain amount of time, he enraged gets more health and damage and does better loot. That's actually a pretty good suggestion. Like, let's say, you know, if the world boss dies in the first 20 seconds, then, you know, instead of dying, it becomes hard mode, heals to full, and then it's like another, like, you know, I don't know, 5-minute fight or so, and stuff is going ham. Sounds pretty fun. It's just like Shadowclan, yeah, exactly. The Ancestral Echoes. It's almost Shadowclan. Fix an issue where charge could be used to bypass interaction channels. Oh, interesting. Fix an issue where Earthstriker aspect could waste its guaranteed overpower triggered on autocast instances. Yeah, I noticed that actually. That was very annoying. Fix an issue where bonus fury generated from the aspect of Berserk Fury didn't grant fortify. Okay. Fix an issue where Vermin didn't scale with passive and temporary attack speed. Oh, what? Vermin now scales with attack speed? Fixed an issue. It's not like every other channeling skill in the game also doesn't work with attack speed or something. But okay. It's an issue. It has been fixed. Fix an issue where damage modifier for the Rumble Glyph was additive. Okay, we watched this. Fix an issue where Death Blow was wasn't being consistently reset when enemies were killed by Shockwave. Interesting. I never noticed that. I played a lot of Kratos Barb. But okay. He spin faster now. I wonder what it means. It would be kind of strange if I actually spin faster. I guess I would look and feel very wonky. But I don't know, maybe you spin faster. Who knows? Or maybe it just like scales the damage, right? Just like you have X attack speed and then it does more damage and it consumes more fury, I guess. So you could like easily scale through that without any visual changes, and I think that would be fine too. You don't hold down Warren, so you tap it, so speed is useless. I mean, this is for the Tyrios build. We're talking about a real Warren build here. You know, of course you don't care about attack speed on the Tyrios might build, I guess. Actually, maybe it will trigger Tyrios Might more often now. Because maybe Tyrios Might is like, I'm not sure if it's like baseline once every second or something, but maybe that tick occurs more often now with attack speed. So that could actually lead to the point where you don't want to tap it. I think this whole tapping stuff needs to be changed in general. It's kind of stupid with channeling skills. Like, it's the same for like Incinerate, and it's the same for maybe not Decompose, I guess, because Decompose has like these mechanics where you want to channel it for 1.5 seconds. But Vermin has a problem. Seems like really aids. And Incinerate almost has a problem. But Incinerate has enough synergies for it to not matter too much. where you just want to channel and not tap all the time. But there are advantages to tapping Incinerate, for example. And it's really stupid. Lightning Storm is the same thing, yes. But Lightning Storm also has at least clarity. Like for Lightning Storm, you go clarity passive, and it really incentivizes you to not stop channeling. So I think that's okay. Clarity is very powerful, and it's powerful enough to kind of make you play it properly. But for example, there are situations where you don't have the cooldown ready for your companions, right? And you can't press companions in every moment, and then you actually want to tap it. Or let's say you play a Grizzly Rage Lightning Storm, and that becomes the meta. Then you actually have to do tapping stuff potentially, I guess. So it actually does sound like it has the same problems there in some cases. Especially now that Shepherds is getting nerfed and you don't actually run all 3 companions necessarily. You could probably run a non-clarity or non-companion Lightning Storm. Target farming uniques where Helltides only mentions armor and weapons. Really? Where does it say that? I'm pretty sure you're supposed to get any of the uniques. Lightning Storm is dead? Wait, what happened? Lightning Storm got pretty major buffs, no? You hit 800 million bleeds right now with Whirlwind? No, you're not hitting 800 million bleeds with Whirlwind, you're hitting 800 million bleeds with Tyrus Might bleeds. With a not yet nerfed Gushing Wounds. Right? The Whirlwind is not doing the damage there, it's the Tyrus Might, no? And the Holy Bolts and stuff. Targeting weapon when you increase the weapon types you can carry. Yeah, I mean, it's something. I don't see the issue with that. You know, you open a weapon chest and maybe you have a chance. I mean, realistically, I don't think I will really care enough which chest I open. Although, in a world where they said that they want to kind of like, you know, increase the intensity of the Helltide, basically, right? Where you go there in 50 minutes, you do all your whispers, you're done, you leave. So it's not like you're just gonna farm like 2,000 sinners and open everything. So he's gonna, you know, go there for 50 minutes, open this 1 or 2 chests or 3 chests, get what you want, and leave. So, yeah. He buffs the base damage of Lightning Storm, but he removes the big multipliers. Yeah, Thunderstruck is nerfed, but the base damage is heavily buffed. Also, the extra defense that you now get by default as a Druid is really helpful for something like Lightning Storm. You get Clarity ranks on your neck, which is very strong. So I wouldn't say Lightning Storm is dead. Lightning Storm is a relatively decent build currently, and does get some nerfs, but it also gets some power. And the Lightning Storm duration now goes on utility temper and not on weapon temper. So I could potentially get something else there, I'm not sure what exactly. But there might be some other temper to put on your weapons. Adding attack speed, scaling to Lightning Storm. Is that here as well? Ah, here, fix an issue where Lightning Storm didn't scale. Ah, okay. So this is another thing that helps Lightning Storm, for example. So they're actually doing this here as well. Interesting. Hello.
Going to stream in the morning?
Hmm?
Are you going to stream in the morning?
Yeah, we're finishing the patch notes discussion here soon, and then... Come here. Say goodnight to Nini.
Good night, Nini. Good night, ciao.
Yeah. Okay.
You're very sweaty.
Yeah, I'll take a shower later. Don't worry. It's a very intense discussion. Yeah. Yes.
Hi, Chronix.
Hi, Nini. Good night, Nini. Maybe for the channel skills, I mean the initial attack speed of the cast, but not the skill's attack rate. I know it would be kind of stupid. Is there even an initial cast on like Whirlwind, for example? How does that even work?
No, look, someone said Kalinista. Good night, Kalinista.
Kalinista, yeah.
Gute Nacht.
Yeah. Major nerf to Rogue and a sad face. Wait, did you read like the Season 3 patch notes? About Twisting Blades? Where are you right now? There's a lot of info in the top section of the post. Yeah, I mean, this was all for the Campfire, I know. I have not yet tried Undies and a Poison Mirage, but we'll do that soon. Thunderstruck Cap's gonna kneecap my already bad favorite Druid, the Stormclaw. I mean, you could probably expect a major buff to Stormclaw though, like say a weapon. Yeah, I will try that with the Undies, but for now, we do this here. I mean, we have a few days until the PTR, right? So there's like some stuff I want to do. I mean, it's a Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 3 full days, basically. I mean, I want to do a bit of the Elden Ring. And then I guess a bit on Tuesday until the PTR goes live. And then we blast the PTR. And then we have 1 week. So there's gonna be like a week of full PTR blasts. And then I guess here we're back to Season 4 and do some stuff. And there's like, you know, more Necro things and stuff I wanted to do. So we'll see. Is it possible to get Pensha to work with Inner Sight or just spam like crazy? Nah, Starter Skies makes many things possible. Let me out. I think Necromania is even stronger now. Nah, Mini Necro is nerfed. Thanks to the Shadow Blight changes, or like the Blighted Aspect changes, rather. There's LE cycle on the 9th, yeah, so... I definitely have to prepare LE a little bit, you know, I haven't logged in for like 3 months. So, wait a minute, when does it start? 1 week after the PTR, so I have 1 week from the PTR to LE, oh shit. Oh shit, okay. Timing. Okay, I guess I might cut back on like maybe 1 or 2 of the Barb and Necro builds I wanted to make, and we want to be fine. I have all the characters leveled now, so I can do stuff and you know, just like have some fun with some of the builds, it's fine. And then we're gonna go in LE mode and try to get world first. But anyway, let's just finish this stuff here. So we were at Druid right now. We finished this. Fix an issue where projectiles from materials might behave erratically when used with shred. Okay. Fix an issue where tutor description for enhanced was missing information. What does that mean? I guess it probably means that it also deals extra damage for 1 second longer or something. Makes an issue where the pull effect from Aridas and Extra really had a larger area of effect than intended. Yeah, that used to be pretty wild, I remember that in Season 2. Fix an issue where enhanced rabies was scaling beyond the 60% bonus if the damage or time duration was extended. Interesting. So rabies was stronger than intended, guys. Turns out. If you just kept reapplying it. Wait, does rabies currently have like infinite damage scaling or what? We are doing max for leaderboards again, yeah. I haven't announced it yet though. We're still looking at the date and stuff, but it will probably happen. The new guys strongholds and the waypoints account wide. Yeah, that wouldn't be so bad, I guess. If it's like a once per season thing, you do the strongholds, you do the waypoints, why not, I guess. Or make them more interesting as well, like the strongholds. I feel like they're just not interesting enough. It could be like something more, maybe. Maybe it's too strong, yes. Fixing an issue where weapon drops or druids were skewed towards two-handed weapons. And lightning storm scaling. That's interesting. Okay, Necromancer. Fix an issue where skeleton reavers could get both bonuses. Okay. Fix an issue where the bonus critical strike chance on Supreme Bone Storm did not trigger if Bone Storm was recast while another Bone Storm was still active. Holy. Fix an issue where Grasping Veins Asset could apply its bonus without using Corpse Tendrils. How? Wait, does that mean it doesn't work with the Sacrilegious Soul Ring anymore, or what? Fix an issue where Hellbound Commander's effect could still function when moving points after entering a new zone. Monka. Fix an issue where Aspect of Frenzy had an irrelevant addition of summoning to its description. Fix an issue where the cooldown reduction granted by Rapid Obfuscation didn't apply to Bone Spirit when cast with 100 or more essence. I heard about this, which sounded kind of annoying. Fix an issue where the untimely death aspect was not gaining stacks when a player healed values smaller than 1% of your max life. What is the untimely death again? Ah. Yeah, okay, I mean. Rogue. The Helltide's Obos farm. Okay, I can take a look at the screenshot. These ones will now have a chance to give a player uniques from the armor and weapon slot if you want to select a unique weapon. Yeah, it seems like not jewelry, but seems strange to exclude jewelry. I'm not sure why they would do that. Maybe because some classes don't have unique amulet or something? Is there any class that doesn't have a unique amulet? Barbs will have it. Sorc, Rogue, Necro, Druid. All of them have. And everyone also has rings. Everyone has a Vashan ring and stuff. I guess it might just not be mentioned there. Okay, let's see Rogue. Fix an issue where methodical dash actually didn't reduce the cooldown of dash by the full intended amount. Which is also no longer relevant because it has been removed. Fix an issue where puncture could generate multiple combo points when additional resource generation was high. Oh. Unlucky. Fix an issue where rapid fire uses a Scoundrel's Kiss and repeating answer behaved inconsistently. Fix an issue where Shadow Clone didn't deal damage with rapid fire. Just rapid fire, guys. Fix an issue where rapid fire did not have a range limit when used of Scoundrel's Kiss. I think that was already fixed like 2 patches ago. Fix an issue where Scoundrel's Letters would probably function when a core skill hit a target that wasn't explicitly aimed at. I guess would not, this means. Oh, so they fixed this at least. Yeah, so there was a thing with Scoundrel's Letters where if you didn't actually mouse over a target, you would not spawn the traps with Scoundrel's Letters. So now that seems to be working, so this might make it kind of good. Especially if they buff it a bit. Maybe you can get to 100% for example, that would be kind of big. Fix an issue where forceful arrow may target one after 2 hits instead of 3. Fix an issue where cutters didn't trigger movement speed from aspect of explosive worth. I actually never considered that option, I gotta say. But it is a trap. Fix an issue where improved bandage shot didn't display its duration on the skill. Okay. Fix an issue where double dipping was double dipping its damage multiplier. The compensating buff to victim was made here, as mentioned above. Okay. Sorcerer. Fix an issue where Veer's Mastery applied to non-shock skills. Fix an issue where Ice Armor's tooltip suggested a barrier value would increase when dealing damage. What? An issue where Ice Armor Tooltip suggested the barrier would increase when dealing damage. I mean, it says here, while armor is active, 5% of your damage level is added to the barrier. And this is how it works, as far as I know. But apparently it's a bug fix. Okay. Interesting. I know it does increase. And they just nerfed it, you know, they removed that part from the skill, right? It now gives you like a flat 40 and no longer increases when you deal damage, which is a heavy nerf to this. Because usually you press Ice Armor, and as long as nothing breaks the Ice Armor in one hit, you are going to be protected, basically. As long as you keep doing damage. Because you can always refill it, you know. Something hits you, you refill it, it hits you, refill. So Ice Armor is very powerful. And to be honest, I guess it does lead to some kind of like inconsistent defense, right? Where if it ever breaks, you're basically just dead, right? So Ice Armor breaks, you're dead. And I guess they want to try to get to a point where, you know what you got, basically, right? You press Ice Armor, you know what you got. You know you have 40% of your maximum life here, and then get 30% from here. So you have like a 70% barrier when you press Ice Armor. And you know, okay, this is the maximum you can use, and then it's gone. So I'm not sure if I really hate that change. It's just that there's like no compensation for it elsewhere, right? There's no other defensive buffs anywhere, and there's no other ways to generate barrier anywhere. Like, I would actually agree that Ice Armor was maybe kind of overtuned for what it did, and had this problem with the inconsistency. Like, if it ever breaks, you're basically dead. And now at least it's kind of like, okay, you get this amount of defense, and then you have to kind of sort it out elsewhere, right? But the problem is like there's nothing else that really benefits the Sorcs, right? They just nerfed this, which was kind of like required to even live for anyone who didn't go for Perma Flame Shield. But what else do you do now to get this defense? Like, that's a bit strange. At least the teleport cooldown is longer now. It's not even a wrong tooltip. Ah, okay, so you're saying that, okay, maybe they changed Ice Armor to no longer do that, and then someone realized, ah, wait, it still says the thing. And then it filed it as a bug. So it made it here. That's actually maybe how, yeah. Druids got Chad. Yeah, Druids are gonna just fucking tank everything, man. Druids are just not gonna die. Like, Druids might actually be as tankier than Barbs now. Which is nuts. And funny enough, they didn't do any changes to Martial Vigor, to Agile, and to Guttural Yell. So you can still reach immunity on 2 different classes. And potentially for the entire party if you're playing with a Barb. But that's fine. Barrier generation and the passive gives you a barrier when you pop a cooldown will become mandatory. Well, I'm not sure if you've played the same Diablo 4 that I have played for the past year, but that was mandatory on every single build since then. Well, I guess not in Season 4 with Flame Shields and Sorc and Immortal Sorc basically, but yeah. Fix the bug where Sorcerer had something good. General, let's see what's here. Fix an issue where the aspect of crowd stage is calculating using base life instead of maximum life. That's nice. Fix an issue where damage over time effects are receiving bonus on percent damage stat twice. It doesn't matter. Fix an issue where Diablo Flare aspect was doing excessive amounts of damage to bosses when you were being hit by smaller enemies. Really? I know I've seen some really fishy damage numbers of Thorns. I didn't realize that it was actually a bug based on this. So I wonder how big this is an impact. We don't talk about nerfing barbs here. Yeah, certainly not in Blizzard headquarters. Fix an issue where elixir of anti-venom could be active alongside other elixirs. Fix an issue where evade could trigger against blessing. Fix an issue where elite scorpion enemies so the teleport affix didn't actually teleport. Fix an issue where the high velocity aspect was not restricted to rogues. What? I mean, it doesn't do anything on non-rogues, right? Fix an issue where items could disappear when opening many caches at once. Fix an issue where Star did not properly work with overhealing effects. Wait. Starlight now works with overheal? That's actually insane. That's a really good aspect now. Gain 40 vulnerable results for every 20% of your life that you heal. Dude, on some builds you can easily heal 20% per second if you want. You lost your caches on your iron walls with stitching stones. That's actually hilarious. Did you just open like 1 to 18 in one go, and then 18 is the last one, and then it all disappears? That is actually a really good aspect now, Starlet. If that actually properly works with overhealing, and there's no fishy stuff going on, I need to try this. Starlet is interesting. Okay, fix an aspect where aspect of Frosty Strides couldn't be imprinted on pants. Funny. User interface and user experience. Fix an issue where there was no indication on how to unlock tempering if a player failed to pick up the first recipe. Fix an issue where in certain circumstances legendary materials could appear in lost item stash, but could not be withdrawn. Dude, can you remove the fucking legendary star on the map for the materials? That would be great, man. Fix an issue where certain tooltips, such as berserking, did not properly indicate whether or not the damage was additive or negative. Okay, certain tooltips. Fix multiple instances where aspect tooltips had inconsistent info in their descriptions. Okay, maybe it's getting better, guys. Fix an issue where many unique items did not display class restrictions. Fix an issue where incompatible mount armors could be selected in a stable master menu. Fix an issue where materials from Season of Minion could drop in a million and borrow. Ah, too bad, man. It's the same thing as the, like, you know, monster parts, right, that you could get from the rare monsters still. I found that to be like a kind of funny relic from the past, you know. Well, okay. Alright, that's it. Just see if there's any ads that you dislike or something. You can report us. Like sometimes there's like some weird stuff and we actually take care of that. If you collect 1 billion Enquiries, you can summon a carnival. They did remove the legendary icon on map for materials to equip the pet. I guess it does help. But it doesn't really help with like the fact that sometimes the enemies dies off screen or like, you know, I always get baited and run back in full screen and then it's just like some random material and run back another screen to go back to where I was. And that was like 5 seconds and I feel terrible. And most of the time I don't even pick it up as well. So it's like, I'm saying it correct that the Infernal Horse is a 15-minute event with a bit of time between every wave. I guess you can probably clear the waves faster. Maybe there's like a time limit per wave and you have like a maximum time or something. I'm not 100% sure. I guess we'll see on Tuesday. Yo, boiler of the raid. Hey guys. So what does our local Druid enthusiast here at Maxwell think, Mr. Boiler? Go send us enough, guys. So it's kind of interesting Druid patch notes, but I really like them. I think they're generally really good changes for Druids. I guess I can do some notes here. Druid are gonna be fucking immortal Giga Chats. So that's what I gathered here. At first it seemed despair, but then he started to find some hope. I mean, the Thunderstruck change is definitely impactful, but there's a lot of really cool stuff in there. Hurricane, log in. You're gonna be tanky as fuck in any build. And then you have like, you know, Lightning Storm duration as like a utility temper now. That sounds kind of nice. Like, there's some pretty interesting stuff there. It's gonna be hard to make up for the nerfs for like Thunderstruck. But Windshear was powerful enough, and I guess Lightning Storm got a bit more than other builds. Thanks to the attack speed scaling and some other stuff. Hope you like Landslide. Yeah, Landslide just seems like overtuned as fuck. Like, Landslide was already good, right? And now it's just getting by far the most shit. Like, that seems insane, the Landslide stuff. I guess I can write that down. Transformed into immortal Giga Chats. Okay, Landslide, OP. Everything buffed. Maybe Windshear not. Shepherds. Now companion aspects. +3 skills on your bar. Anyway, the notepad. Yeah, it would be interesting to actually see like the notes that they have gathered. I'm just like trying to write stuff down in general right now as well. So rogues, man. Rogues is kind of busted. Barbs. Flay, maybe shadow nerfed. I would say. First of all, no gushing wound nerf. Lul. Whirlwind. Scales of attack speeds. And I guess the same goes for this here. That may or may not really have an impact. Dark Shroud is ridiculous now. Smoke Grenade on boss. Maybe Caltrops is a DPS build. It sounds hilarious to think about, actually. To say that out loud. What do we got here? I mean, the Iron Maelstrom stuff. Probably too weak for Pit, but fun and Helltide. "50 unique swing was a misunderstanding." I mean, they said 50 uniques and legendaries. So combined 50. And there were a lot of legendaries, actually. And maybe that's not even everything yet. So I think Barbs are very easily fixable with tweaking numbers. Fleet got nerfed in general. Yeah, okay, but how much does it really impact them? Probably like bleed down roughly a third or so. Hemorrhage. Something like that. Hot take, you need to reroll the implicit resistance on rings. It's not such a hot take, actually. It would be nice if there was like a way to change it. Maybe you can take like gem fragments of a certain color, go to a jeweler, and then, you know, swing and, you know, change it to another type. Why not? Once Barb is dead, probably. Yeah, I don't quite understand what this Needle Flare bug fix does. But they also nerfed the Earthquake. Earthquake, damage bonus, capped. I guess Rumble. Rumble damage bonus capped. That's 3 times Earthquake. Better utility tempers. Earthquake, flare. Frenzy. Jump at one place, Barbs. Yeah, that seems so. Ugh. Already nerfed a lot. Needle, Flare, bug fix. I don't know how much that is. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea about this Needle Flare stuff, so I need to ask someone who's actually played that. How much does it do? This Needle Flare thing with the boss summons or something. How's Golden Necro looking? The minion Necro's lost a little bit, but it's like, yeah, you can get away with it. Roguing from Vampire Season is still useless. It's not entirely useless, but it just never really makes it into a build, I guess. And you have to see that most of the uniques are not buffed yet, so we can't really say anything about, okay, which unique is really going to be useless and which one is not, because they have not actually adjusted most of them. Return of Shadow Step meme builds. Now, Dash is insane. Shadow Step buff. Like, lots of crits. Crit chance by default now. Heal potion. Builds. Question mark. Is you killing Druid of Needle Flare? So does anyone know what actually happens? It's like something like the like minion Necro stuff or what? What do we see here? This is a bash barb. So this is you here, Bimble. Okay. There's the maggot. Okay. But I mean, how much more damage does, like, you know, a small maggot hit with Needle Flare proc do compared to a Duriel hitting you, for example? Like, Sorc. Despair. Teleport. CD nerfed. Ice armor no longer refreshes with damage. Blizzard nerfed. Perma flame shield gone. All kinds of caps on legendary nodes. What about Flurry? Flurry meta. Yeah, Flurry seems pretty good. Momentum buffs. We'll see. Incinerate nerf. Yeah, I guess the caps mostly affect conjuration builds and fire builds, like burning builds in particular, right? Mostly burning and conjuration builds. Hydras, mega buffed. Maybe a build option. Opium. Minus 7% CDR lost from offhand. I mean, this applies to the others as well, but mostly Sorcs care about it, I guess. Rain of Arrows and Arrow Storm, you can mention that, yeah. Rain of Arrows and Arrow Storm buffs. Maybe not just meme anymore. Wait, full meme. Okay. I mean, Chain Lightning, login though. Chain Lightning looks insane. Rest. Oof. Arc Lash. Big buff. But no idea like where it actually starts. So we'll see. Yeah, this orbiting like stuff on the chain lightning thing, that seems pretty insane. So general Starlight aspect now works with overheal, insane. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So a lot of patchiness, man. Okay, we should probably mention this here. So new cross-class temper recipe for crit, vuln, overpower, ultimate damage. Bunch of other new recipes and stats moved between them. Alright. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff here on utility. Hurricane size, now utility temper. That's really nice. And duration is utility temper. So that's kind of nice. Oh, Necro, wait a minute. So Necro actually has a lot of really interesting stuff here with... So Sever can be a mobility skill with aspect now. Login. Another insane evade, blood mist, mobility aspect. Login. So that sounds crazy. They're gonna be zooming. Blighted aspects. 20%, 50%. Little compensation. So it's an effect like, you know, affect blight, minions, other stuff noticeably. Will the Thunderstruck nerf to Druids kill Windshear? No. I mean, you will feel it on Windshear, because Windshear is also one of the few things that is actually not really getting any other buffs. But Windshear currently is also enough ahead of the other builds for a nerf like this to be okay, I guess. Like Windshear is clearly the strongest Druid build by a few pit tiers. And then getting this kind of nerf probably puts it like pretty much in line. Well, it gets that nerf and other builds also get that nerf, but no compensation. I guess the main problem we have is that landslide seems to be like a pretty clear winner for druids. Like right now the druid balance inside the class is very good. But now you're gonna have everything balanced and then there's landslide like way above. So that's what it looks like to me. And not really much else that is like kind of good up there. So you're gonna have like some S tier landslide build probably. And then everything else on druid is like somewhere like A and B together basically. Victimize, double div fixed, but +5, +50 base buff. Slight nerf will be felt, but it will be fine. What does ridiculous mean? It means it's OP. Macro and Chronics are super depressed by Necro changes. I mean, this is kind of big, and I guess they were expecting to kind of be elevated to the Barb level. But I do expect that we're gonna see nerfs to the Barb once the PTR is closed. It's going to be a landslide victory, literally. Oh yeah, Petrified Duration, actually. That's actually insane. Now utility tempers, man. Hurricane size. Lightning storm duration. Petrified duration. This is all pretty nuts. This is really cool stuff, man. Why is dash insane? And I give it like shorter cooldown, you knock down stuff when you dash in there, you get extra 10% crit chance now. Like there's all really crazy stuff for dash, I think. Thanks Omega Ankh for the prime, by the way. Okay, what else? Let's see this a little bit. Clarity. Ranks now on amulets. Lightning storm. Grizzly Rage nerfed Keck. Oh yeah, Cataclysm. Cataclysm mega buffed plus new aspects for supporting it. Ultimate cooldown tempers. Now leaves with active ability. Must be zooming. Golem, move speed, aspects. Okay. Bone Spirit plus Bone Prison. Crazy combo. I guess Bone Splinters as well. Hurricane likes clarity. Ah, true. Hurricane as well. Yeah, you can do that for sure. Yeah, that's really nice, man. I really like the one-shot stuff with Pulse. Yeah, I mean, not really, right? You're not gonna use it for Pulse. But for Hurricane, for sure. I can see that. You can probably even get away with like only 1 or 2 companions on your bar, right? Just like spam the wolves all the time or something. Maybe do like one, I don't know, cooldown, wolf temper or whatever. Like, easy. You can put it here. Storm plus Hurricane. Does that log in a placeholder? That's an emote, dude. Liking the changes for Rogue, and the Rogue changes are nuts, man. Like, there's a lot of crazy stuff. Okay, the Necromancer changes are actually kind of little. After moving 30 meters, he spawned a healing potion. It's kind of funny, man. 30 meters is very far, though. That's like roughly an entire screen from the left to the right side, I think. Maybe more. It's quite far, 30 meters. It's probably like more like 1.5 entire screens. Skinwalker is nutty. Yeah, I know the debilitating raw changes. I mean, you have this, yeah. Debilitating raw needed. Reaching perma-cycle cataclysms should be very strong. Yeah, that's probably possible. We don't know how strong these like these ultimate tempers are. Maybe they give you like a lot of ultimate cooldown reduction. Probably not that much more than like the Necro temper. They didn't actually make a generic ultimate cooldown reduction temper, right? So you still need to make a Necro to get ultimate cooldown reduction if you want to do that. I just realized I have to have one human thing still going. Oops. A lot of perma cataclysm in the future. I mean, cataclysm is a fun skill. So, did I mention this? Yeah. Smoke grenade damage. I should probably mention that. Smoke grenade is a dimmer skill. That sounds kind of funny. I'm not sure how good this will be. Yeah, I mean, it's like a bunch of new aspects and stuff like that that are kind of interesting, but chance to cast additional charge bolts, teleport size, chance for Arclash to swipe twice. Swipe twice, temper. Okay, what else we got? Dash, Shadow Step, and Shadow Clone setup. Oh yeah, anti-venom. Anti-venom elixir no longer stacks. I mean, that was kind of expected, to be honest. I think this was just an oversight. It's kind of funny because in the past, I think in the past it didn't give you life though, did it? I'm not sure. Like before the season I never saw anyone talk about it. I remember, I think it has this poison resistance, but I'm not sure about the life. People are so worried about the Thunderstruck board. Druid's getting some mega buffs. Yeah, Druids are gonna be very good, I think. I wonder what this clobbering means. If it's like a special attack on the bash, it just has some best special animation or something. Clobbering. So, I guess Perma, I guess Immortality, still achievable. Martial, Vigor, Guttural, Yell, Tempers. 100% dodge still achievable. Agile, tempers. Want on rupture buffed, man. Grasping whirlwind. That's 3 pull frequency. I'm not sure if that's good enough, but maybe. And whirlwind now scales with. Oh, we have that here. Global something get after 4 bashes. Yeah, I know. I just wonder, like, if this actually changes something, you know, like you, like, why did it do this? It's just like a name change, it's like a tooltip change. It just adjusted functionality. Your next bash will clobber stunning enemies for 1.5 seconds. So does this like hit everything in front of you, even without a bash cleave tempo, for example, or something? Like, I don't know. I am sure about Rowan scaling with attack speed. At least this is as sure as you can be looking at the patch notes. Unstuck nerf limits what they can do if you inform Druid. Now Tempest might be mandatory. How does that interact with Tempest Roar? I can explain MTZ. You read the Victimize key passive. Thanks, Stormscarper Prime. So skills buffed 80 to 100% baseline. Okay, Grizzly Rage. This Grizzly Rage change is really weird. Build heading Roar. Build heading Roar nerfed to 40% DR. Bulwark now works with max life instead of base. So that's really good. Cyclone armor 50% DR baseline. Skinwalker. Dude, Skinwalker is actually nuts. Skinwalker, nutty healing. More shifting. Dude, it gained 20% life? Dude, what? I don't think that Lupin Ferocity is gonna be good enough, man. Looking at this. Lots of TR everywhere. Thunderstruck capped. I guess Thunderstruck is definitely getting a nerf here, so. Wind Shear nerfed. Thunderstruck 40% cap. Nowadays, their Druid won't have 4 slots taken by 3 pets and 1 roar. Yeah, Druids gonna be really fun next season, man. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm gonna play a lot of Druid. I'm gonna play a lot of Rogue, a lot of Druid for sure. Maybe gonna do another Creator's Barb just because, you know, with the new amulet and stuff. And see what we can do there. But it seems like Druid, it seems like the Barbs don't really get much new stuff anyway. So Lupin and Shred is away from the game. Necromancer minions can now overpower, which is kind of funny. Minions can now overpower. I'm not sure if that means anything. And are more aggressive. A bunch of sever buffs, etc. But I guess not really because of blighted nerfs. Aspect of hungry blood. Blood buffs, I guess. But probably not enough. Alright, let's see some more rogue stuff. So preparation buff. Kind of interesting. Preparation now also DR. Kind of interesting. Blade shift buffed. Advanced flurry, improved flurry, caltrops. Caltrops buff, man, I can't believe it. Basic immunity with unique. Shrouds. 1.5 sec. Consumption. Cooldown. And more little stuff. Blade shift and flurry. Yeah, I mean, you have to play no close quarters combat, and I currently don't believe that a momentum build is gonna be a thing. But we'll see. I mean, there's one advantage of playing a momentum build, which is you're gonna be very tanky. And you get an extra skill slot, but is an extra skill slot enough to make up for it? So how would such a build look like? So, Poison Imbue, Flurry, Smoke, Poison Trap, Caltrops, and you still have a 6th skill slot that could be Puncture anyway, and then you can just play close quarters. So, I guess you can do Dash or whatever, Dash, Shadow Step, sure, but technically you don't need it. Yeah, I think nerfing the minions a bit is not too bad, so it's probably fun. Build sim, title for boss and then exploit weakness, clear everything else. Ah yeah, right, exploit weakness. Exploit weakness changed to just kill all non-elites around you. I really want to see that in action, man. That's gonna look really weird. Overpower, Blood Surge, Pet builds. Is Barrage still good to level up? Yeah, Barrage is gonna be fine for level. I mean, there's no changes to Barrage, really. It's just got to do better, I suppose, for the Dark Shrouds and stuff. There's basically almost no nerfs here on Rogue that I can see. Besides Victimize, Fix and stuff, but that is not even really much of a nerf anyway. Because they also buffed Victimize. So yeah, overall this is looking really powerful here. Lots of boosts from passives. So there's like Second Wind reworked, Alchemical Advantage reworked, Impetus reworked, Trick Attacks reworked, Rapid Gambits. Dude, a lot of stuff. Whip Master buffed. Momentum now kinda usable. Melee builds. Question mark. I guess it will really depend on where does the aspect go. Is it a defense or utility or something? Wind force. I don't believe in it. Did I mention the rain of arrows? Yes. Actually mentioned momentum already. Buffs across the board. Okay. Anything for Sorc? Despair, offense, teleport, ice armor, blizzard, perma flame shield gone, caps, hydras, copium. Chain looks insane, Rose has oof. That's basically the verdict here, I guess. So if chain lightning doesn't save the class, I guess Weir's changed. Weir's bug fixed and changed. Better. I do not see Kados being dropped for any build on Rogue right now. So that's actually kind of nice. Flurry size is now... Wait a minute, flurry size is a utility. New utility, Tempers. Invigorating, strike duration, Heartseeker duration. So it's actually kind of nice stuff. Twisting blades, return, reduction, flurry size. This might make Invigorating Strike actually kind of useful as well, I think. Where's going to be the best build for leveling Rogue? Probably still Barrage, I guess. Okay, anything else here? Most of this was from like the Campfire chat already. I mean, relatively small bug fixes, I guess. Most of them. Anything that really matters too much. Already are trying to break this down a lot. Rapid ossification bug fix, that's kind of important, I guess. Rapid ossification plus bone spirit fixed. New rogue chest and totem could be unique to gameplay. I mean, yeah, you can spawn the totem and then pull everything on top of it, right? Could be interesting, yeah. There's definitely some ways to really abuse that, I think. It's gonna be interesting. Definitely gonna be experimenting with that. It's a clear direction what they're trying to achieve with the patch notes. But apparently they're not really trying to nerf Barbs too much. And rather buff other stuff. So power creep galore. But whoever was in charge of the Sorc missed the memo. Weaknesses on non-boss enemies. Nearby non-boss enemies. Oh shit. Okay, non-boss. Lucky hit. Direct damage to a vulnerable enemy has a 40% chance to increase the damage by 1% for 25 seconds up to 50%. At 56, this bonus resets. And you execute all nearby non-boss enemies. Okay, so how long do I need to hit 50 stacks? So I need to trigger this 50 times. Which means I need 5,000. I need 10,000% lucky hit. Roughly stacked up. How much can I do per second? I think I calculated on Dariel's Rogue, I produce something like 600% lucky hit per second. So this would probably mean roughly 1 in 15 seconds. I just execute everything around me. If execute means they need to be low life, then it's not that crazy. But if execute means that everything around me dies, it means I can clear any pit here up to the boss in probably like 3 minutes. Or 4, maybe. I wonder which one is right. I'm not bored of the game. Well, it turns out I get free updates every few months that are actually pretty interesting most of the time. And you could be too. Just log in. But I can't believe that Blizzard is nerfed. I can't believe that anything is nerfed on Sorc. It's kind of nuts. I think I kind of covered everything here. Did I miss anything else on the bug fixes? Fixation where Reap didn't scale with passive and temporary attack speed. Ah. I guess we should mention that. Reap now works. Okay, so attack speed. So that's something. Scoundrel's letters. Scoundrel's letters. Now usable on mouse and keyboard. So that could be interesting. No attribution fix. True. Not mentioned. Shatter, double dip. Attribution, double dip. What else do we have? Yeah, I'm not trying to retype the whole patch notes, but there is a lot of stuff in there to talk about. Is another connected to the game on console? I'm not sure how it works on console actually. We're seeing Blizzard nerfs. They changed the aspects for it. And now you have to basically get an extra aspect in there for basically no gain, so you just kind of lose a legendary aspect. Let's nerf Shatter too. I mean, Shatter is not very fun to play around, I think, the way it functions right now. Like, you equip Shatter and then you play the combo right, and you go up like 30 pit levels, but only if you fish for the perfect map and a certain boss, and otherwise, you know, you can barely farm like hundreds. You know, like there's a gap of like, you know, you can farm 100, and you can push like 170. And for other classes, it's like, okay, you can farm 100 and can push 120. Like, Shatter is completely broken in the way it works, and that leads to very unhealthy gameplay, I think. Sorc being in the game seems like a bug too. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry too much. They're gonna buff the Sorcs. You know, they did the same thing last season as well, and the season before that, right? Everyone was crying, oh, Sorcs suck, blah, blah, and then they did like a lot of buffs right at the start. They did it this season as well. They fixed the shredding blades and the stormswell stuff and the vulnerable stuff that also benefited Sorcs the most, and a bunch of other things, right? And then Sorc got a lot better. So I would not really be too worried that they're not gonna buff Sorc. But something like Shatter should be fixed anyway. Okay, I think I kind of got what we wanted here. Any other bugs though that are not mentioned here? The Tarasha thing. It's crazy they put no cap on HP multiplier. Yeah, I mean, they slightly nerfed the passive for Barbs. Imposing presence, but yeah, won't really make a huge difference, I guess. Sorc will still suck. Not just that, they will actually suck more than before. The way it looks right now. They killed almost everything for Incinerate. Yeah, there's... I'm not sure why they did that. The Lightning Spear stuff. True. Maybe a Lightning Spear build is a thing. The Hydra stuff as well. So I guess it's like some stuff that could be interesting here. But yeah. That is insane. Like, as someone who has actually played the entire season with a Sorc without going perma flame shield, Ice Armor is really what you rely on to survive. And I'm not sure how I will comfortably play a Sorc on hardcore currently if I don't have this refresh. Like, if they would at least buff some other defensive options here, I would say, okay, this probably would make some sense. But right now they nerfed this Ice Armor thing, and now what? You know, what I'm gonna do. So, I think of the new Druid unique. It could be pretty nutty, depending on how it works. I guess we'll see. Sorc over 100 bit challenge impossible. You can have 72 Hydra heads active with 3 summon and +3 for enchantment. I mean, getting 3 from enchantment is tough, I guess, but maybe. Sounds kind of funny. Maybe it does 3 million DPS. 72 Hydra heads. It's gonna be funny, yeah. Yeah, just run Doombringer and get HP, sure. You can use Doombringer now on Sorc. This is the buff, guys. This is the buff we've been waiting for. Doombringer. For the Sorc. We're always gonna have permanent increased max resistances. Wait, where's that coming from? I think I specifically said that this chain lightning stuff does not work as spent resources, Saramus. How much power will Heartseeker lose? Not very much. We might even still stay in S tier, actually. Heartseeker. If I go to Apex Doombringer, let's go. I mean, the thing is that Sorcs actually have trouble scaling a lot of extra life from their Paragons. So Doombringer actually has like a pretty large impact to increase the survivability, especially because it also scales all of your barriers, which is kind of nice. Oh, I should talk about barrier rogues, maybe. Dude, rogues has by far the most stuff here that I mentioned. I feel like rogues has got so many interesting things. I mean, there's also like a lot of stuff here on druids. Barbs kind of didn't really get much. Necros neither. Sorcs. And then rogues and druids are really the big winners here, I'd say. Barrier rogue thing. If the Hydras cast more Hydras. Yeah, we'll see. Someone is gonna make that Hydra build, 100%. I'm kinda excited to see it. If there's like actually like a real viable option now. Where's that thing? Hydra. Conjuration is a weapon. Okay, you can get 2 heads. I wonder if that scales the same as passives. Because it's the same number as passives, right? It's 1 to 2, it's the same as passives. So I wonder if that scales the same as well, where every 30% upgrades you get an extra. So this means if your masterwork is up to 12 with 3 crits, you can have 6 heads extra per weapon. So you can get 12 heads extra. So 1 Hydra will have 16 heads. So you have 3 of those Hydras. That's 48 heads. And then you have a 5-headed Hydra from the enchantment. It's only 4 heads. I don't think this is guaranteed. It might work the same as passives. Where when you have like these like 1 to 2 things, it might scale the same. It might go to 6. Yeah, usually it's times 2.2, but in the case of passives, it goes 30% upgrade means +1. So it might be the same, I don't know. But optimistically, it would be 6 Hydra heads fully masterworked. Who knows? You can scale to infinite ice blades with the attack speed skill. Now there's a cap on ice blades. You can only have 3 from self-cast and 3 from the enchant. Knowing what I've done to Sorcs, I'd be glad if I get 4 fully masterworked. Oh man. So if it's 4 extra heads, it means you're gonna have 8 on your self-casts. So that's 12 total for your self-casts times 3. So you have 36 heads. And then you have the 5-headed Hydra plus 8. It's 13. And you can have 2 of them or 3 of them as well from the enchant. Yeah, let's say a bit more realistically 2. Because it's a lot of mana you have to spend. So let's say you have 2 of the enchanted. So it's 5 plus 8 is 13, 26, and 36, 42, 62. Yeah, 62 heads or something. I think that's all Hydra heads. It sounds funny, but who knows how good that is. This is a minimum double stamina damage of Hydra. You're already doing 105 pit. Like you're actually playing like a real Hydra build where Hydra is your carry. No frozen orb stuff. Yes. Oh, interesting. Okay, could be something then. So Hydra is definitely something I'm gonna try on the PTR and we'll see what it can do. Can you upload a readme by any chance? Yeah, I'll have a video on this in the morning, so I'm gonna have it there. Cracking energy and lightning spear enchant and a few timbers has how many lightning spears? Yeah, I can get a lot of lightning spears from crackling energy, but it's hard to produce a lot of crackling energy. And the best way usually to do that is with ball lightning. Ball lightning is a very resource hungry skill. The flurry lacade buff was weird. Needs to be doubled. And the lacade on flurry is not that terrible, I think. I think it's okay. You have to see you get 13% lacade per hit, and it actually hits 4 times every time you cast flurry. So you actually have a total of 52, which is relatively high for an AoE skill like that. Chain lightning enchant could produce infinite crackling energy, but it's dead. Yeah, I remember back in season 1 I actually played with lightning spear enchant with only power chain lightning. There was crackle everywhere and I was sick. Many shift Hydra is that you don't have any AoE, so you need to have a spell that fixes that. I mean, this is maybe where Shatter comes in. Maybe you're gonna play a Hydra build of Shatter, for example. You know, pull them together, like, I don't know. Raymond, teleport in, pull them together, press Frost Nova, and then spawn a few Hydras, and then boom. And if you have that many Hydras and you actually have decent single target damage, maybe it's actually good. I'm not exactly sure how Hydras interact with Combustion. Like, Combustion says it's like plus 2% per unique source of burn or something, right? 4% actually now. So I wonder if each individual Hydra counts as a unique source of burn. And this would be crazy, actually. This would be nuts. But if not, you could maybe get away to just use Shatter, for example, to have your AoE covered. It doesn't work, okay. I mean, the buffed Combustion is kind of powerful now, but I don't know, maybe Shatter is the way to clear. And you have enough single target to kill the boss anyway. There is a good pin shot build around, yes. Every class gets 3 to 4 new legendary powers and Druid gets 1 mobility. Well, Druid also gets plus 3 skills on their bar, so I wouldn't really be that unhappy. Yeah, my summary is, I mean the short summary at least, not the YouTube summary for tomorrow. I'm gonna record something in the morning, I guess. But the short summary is, Barbs remain OP. Druid's gonna be really cool and very tanky and lots of cool stuff. Necro, a bit nerfed. Very fast. Crazy bone spirit stuff. But nothing really, you know, super exciting to me right now. Besides the bone spirit maybe being fun. Rogues get a lot of stuff. So rogues are just like generally beefed up. Very tanky. Lots of new options. Flurry really strong. There's like potential for smoke grenade, caltrops, DPS, like, I don't know, everything's buffed. Insane. Sorcs are down in the gutter, with the exception of Chain Lightning and maybe something like Hydras. And that's it. So this is kind of where we're at. Just make a video about Shatter, Double Dip, and Bizzle nerf that in a jiffy worked for Flame Shields. Well, I mean, you know, it's a bug and that bug should not exist, right? And even if you say, okay, if Sorcs are weak, you know, and then you want to try to argue, well, yeah, they're weak right now, but we should keep that bug in the game because they are weak. No, you fix that bug and you buff them, right? It's just how it should work, you know. You want to read a tooltip and you want to know what it does. and you don't want to keep it bugged just because Sorc is currently underpowered. You can just buff the Sorc in various ways if you want. And on top of this, I think this whole Shatter stuff just like seems completely unfun to me as well. I mean, yeah, it's cool to get some big pops, you know, with Shatter, but it's certainly not cool that you have to fish for one singular boss that you have a chance of killing, and then everything else just doesn't work or something, right? That's just completely stupid, I think. So, I think Shatter in general probably needs a bit of a redesign. But yeah. They won't buff Sorc. Yeah, they will buff Sorc. They'll understand that people are unhappy, and I think people are rightfully unhappy. Like, usually I'm not really someone who calls for buffs a lot, but I do agree that Sorc needs something here. Especially looking at what I've done with all the other classes. Sorcs definitely are behind now through various changes that need to be addressed. So nerf cracking energy in Paragon. Yeah, I think what they did with the Paragon stuff is they just kind of like made everything somewhat future-proof and then just say, okay, we're just gonna put a cap of everything, you know, here, 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 just cap everything. And make sure that things don't go out of control too hard or something. Which is kind of weird. But I guess this might just be something, you know, generic that doesn't actually have any, you know, real reason right now. Because no one uses correct energy for its damage, right? Sorc is only ever good if it's due to a bug at the action. Yeah, there's definitely some fundamental issues with the class that they are slowly, very slowly trying to improve, I guess. But yeah, they need to do some stuff here with the Sorcs. Like, there is some more power they can put into class-specific aspects. There is some more power they can put into Paragon boards, into some of the glyphs. There's more power they can put into the skill tree. They can, like, for example, similar to the Druid, right? They could like buff the base skills a little bit, just make them all a little bit better. Why not, right? They could maybe add a little bit of damage here on some of the passives. They can take a look at the key passives, give them maybe some scaling. Like, all of these key passives don't have any scaling, similar to like rogues, for example, with precision or close quarters, right? They're all kind of like flat buffs, and I don't really dislike that. But there is a way, you know, to scale this here. For example, there's many little things they could do, just like, you know, lift it up by like, I don't know, 50%, 100% overall or whatever in the late game. And then, you know, this would feel much better suddenly. You can spam the ult, yes, you can. On Iron Maelstrom, it's gonna be fun. I mean, you can already cast Iron Maelstrom a lot if you invest a little bit in cooldown. But now you can really just like, you don't even need that unique sword, I think. It's gonna place like Iron Maelstrom and then like Steel Grasp, attack for like a few seconds and then Iron Maelstrom again. Like, it's gonna be very fun in like Helltides and stuff, but it's not gonna be great. It's not gonna be like a new meta build or so. Necro estimates Blight build has its damage cut in half. Yeah, that's probably acceptable. But for some other builds, I guess it will be more impactful. Like, you know, something like Sever, for example, didn't get any like impactful buff, for example. Like, Sever is technically probably even nerfed. They buffed Sever like a little bit, for example. Like, if you look at this here, primary damage increase. I mean, it's not even like a little buff, right? Quite a lot here and here. But Sever was already so far down, and it also relied on Blighted, for example, to do any kind of damage. And, you know, okay, now he broke the Blighted aspect a little bit more easily, but it now deals less damage from the Blighted aspect, so it might not even be buffed overall, right? So Blight getting a bit of a nerf, I think, is okay. Minions also getting a slight nerf is also okay, I think. But it feels like besides the cool mobility aspects, Necro didn't really get much exciting stuff here. Like, the mobility aspects are really cool. And that's about it, I feel. Like, what else is there really on the Necro now that's like exciting currently for like the new season, right? Okay, the Bone Spirit stuff, but Bone Spirit was already a really powerful build. Now it's a bit crazier. the bugs is fixed, sure, right? People were already playing Bone Spirit and it was already good. And now it's just like crazier, sure. And everything else kind of like went down and nothing else is really new besides the zooming. Yeah, not really that great for those Necros, I think. Golden Jump. I want to know if you can make a rebuild now. That sounds a bit optimistic if you ask me. The actual buffs are insane. Yeah, it is actually insane. I mean, on one hand, I kind of appreciate that Darkshot is like a more reliable damage reduction now, right? It's not like, okay, you know, you are really well protected against the infrequent hits, and then you have like, I don't know, 3 cold spiders spitting little projectiles at you, and then your Darkshots go, then you're dead, right? So I kind of actually like that. On that hand, it's a kind of nice change because you kind of, you know, you have consistency in defenses, and especially being like a hardcore enjoyer, I like consistent defenses. So in that sense, yeah, but obviously it's a pretty massive buff, you know, because now you no longer have that consideration like, oh shit, can these guys actually deplete my Darkshot stacks really quickly? Or hey, can that boss actually hit me multiple times and I have no Darkshots left? Now it's just like, you don't have anything to worry about. So Rogue has just like become infinitely easier to play with this patch. Mostly from this line here. This one, actually. So... Druid changes are very good. Yeah, I like that it's consistent. But with such a change, I would have also expected maybe a little nerf to the number, for example, of Darkshroud or something. They've already like recently buffed the rogue defenses, for example. Now there's also momentum and I don't know what else, right? So, I mean, having extra defenses on momentum is a good thing, I guess, because for melee rogues, you do have to get into trouble quite often. So I definitely felt it was hard to play something like Twisting Blades compared to, let's say, Heartseeker or Barrage or something like that. It's way easier to play those builds than it is to play Twisting Blades just because you take a lot of damage as a melee rogue. Because before you ever walk in there, you just get hit by stuff. And yeah, I mean, now you have like this Darkshroud cooldown as well, where you know, walk in and everything hits you, and you do have at least 4 stacks, which is very good. Shroud for leveling will be way better. Yeah, I mean, if you want to fit it, you can get some movement speed there, but that was already the case anyway. One of my thoughts on the Obel vendor changes. I mean, it's kind of nice that I can get uniques now, I guess. I don't think I care too much. People were upset that there's no more Obels from the Helltide chests, but I think this also doesn't matter too much, honestly. So you get most of the Obels from just blasting the pit, and people are not going to farm that much Helltide anymore. Iron Wolf stuff is gone. They're generally just kind of concentrating the time that you spend in Helltide to, like, you know, a short blast session, and then you leave. So you're not going to open that many chests anymore anyway. So I think this is all kind of like irrelevant. How do I figure Druid changes are good when they took the one thing away from us that was working, the Shepherd's aspect? Well, they buffed everything as well that was benefiting from Shepherd's aspect. So Shepherd's aspect did not work for Windshear. They did nerf Windshear through the Thunderstruck node, and did not much compensate for it. and that was kind of okay because wudijo was overperforming compared to the other Druid builds. But everything else on Druid got mega buffed to the point where you now don't need shepherds and you get kind of the same damage. So that's really strong. Or I mean, okay, maybe you still need to put like, you know, a normal aspect or something, you know. You can actually put like 2 normal aspects now instead of shepherds and stampede. And you're gonna end up being probably somewhere on a similar damage, but you're gonna be way tankier. This allows you to like go more offensive, play more offensive, you know, go for more offensive choices in your paragons and your stats and whatever. And in general, just Druid looks really fun. Like, you know, it's gonna be a lot of new skills to try now. There's a cataclysm stuff you can try now. I don't know, I'm really excited for Druid. What can I say? So, I think Druid is gonna be cool. Because it's not like Shepherd's meta everywhere. Might start a Druid next season, first time ever. Maybe I'll do it too. Druid race to what first? Will be chain lightning next season better than Fireball to new stuff? I mean, no one knows how good chain lightning is. It looks like it has a lot of potential, but I mean, you have to try it. Like with a unique like this, you can't just say it from a little clip and the tooltip. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go. Have a good night. That was a long stream. Was a nice discussion though, very interesting. I'm gonna write macro. 3 days to test the stuff. No, it's actually 7 days, but yeah. Chain lightning 3 million crits is gonna crank. If you can do 3 million now already, and then you're gonna hit like, I don't know, 20 times per chain lightning or something in next patch, that sounds pretty good actually. We'll see. Anyway, good night guys.